Blood Trillium by Julian May. Copyright 1992 by Staricon Productions, Incorporated. All rights reserved. Narrated by Madelyn Buzzard.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. The evil sorcerer Orogastus, believed to be dead, now returns in disguise to conquer the world of the three moons, which is ruled by Queen Anigel and her sisters Kadiya and Haramis. Anigel and Kadiya lose their protective magical talismans to Orogastus, leaving only Haramis to confront him. And Haramis, who is unable to deny her love for Orogastus, must somehow defeat him and his minions. Sequel to Black Trillium, RC 32588. Some Violence, 1992. From the book jacket. Three of fantasy's finest talents combined in the writing of Black Trillium to tell the story of the triplet princesses of the royal house of Rwanda. Now, Julian May returns to the world she created with Marion Zimmer Bradley and Andre Norton as a dark power imperils the fate of Rwanda and the entire world of the Three Moons. 12 years past, the sisters Haramis, Kadiya, and Anigel wielded the three-part scepter of power to restore balance to a world threatened by the sorcerer Orogastus. Now, amid portents of new danger, the archmage Haramis is visited by a fugitive who brings dire news. A sorcerer, marooned on the remote island called the Land of Fire and Ice, has escaped, overthrowing the ruler of a small nation to establish himself as Portolanus, master of Tuzaman. Haramis's talisman cannot, or will not, tell her if Portolanus is in truth Orogastus, long ago banished by the power of the scepter. But it does bring worse news. The sorcerer has brought from his exile a magical object of the Starmen, a box that can unbond the three talismans of the scepter, transferring their considerable powers from the sisters to Portolanus himself. But the most fearsome of the signs given by Haramis's talisman concerns her and her sisters, for it has shown the black trillium contained in the amulet each has worn since birth. Its petals stain the color of blood. Only if Haramis, Kadiya, and Anigel remain united as the three petals of the living trillium will there be hope for Rwanda and the world. But the forces disrupting the peace between the world's peoples also threaten to tear the sisters asunder. Blood Trillium continues the richly woven saga of magic and power created by three of fantasy's most brilliant minds. About the author. Julian May is the author of the 5-book Saga of Pliocene Exile and co-author of Black Trillium. Of her work, the San Francisco Chronicle said, "Of all the authors since The Lord of the Rings appeared, May has most closely matched J.R.R. Tolkien's achievement." An avid camper and hiker, she lives in the Seattle area with her family. Other books by Julian May. The Saga of the Pliocene Exiles, The Many-Colored Land, The Golden Torque, The Non-Born King, The Adversary, Intervention, A Pliocene Companion, The Galactic Milieu Trilogy, Jack the Bodiless. Dedication for Betsy Mitchell, who knows. Narrator's note: the map found in the print edition is not included in this recording. End of note. 1. Springtime and the end of the winter rains were long overdue that year in the world lit by the three moons. Lingering monsoons had flooded the lowlands of the peninsula and piled the snowdrifts high round about the tower of the Archimage on the southern slope of Mount Brom. And on the night that the small fugitive named Shiki came, there was sleet. The lammergeier that bore him through the shrieking gale was too weary and battered to use its mental voice to call ahead to its fellows at the eyrie of the Archimage, so its arrival was a dismaying surprise. The gigantic bird had no sooner landed upon the slippery tower roof than it collapsed and died, and the servants of the White Lady at first did not even see the burden it had borne so steadfastly southward. All parts of the great black and white body, save the wings, tail, and head, were sheathed in a glaze of ice. The leather cloak of Shiki, which had shielded him as he crouched on the bird's back during the awful journey, was as stiff as armor, and all but welded to the huge corpse. The fugitive himself was so near death that he lacked the strength to creep out of his shelter, and he might have perished had the Archimage's voor-keepers not hastened to his rescue. They saw at once that he was a man of the mountain folk, of the same aboriginal Vispi race as they themselves, but by dint of his small stature, obviously belonging to some unknown tribe. "I am Shiki. I have news for the White Lady," he managed to say. "A terrible thing has happened in the North Country, in Tuzaman. I must tell her." Before he could say more, he fell bereft of his senses, dreaming of his dead wife and 2 dead children. They seemed to beckon Shiki in his fever dream, urging him to join them in a golden realm of peace and warmth, where sacred black trilliums bloomed under cloudless skies. How he longed to follow his loved ones there, to be freed at last from pain and the relentless press of duty. But he had not yet delivered his portentous message, and so he begged the phantoms to wait for him only a little while, until he fulfilled this last mission, and informed the Archimage of the great danger. Even as he spoke, his family seemed to drift away, smiling into a bright mist, shaking their heads. And when he woke, he knew he would live. He found himself abed in a dim and cozy chamber, tucked beneath a fur coverlet, and with both frost-bitten hands thickly swaddled in cloth. The small lamp beside the bed was strange, giving off a bright yellow light from a kind of crystal, without any trace of flame. Freezing rain rattled on the window of the room, but the place was very warm, even though there was no hearth or brazier of coals to be seen. A subtle perfume filled the air. He struggled to sit up, and saw on a table at the foot of the bed a row of golden urns, and in them bloomed magical black trillium plants like those he had seen in his dream. Standing in the shadows beyond them was a tall woman. She was cloaked and hooded in a shimmering white fabric that had fleeting blue glints like those in the ice of the great inland glaciers. Her visage was hidden, and at first Shiki caught his breath in foreboding, for an aura of surpassing mystery and power seemed to emanate from her, unmanning him and setting him trembling like a terrified child. He had encountered a person having this kind of aura only once before, and he had nearly died of it. The woman threw back her hood and came to his side. Gently she pressed him back against the pillows. "Do not be afraid," she said. The fearful aura seemed to recede then, and she appeared to be only a handsome black-haired young female. Human, not of the folk, having eyes of opalescent blue with golden glints deep within, and a sweet mouth, gravely smiling. His fear changed to wild anxiety. Had his voor brought him to the wrong place after all? The legendary Archimage he sought was an ancient, the protector and guardian of the mountain folk from the days of the vanished ones. But this woman looked to be scarcely 30 years old. "Be at ease," she said. "From time out of mind, one Archimage has followed another, as was decreed in the beginning. I am the Archimage Haramis, the White Lady of this age, and I confess to you that I am yet a novice in using the powers of my great office, which I have held for only 12 years. But tell me who you are, and why you have sought me, and I will do my best to help you." "Lady," he whispered. The words came slowly, like the last drops wrung from a sponge. "I asked my faithful voor to bring me to you because I sought justice, the righting of a terrible wrong done to me and my family and the people of my village. But during my flight, as I came near to dying, I realized that we are not the only ones who need your help. It is the whole world that does." She regarded him in silence for a long moment. Then he was amazed to see tears appear in her eyes, but they did not spill onto her pale cheeks. "So it is true," she whispered. "All throughout the land there have been rumblings of unease, rumors of evil reborn among both the folk and humankind, even contention between my own 2 beloved sisters. But I sought mundane reasons for the disturbances, because I did not want to believe that the very balance of the world was once again threatened. "It is indeed," he cried, starting up. "Lady, believe me. You must believe me. My own wife would not believe, and she was slain, as were our children and scores of our folk. That evil one, who came forth from the sempiternal ice cap, now holds all Tuzaman in his thrall, but soon— He had a fit of coughing and could speak no more, and from frustration began to thrash about the bed like a demented thing. The Archimage lifted her hand. "Majira!" The door opened. Another female entered, came swiftly to the bedside, and regarded him with enormous green eyes. Her hair was like fine-spun platinum, with the upstanding ears adorned with sparkling red jewels. In contrast to the austere white dress of the Archimage, the newcomer was magnificently attired in gauzy but voluminous robes of a rich crimson color, and she wore a golden collar and bracelets all studded with multicolored gemstones. She carried a crystal cup of some steaming dark liquor, and, at the command of the Archimage, administered it to him. His coughing eased, as did his panic. "In a moment you will feel better," the one named Majira said. "Have courage. The White Lady does not turn away those who petition her." Majira wiped his pallid, beslimed forehead with a soft cloth, and he noted with relief that her hand bore 3 digits like his own. It comforted him to know that this person was of the folk, as he was, even though she was of human stature, and her features more finely drawn than his own, and the accents of her speech odd. It was in humankind, after all, that the impending calamity had its source. The taste of the medicinal drink was bitter, but it both soothed and strengthened him. The White Lady seated herself on one side of the bed, and Majira sat on the other, and in a few minutes he relaxed and was able to tell his story. "My name is Shiki," he said, "and my people call themselves the Dorok. We dwell in those parts of far Tuzaman where glacial tongues of the sempiternal ice cap thrust forth from the frozen center of the world and nearly reach the sea. Most of that land is treeless and grim, a place of wind-swept moors and desolate mountains. We folk have our small settlements in deep valleys beneath the frozen crags. Geysers spout there, warming the air and soil so that trees and other vegetation may grow, and our cave homes are simple but comfortable. Humans from the coastal settlements and the flame-girt isles visit us only rarely. We also have little contact with other tribes of the mountain folk, but we know that we have kin living in the highlands in many parts of the world, and like them we cherish the far-flying vor and associate with these great birds and ride them. I realize now that the Lady Majira and those servants of yours who took me in must belong to an exalted branch of my race that is privileged to serve you, White Lady. And now I begin to understand why my poor departed vor Nunusio was so determined that I should bring my dire news to you. But forgive my digression. I must get on with the tale itself. I earn my living as a trapper of the black fedoks and golden warums that live only in the highest mountains, and betimes I also guided human seekers of precious metals into the remote ice-free enclaves where the great volcanoes mitigate the terrible cold. Over 2 years ago, during the autumn dry time, 3 humans came to our village. They were not prospectors or traders, but said they were scholars from the south, from Raktum. They had been sent forth by Queen Regent Ganandri, they said, in search of a certain rare herb that would cure their boy king Lidavardis of the malignant languor afflicting him. It was a plant alleged to grow only in the Kimalon, the remote land of fire and ice that is a temperate island surrounded by glaciers, lying amidst rocks newly cooled after being belched forth from the belly of the world. The first of our village, old Zosie Twistback, told the strangers that the Kimalon lay over 900 leagues west, entirely encompassed by the ice cap. It is inaccessible by land, and only those great birds that we folk call voor and the humans call lammergeyers can reach the place. The journey is all but impossible because of the monstrous storms that lash the sempiternal ice cap. No other mountain folk, save the Dorok, have ever dared to venture to the Kimelon on Vorbak, and we ourselves have avoided the place for nearly 200s. The three strangers promised an enormous reward to the Dorok guide who would take them to the Kimelon, but none would go. Not only was the expedition deemed too perilous, but also there was an ominous mien about the trio of humans, a smell of dark magic that made us loath to trust them. One was dressed all in black, another in purple, and the third wore garments of vivid yellow. The three then demanded that we sell Voors to them so they could fly to the Kimelon themselves. Our first restrained her outrage and explained that the great birds are free beings, not property, and carry us only out of friendship. She also reminded the strangers, very courteously, that the Voor's talons and sharp-toothed beak make it a formidable creature to those who are not its friends. At this the trio renewed their offers of rich rewards for any Dorok guide who would accompany them, but no one would listen, and the humans finally mounted their fronials and seemed to quit the village. Now, it is well known among the Dorok that I am the best guide of all, and the strangers no doubt found this out. One day, when I returned from my trap lines, I found my home cave deserted. My wife and 2 young daughters had disappeared, and none of the folk could say what had become of them. I was mad with grief that night, and near drunk to the point of insensibility on mistberry brandy, when the stranger dressed in black tapped at my door and said he had an important message for me. Yes, you have guessed it. The human scoundrels had abducted my family in order to force me to be their guide. I was warned that if I spoke to any of my people of the deed, my wife and children would be killed. On the other hand, if I took the 3 men safely to the Kimelon and back, my loved ones would be returned safe to me, and the humans would pay me with a bag of platinum that would equal 10 years' earnings. The dangerous trip could all be in vain, said I, if we fail to find the medicinal herb that you seek. At this, the villains laughed merrily. There is no herb, said the one garbed in purple, but there is something else awaiting us that will brook no delay. So summon a flock of your sturdiest lammergeyers, 4 for us to mount, and 10 to carry certain supplies that we require, and we will leave before dawn. I could only comply. I shall not tell you of that horrible flight into the sempiternal ice cap. It took 7 days, with only a brief rest on the stormy surface of the ice allotted to the valiant Voors each night. When we came at last to the land of fire and ice, the volcanoes were in full spate, with molten lava pouring down their flanks, and the sky full of black smoke all smeared with crimson, like a vision of the 10 hells. A rain of ash was falling, whitening the ground and coating the meager vegetation like poisonous snow. And there we found a lone human male. He appeared to have built himself a sturdy house from blocks of lava. The place was as large as 2 pharaoh barns, and emplaced against a great cliff, and it was not only well made, but even handsome. But the man's only food would have been the lichens encrusting the rocks, roots and berries from the few shrubs growing in the thin soil, and the slugs and shelled creatures inhabiting the hot springs. The ashfall was doubtless depleting these, and he had no more flesh on him than a skeleton when we first encountered him. He was a man of tall stature, nearly twice my height. His filthy yellowish hair and beard reached nearly to his knees. His face was seamed and scarred, and his eyes, of the palest blue, with a spark of gold deep within the dark pupils, peered out from deep caverns in his skull, and had the glitter of madness. He wore clumsy sandals to protect his feet from the sharp lava rocks, and a stiff patchwork robe woven of plant fibers, which served him well enough, since the subterranean fires render the Kimelon much warmer than the surrounding ice cap. I immediately understood that the purpose of our expedition had been to rescue this man, whose name was Portolanus. He was beyond doubt a powerful sorcerer. I must tell you straightly, White Lady, that he had about him the same awesome atmosphere of enchantment that invests your own person. But his magic evinced nothing of benevolence. Instead, Portolanus seemed almost to glow with suppressed fury, as though his inner self were a sump of incandescent emotion. It seemed to me that this might gush forth as destructively as the red-hot magma rages from a volcano if he should ever unleash his soul's full power. When we first found this Portolanus, he was scarce able to utter human speech. I never learned how long he had been marooned in that hideous place, nor how he had managed to summon his 3 rescuers, who treated him with the most profound respect, commingled with fear. They had brought rich, new, snowy white garments for him, and after he was well fed and cleaned, and his hair and beard trimmed, he could not be recognized as the poor wretch who had bellowed like a triumphant beast when the Boers first landed us near his dwelling. The supplies that the henchmen of Portolanus had had me pack upon the extra Boers were, in addition to our food and the tiny tents we slept in upon the ice cap, nothing but sacks and ropes. The purpose of these wrappings soon became clear. While the Boers rested and I remained outside with 1 villain to guard me, the sorcerer and the other 2 men busied themselves within the stone house. They eventually emerged with many packages, which they loaded onto the birds. Then we returned to Tuzaman by the same dangerous route we had come. We did not fly to my village, however. We went to the coast, to the squalid human settlement of Merica at the mouth of the White River that calls itself the capital of Tuzaman. There the villains disembarked with their mysterious freight at a ramshackle place called Castle Tenebros that overlooks the sea. I was discharged and given a small pouch of platinum coins, less than 1/10 of the sum I had been promised. The balance of my fee, Portolanus said, would be paid when his fortunes mended. A likely story, thought I, but I wisely held my tongue. The lackeys of Portolanus told me the location of the remote lava tube where they had walled up my family. I would find them safe enough, they said. The Boers and I returned to the mountains, and I rescued my wife and daughters. They were hungry, cold, and dirty, but otherwise unharmed. You may imagine the happiness of our reunion. My wife was overjoyed to see the bag of platinum, and immediately made fine plans on how we were to spend it. I commanded her and the children to tell no one of their ordeal, for when one is dealing with humans, especially those who are wielders of dark magic, no precaution is too great. Then, for nearly 2 years, we dwelt in peace. News of human affairs comes slowly to the remote mountain valleys of the Dorok. We did not realize that Portolanus, claiming to be the grand-nephew of the mighty sorcerer Bondanus, who had ruled 40 years earlier, swiftly put down Thrynus, the nominal potentate of Tuzaman, and took over the country himself. It was said that he and his followers used weapons of sorcery that made ordinary armor useless, and were themselves invulnerable to hurt, and that they could seize the very souls of their foes and turn them into helpless puppets. I did not encounter Portolanus again until this winter's rain, about 20 days ago. He came in the dead of night and burst into our cave in a thunderclap of wizardry, nearly tearing the stout door from its hinges. Our little daughters awoke screaming, and my wife and I were shocked nearly out of our wits. This time the sorcerer held his aura in check somehow, and I would not have known him, except for his eyes. He was dressed like a king beneath his muddy riding cloak. His body had regained its flesh, and his voice was no longer harsh, but smooth and compelling. He said, "We must go again to the Kimelon, Odling. Summon Boers for yourself and me, and 1 more to carry our necessary supplies." I was full of indignation and great fear, for I knew, even if he did not, that we had barely managed to escape with our lives the last time we had ventured across the ice cap, and that was during the dry time, It was lunacy to attempt such a journey now, when the snowy hurricanes were at their worst. And I told him so. "Nevertheless, we shall go," said he. "I have magic to command the storm. You will suffer no harm. And this time I will leave your reward with your wife, so the thought of it will cheer you as we travel." And he pulled forth an embroidered leather pouch, opened it, and spilled a pile of cut gems onto our eating table. Rubies and emeralds and rare yellow diamonds, all a-sparkle in the guttering light from our hearth. I still refused. My wife was with child, and one of the girls sickly, and in spite of the wizard's assurances, I feared that we two would not return alive. To my dismay, my wife began to remonstrate with me, pointing out the good things we would be able to buy when we traded the gems. I was in a rage at her silliness and greed, and we shouted at each other, and the children wailed and sniveled until Portolanus barked, "Enough!" His awesome magical aura suddenly enveloped him. He looked taller and supremely menacing, and we shrank away from him as he drew a dark metal rod from a pouch at his belt. Before I knew what was happening, he touched my wife's head with this thing, and she fell to the floor. I gave a cry, but he did the same to my poor little daughters, then brandished the rod at me. "Demon!" I screamed. "You have slain them!" "They are not dead, only bereft of their senses," he said. "But they will not wake until I touch them once again with this magical device. And that I will not do until you and I travel to the Kimelon and back." "Never," said I. And I concentrated my mind and sent forth the call to my Dorok tribesmen. They came racing through the stormy night to my aid, with swords and hand catapults ready, gathering in a howling crowd beneath the rocky overhang that shelters my cave door. Portolanus laughed. He opened the door a crack and threw some small object outside. There was a bright flash of light, then all the loud voices fell silent. The magician opened the door and strode outside. My stout-hearted friends lay there in the rain-swept darkness, blinded and helpless. One by one, Portolanus touched them with his rod, and they were still. The families of the fallen now began to appear at the doors of their cave homes, calling and crying. The tall sorcerer turned to me, and his aura froze me like the glacial wind, and his terrible eyes had become blazing diamonds set in black obsidian. When he spoke, his voice was very calm. "They will all die, or they will live. It is your choice to make." "You've killed them already," I cried, beside myself. "I'll call the Voors to tear you to bits." Whereupon he touched me with the rod. I felt as a candle must when it is snuffed out, swallowed into utter nothingness. An instant later I came to myself again, limp as a newborn vart, lying on my back in the mud with the rain pelting my face. The magical rod was poised a finger's breadth from my nose, and Portolanus glared down at me. "You oddling blockhead," he said. "Can you not understand that you have no choice? I stunned you senseless, then restored you with my magic. The rod will restore your family and friends also, but only if you serve me." "The Voors cannot fly long distances in the storms," I muttered. "During this season, they mostly remain in their eyries." "I have a way to gentle the storm," said he. "Call the birds, and let us be off." Having lost both courage and hope, I agreed at last. The wives and older children of the settlement came forth to bear their stunned husbands and fathers to shelter, and Portolanus directed them in the way to care for their loved ones, and for my own family, until I should return. When we finally lofted into the air, he had the 3 Voors fly closely together, with his own mount at the center. In some miraculous fashion, he softened the force of the wind blast, and we soared as if in calm weather. When the birds tired, we landed upon the interior ice cap as before, and sheltered in tents, while the birds huddled around us. The same enchantment fended off the snow and wind while we rested, and then we took off once more. It took only 6 days to reach the Kimelon this time, in spite of the incessant blizzards, and I arrived hale in body and resigned in spirit. The magician retrieved only a single thing from the lava rock house, a dark coffer about the length of my body, 3 hands' breadths wide, and the same in depth. It was made of some slick material like black glass, and had a silvery star with many rays embossed upon the top. All jovial now, with his aura once again in check, Portolanus opened the box to show me that it was empty. "A simple thing, is it not, Oddling?" he asked me. "And yet it is my key to the conquest of the world." He pulled from his fine jerkin a battered and blackened medallion on a chain, formed like the same kind of star. "Just as this was the salvation of my life. There are powerful sorcerers in the southern lands who would forfeit their soul's immortality in order to possess these 2 things, and kings and queens who would gladly give up their crowns for them. But they are mine, and I am alive to make use of them. Thanks to you." He began to laugh madly then, and his aura enveloped me like the bone-freezing fog of the sempiternal ice, and I feared I would die of despair and self-disgust on the spot. But in my mind I heard the voice without words of my beloved Vor Nunucio bidding me to have courage, and I remembered my family and the others. "We must go," Nunucio told me, "for a vast storm approaches that will challenge this evil one's magic to the fullest. We must be away from the Kimelon before it breaks." Haltingly, I told Portolanus what my Vor had said. He uttered a strange oath and began quickly to wrap up the precious star-box. He lashed it to the back of his own bird, rather than to that of the 3rd Vor who carried our supplies. Then we were off, just as the volcanoes vanished in impenetrable snow clouds. Our homeward journey was so ghastly that my memories of it have all but vanished. The wizard was able to stave off enough of the wind so that we were not hurled to our deaths on the ice cap, but he could not keep out the monstrous cold. On the 5th day, the storm finally blew away. We camped on the ice that night under the brilliant light of the 3 moons, and Portolanus slept like a dead man, exhausted from his storm-fending. I dared to send a call to our village, inquiring about my family and the others stricken by the sorcerer's spell. Old Zosie Twistback responded to me with dreadful tidings. Those who had at first seemed only to lie in enchanted sleep had by the 2nd day clearly surrendered their spirits and gone safely beyond. The signs had been unmistakable, and so the sorrowing folk had consigned their bodies to a single great funeral pyre. I could not help but howl my grief aloud. The sorcerer woke, and I berated him for a liar and a foul murderer, and made to draw my hunting knife, desisting only when he threatened me with the magical rod. "When used upon humans, it has the harmless effect I described," he said, "and you yourself recovered easily enough, having been senseless for only a minute. There must be some unforeseen effect. You Oddling aborigines have bodies of a different sort from humans, and perhaps you are more vulnerable to the rod's magic." "Perhaps!" I cried. "Is that all these murders are to you? A riddle to be pondered?" "I did not mean to kill your people," he said. "I am not a heartless monster." He paused, thinking, as I continued to curse him impotently. Then he said, "I will make it up to you by tripling your reward and taking you into my service. I am the master of Tuzaman now, and in time I will rule the world. I would deem a Vorman a most valuable servant." A scathing refusal was on my lips, but prudence made me choke it back. Nothing could restore my wife, my children, or my friends. I would have my revenge upon this dark wizard, one way or another, but he was apt to kill me out of hand if I defied him now. We were only a single day's flight from the ice cap's edge, and my village lay an hour or so beyond. "I will consider your offer," I growled, turning away from him in the tent. I pretended to snore, and soon he was asleep again himself. I thought about what to do. When I had been afire with grief and fury, I would gladly have slain him. Now I could not do the deed in cold blood. There were the Voors, but I could not deliberately order them to attack him either. If I murdered him, I should be no better than Portolenus himself. I crept from the tent, came close to Nunucio, and addressed my great friend in the speech without words, asking his advice. He said, "In days long gone, when the mountain folk were sore perplexed, they sought counsel of the Archimage, the White Lady, she who is the guardian and protector of all folk. I said I had heard tales of her as a child, but surely she dwelt in some distant corner of the world, and would care nothing for the plight of a poor Dorok of Tuzaman." "We Voor know where she dwells," Nunucio said, "and it is a far ways, but I will take you there, if my strength allows, and she will grant you justice." I bespoke the other two Voors, telling them to take the wizard safely to the edge of the ice, but no farther, and then return to the village. The bereaved folk might divide among them the gems that Portolenus had left, and my household possessions. I told the birds, my further wish, that all Voors should leave our village forever, so that no other luckless guide would bring calamity upon our people as I had, should Portolenus return and command further service. Without Voors, the folk were useless to him. Then Nunucio and I flew away, and at length came to you, White Lady, with this story. 2. Haramis and Magira left the little bedroom and went down the spiral staircase toward the Archimage's library. "Surely it could not be him," Magira exclaimed. "He died, blasted into nothingness by the scepter of power." The Archimage's face was clouded with uncertainty. "As to that, we will see. It is sufficient for now that we know that the Master of Tuzaman is a sorcerer who is quite possibly capable of upsetting the balance of the world, and the name of the place where he was marooned, Kimelon. I know I have come across that word before, but it seemed in a different context." The library was a huge, book-crowded chamber that was a full 3 stories high. Haramis herself had caused it to be built, expanding the original study of the old wizard's tower. It was here that she most often worked, poring over books of magecraft, history, and 100 other topics that she hoped would assist her to carry out the difficult office she had chosen. Opposite the door was a cheerful hearth where a true fire always burned, for Haramis found inspiration in staring at the flames, even though they were less efficient in warming than the hypocaust system employed throughout the rest of the tower. A pair of spiral ramps coiling up from opposite sides of the room gave access to the bookshelves, and there were tall, narrow windows piercing the wall along the spirals as well, which lit the place brightly during the day. After dark, the magical lanterns flanking the windows gave soft illumination. On her large work table by the fire was a curiously wrought candelabrum, using the same ancient science which blazed brightly, or went dark if one but touched a certain spot on its pedestal. Standing now in the library's center, Haramis closed her eyes and rested her hand on her talisman, the white metal wand with a circle at one end that hung on a chain about her neck. Her eyes flew open, and she went dashing up one of the ramps to pluck a certain book from the shelf. "Here! This is the one. It was among those that I found in the ruins of Noth, where the Archimage Bina dwelt for so long." She returned to the work-table and plopped the dusty volume onto a table, and tapped it with the 3-winged circle. The book flew open, and certain words seemed to glow. She read them aloud. "It shall be an immutable law among the folk of mountain, swamp, forest, and sea that every artifact of the vanished ones found in the ruins shall be shown to the first of their place, and studied to ascertain whether or not it may have a harmful action, or one not easily controlled, or one mysterious and perhaps pertaining to powerful magic. It is forbidden to the folk to use such artifacts or trade them. They shall be gathered in a safe place, and once a year they shall be dispatched unto the care of the Archimage, who may store them in safety at the inaccessible Kimelon, or otherwise dispose of them fittingly. Now we store the dangerous devices here on Mount Brahm, Magira said, in the cavern of black ice. Haramis nodded, and I assumed, wrongly it seems, that this Kimelon was a place in the tower of the old Archimage, the one that vanished at her death. But if our friend Shiki has it right, then the Kimelon out on the ice must be the place where the Archimage Bina had her cache, and perhaps even other Archimages before her. Haramis stood frowning down at the open book, still tapping it idly with her talisman. She had neglected to light the candelabrum, and the drop of fossil Trillium amber, enclosed within the small wings at the circle's top, shone with an interior radiance of its own, but the magical device offered no further assistance. If the man found there is who we think he is, then he could only have come to the inaccessible Kimelon because the Scepter of Power sent him. Sent him after we three besought it to judge us, and judge him. But why? Magira cried. Why would the scepter do such a thing rather than destroy him? Was its action not intended to restore the balance of the world? But Haramis was staring at the glowing amber and spoke as if to herself. He would have had years to study all those wondrous ancient artifacts. And then, somehow, he was able to summon his minions to rescue him. He seized control of Tuzaman with the aid of the Vanished One's devices. Magira's perplexity was now frankly fearful. But why? Why did the scepter allow this awful thing to happen? Haramis shook her head. I do not know. If he is truly alive, it must be because he has a role yet to play in the restoring of the great balance. We thought that balance had been achieved. Recent events show that we were wrong. In my opinion, he is the one who is at the root of all the recent troubles, Magira asserted. His agents of dark magic could be fomenting the human border unrest, and the turmoil among the forest folk, and even the sad antagonism between Queen Anigel and the Lady of the Eyes. Wearily, Haramis held up her hand. My dear Magira, you must leave me. I must think and pray and decide what is to be done. Care for our guest, and when he is stronger, I will speak to him again. Now go. The Visby woman obeyed. Alone, Haramis stared sightlessly at the library window streaming with rain, remembering not only the appalling evil that had been wrought 12 years before, but also the lineaments of a certain face that she had tried to banish from her memory and her dreams. She had managed to forget him, believing that he was dead, and she had also forgotten the turmoil he had engendered in her soul, that confusion she had mistaken for love. No. Be honest, she commanded herself. You wanted to believe the lies he told you, that he had not inspired King Voltric of Labernock to invade Ruenda, that he had never demanded the murder of your parents, Ruenda's rightful king and queen, nor conspired to slay you and your sisters. You believed him because you did love him, and when his deceits were made plain to you, when he showed you his dark plan for ruling the world and asked you to share it, you feared and despised him. You rejected his monstrous vision, and rejected him, but never hated him. No, you could never bring yourself to do that, because deep within your secret heart, your love for him still abided. And now, faced with the prospect that he lives after all, you are filled with the most profound fear, not only of the havoc he might wreak upon the world, but also of what he might wreak upon you. Orogastus, she whispered, feeling her heart turn over as her lips dared once more to pronounce his name. God grant that you be dead, safely dead, and consigned to the deepest of the 10 hells. And having cursed him, she began to weep, and she found herself retracting the wish for his damnation, at the same time that she still besought heaven to let him not be alive. It was only after a long time that she managed to collect herself, She seated herself in front of the fire, then concentrated again on the talisman, holding the wand with its circle upright, as one would hold a hand mirror, and looking into the silvery ring. "Show me who or what most threatens the balance of the world," she said firmly. A shimmering mist began to fill the circle. At first its colors were faint, like the nacre that lines seashells, but then they brightened and formed a central blur that was at first pink, then rose, then crimson, then vivid scarlet. The blur clarified, became tripartite. She saw that it was a 3-petaled flower, a trillium, the color of blood, such as had never bloomed in the world of the 3 moons. The image held for only a moment, and then the circle was empty. Haramis felt as if her body had turned to ice. "We 3?" she whispered. "Are we the danger, rather than him? What is the meaning of this thing you have shown me?" The silver circle reflected the flames from the library hearth, and the inset amber with its fossil black trillium gave forth its usual faint glow. The talisman replied, "The question is impertinent." "Oh, no, you don't," Haramis exclaimed. "You shall not fob me off as you have done so many times before. I command you to tell me if we 3 petals of the living trillium threaten the balance of the world, or if the threat comes from Orogastus." "The question is impertinent." "Damn you, tell me!" "The question is impertinent." Ice pellets from the sleet storm rattled against the window panes, and a burning log shifted in the fireplace with a thud and a brief hiss of sparks. The 3-winged circle remained inert, seeming to mock her, reminding her once again how little she actually knew of its working, for all her studies. Haramis discovered that her hands were shaking, either with anger or with fear. Forcing them to be steady, she besought the talisman. "At least show me if Orogastus lives, or is dead." The silvery circle filled again with pearly mist, the faint colors making agitated small whorls, as if trying to form an image. But no face appeared. A moment later, the 3-winged circle was empty. So, it was to be expected. If he did live, he would shield himself from observation through sorcery. There was one other way she might try to view him. But first, a final request of her talisman. "Tell me what manner of thing Portolenus took from the Kimelon on his 2nd journey there with Shiki the Dorok." This time the vision was clear, showing the shallow dark box as Shiki had described it, with a star upon its lid. But now the box was open, revealing a bed of metallic mesh inside, and a square at the corner of this having several sparkling jewels mounted upon it. Haramis was puzzling over the star box when the talisman spoke. "The box breaks bonds, and it enables new ones to be formed." "Breaks bonds? What kind of bonds?" "Bonds such as that binding me to thee." "Triune God! Do you mean it could unbond the 3 talismans of the Scepter of Power from me and my sisters, and transfer their power to Portolenus?" "Yes. All that is needed is to place a talisman in the box, and finger the gems, one after the other." Her heart consumed with dread and foreboding, Haramis went to her own chambers and procured furs and warm gloves, in preparation for a visit to the Cavern of Black Ice. The special vestments Orogastus had always donned before entering the place, and the duplicates he had made especially for her, were part of a futile ritual intended to placate his dark gods, and quite unnecessary. But then, he had failed to understand so many things about his sources of power, mistaking ancient science for sorcery, and coming to depend overmuch upon it, while neglecting the genuine magic he had learned at the feet of his mentor, Bondanus. "And by the flower, I am thankful that he did neglect it," Haramis said to herself, "for if he had been able to use true magic against us, he might have prevailed after all." Bundling up, she went down to the lowest level of the tower, to a long tunnel that led deep into the flank of Mount Brom. The rough-hewn rocky tube was lit by the same wonderful flameless lanterns found in the rest of the tower, but there was no heat. Her breath formed a trailing cloud as she hurried, clutching the furs tightly about her. She had not visited this place for years, so disturbing were its resonances, but it was not any aura of dark magic that had repelled her. It was the memory of him. She opened the massive, frost-covered door at the tunnel's end, and entered into what seemed to be a large cave with walls of rough granite all veined with white quartz. Its floor was paved with glassy tiles, as dark and slick as the black ice that intruded through cracks in the cavern walls and ceiling. All about the chamber's perimeter were open niches with peculiar, complexly shaped objects in them. Glassy black doors opened into more rooms filled with strange things. It was Orogastus who had told her that the cavern was a repository for instruments of sorcery vouchsafed him by the dark powers. But Haramis had suspected even then that the things had to be machines of the Vanished Ones, some collected by Orogastus through trading with the folk, others that he had found when he first discovered this place. He had built his tower here to protect the cavern of black ice, and have easy access to its trove of marvels. When he died, Haramis had taken the tower for her own use, but she had never utilized the contents of the cavern, which had been slowly augmented over the years by other forbidden devices collected by the swamp folk from the ruins. Many of the things hidden in the cavern of black ice were weapons. Not the things she had come to use tonight, however. She opened one of the obsidian doors and came into a shallow chamber with one wall thickly encrusted with hoarfrost. Inset within it was a gray, mirror-like circle, an ancient machine that had the potential of locating and overseeing any person in the world. The machine was in very poor working order, and indeed the last time Haramis had tried to consult it, seeking the whereabouts of the Glismac witch Tio Ko Fra, it had only sputtered weakly, and then extinguished itself, muttering incomprehensibly about being exhausted. However, it had enjoyed many years of rest since then, and there was at least a small chance that it might have restored itself. She would have to frame her query carefully, though, since it was likely that her first request would also be her last. She faced the mirror, took a deep breath, and intoned in a loud voice, "Respond to my request." Only her own image stared back at her, and after a time she repeated her words in a tone more highly pitched. And it woke. A dim glow replaced her reflection, and she heard a faint whisper, "Responding. Request, please." She was careful to reply in the same unnaturally high tone she had used before, in the truncated language Orogastus himself had taught her when he showed her his most precious secrets in order to win her love. View one person. Locate present position of person on map. Slowly, so slowly, the mirror brightened. It hissed. Request validated. Name of person. She conjured up his image in her mind, dismayed at how easily his face came to her, austere and beautiful, framed by long silver hair. But this time she dared not speak his former name. Whoever this newly empowered sorcerer was, it was necessary that she behold him, so that she would know the one who was her great enemy. "Portolanus of Tuzaman," she said. "Scanning," said the mirror, as faintly as a dying breath. The mirror's surface became a kaleidoscope of wan colors that almost parodied her talisman's working, and its voice sibilant gibberish that she could not understand. Haramis wanted to cry out in frustration, but she restrained herself, knowing that any word she spoke now would be construed by the ancient machine as a command, and might bring about an undesirable result, or even cause the mirror to extinguish itself. The jumping mass of broken colors steadied, and the dim image that formed could just barely be distinguished as a map of the sea in the vicinity of the Isles of Engi. there was a tiny blinking dot of light, far from land. Haramis felt a giddy sensation invade her mind. Her heart was thudding behind her ribs like a captive beast trying to escape a cage. First, the machine would locate a person. Then it would show a face. The map disappeared, and a new image formed, this one even more indistinct than the last. It was certainly a man's visage, but the features were so bleared and shadowed that they might have belonged to anyone. She felt a rage of disappointment, and then castigated herself for being a silly fool. The picture vanished. The mirror sighed a few more incomprehensible syllables, and then the light in its heart died. Haramis knew with a terrible certainty that the machine would never work again. She withdrew from the chamber and closed the door, shivering from the abominable cold and from the strength of the inner feelings she sought to conquer. Portolanus was at sea, doubtless traveling south with the Tuzemeni delegation toward the same destination that her two sisters would soon reach. He owned a nation. He had access to treasures of the vanished ones that might be far more dangerous to the world than those secreted within this cavern. He also had the star box that might grant him ownership of a talisman, could he but wrest it from its owner. Perhaps Portolanus was only some upstart magician who had come upon the secret cache of the Archimage by accident. If so, he was menace enough, and she would have to organize a careful campaign to deal with him. But if the sorcerer was in truth Orogastus, then her task would be infinitely more difficult, and not only because of her own emotional involvement. She reminded herself that he would have been banished to the inaccessible Kimelon by the scepter of power itself, for some unfathomable reason, and it was entirely possible that Orogastus, having spent 12 years of exile in the icebound solitude, had finally learned to master the true magic within himself, as she had yet to do. 3. Kadiya's conference with the Alianza leaders had taken many months to arrange, and it was so important that she had even consulted with a teacher in the place of knowledge before deciding upon the strategy she would use. These sea folk were not like the aborigines of Rwanda, accustomed to obey the laws of the White Lady and freely accepting Kadiya as their leader. The Archimage was a half-forgotten myth to the Alianza of the Southern Sea, and the Lady of the Eyes a personage unknown, and quite possibly not to be trusted. Now Kadiya sat on one side of the great hut on Council Isle, with the sea folk on the other, glad of the light breeze blowing through the loose weave of the lawn-leaf walls. Her talisman, the three-lobed burning eye, lay on the grass mat in front of her, bound about with flowers and green fragrant vines in the symbolism of peace. The sword of the Alianza High Chief, similarly adorned, was beside it. Behind Kadiya, Jagan the Nisamu and the 16 Wavailo warriors who were her escort stirred restlessly. They had been in the council hut for nearly 3 hours without a recess, but as long as Harchisa and his 30 chieftains showed a willingness to talk, Kadiya would give them her full attention. She had already explained her own proposal to them at length. As the Lady of the Eyes, the great advocate of the folk of the peninsula in their dealings with humankind, she had come to offer her services also to the Alianza in their long-standing dispute with the kingdom of Zenora. She had come to make peace. The sea folk had listened to her words in stony silence. Then Harchisa gestured for the sub-chiefs to detail their grievances against Zenoran humanity, and one by one they had catalogued the atrocities committed by human traders against the folk. Kadiya had been dismayed at the way their tales contradicted the story she had been given by the smooth-tongued King Yondramel of Zenora, who had pooh-poohed any need for her intervention. It was obvious that matters were at a much worse pass than she had suspected. A female chieftain of the Sea Oddlings from one of the smaller islands was winding down her harangue. Her great yellow eyes, with the vertical pupils, were popped out on their short stalks, and her fangs gnashed as she gave vent to her anger. She came from a poor place, and wore only 2 strands of misshapen pearls about her neck, and an unadorned grass tabard. The scales on her back and upper limbs were unpainted, and the weapon at her belt was a crude stone axe with a shell tassel. "You say we should make peace with the humans of Zenora." She waved one webbed hand to encompass the squatting company of aboriginal leaders. "We, the proud Alianza, who have lived free in these islands from the time that the big land was still locked fast in the grip of the ice. But why should we listen to you? The Zenorans come to our islands and always cheat us in their trading. If we refuse to trade our pearls and kishati and perfume oils, they steal. They burn our villages. They even kill us. My own son was slain by them. You have heard the words of many other chieftains, Lady of the Eyes, attesting to the wrongs committed against us. We no longer want to have anything to do with the Zenorans. We do not need their trade. We will sell to the nations of Alchemis and Imlet across the Sea of Shallows. Tell this fierce new king of Zenora that we spit upon him. We know he dares to claim these islands as part of his kingdom, but he is a liar and a fool. The Windlorn Isles belong to the sea folk who live upon them, not to a braggart human who dwells in a fine palace on the big land." The assembled Alianza roared approval. "If his traitors come again," the chieftain went on, "let me tell you what we will do to them. Our warriors will lurk in their canoes among the outer reefs, and as the ships come creeping in to despoil us, we will pierce their hulls and sink them without warning. When the sea gives up the Zenoran bodies, we will skin them to make our drums. Their skulls will be piled in heaps upon the sea stacks, and the Gris and Pothy will make nests in them. Zenoran flesh shall be the food of fishes, and their broken boats the abode of the sea monster Heldo." All the other chieftains gave a great bellow of assent as she crossed her scaly arms and resumed her seat. Now the High Chief Harchissa rose up at last. He was a splendid creature, a head taller than a stalwart human, though not quite so tall as a Wavailo. His face, with its short muzzle, gleaming tusks, and gold-painted scales, was a sight to stop the heart of the most bloodthirsty Raktumian pirate. He wore a kilt of fine blue silken cloth, woven in var, and his steel cuirass with its bejeweled baldric could only have been made by the royal smithy of Zenora. He was a taciturn and dour individual, preferring to have his minor chieftains voice the injuries done to the sea folk. Now that they had finished, he addressed Kadiya in deep, croaking tones. "Lilamar of Voren has summed up the feelings of us all, Lady of the Eyes. We have listened to what you had to say, and you have listened to us. You tell us that you are the advocate of the folk, one of the 3 petals of the living Trillium, the blood-sister of the great White Lady. You have showed us that magical talisman called the 3-lobed burning eye that you carry, and we know that certain landly folk, Nisimu, Wizgu, Wivilo, and Glizmak, name you their leader and follow your counsel. You ask us to do the same. But I say that you are also the blood-sister of Queen Anigel of Laborowenda, who, with her consort King Antar, oppresses those folk who refuse to do her will. And you are also human." The other sea folk nodded and murmured and growled. Chief Harchissa continued. "You have urged us to make peace with Zenora. You tell us that we are fewer in number than the humans of that country, and not so clever in waging war. You say that our women and children will suffer if we fight the Zenorans, and it is best that we compromise with them. But did not the once proud Glizmak give up their fierce ways at the behest of you and your sisters? And did they not suffer thereby, being forced to work in road gangs in the swamps of Rowenda rather than living free in the Tassaleo forest? And are not they, together with the Nisimu, Wizgu, and Wivilo, treated as inferior beings and subjected to the will of the humans who dwell among them?" Again the gathering of sea folk nodded and shouted their furious indignation. The chief silenced them. "I say to you, Kadiya of the Eyes, that the Alianza will never make peace with Zenora, nor will we submit to the will of any other human. We are free, and we will remain so." There was a great tumult of cheering. Finally Kadiya rose, and the sea folk quieted. It was nearly dusk, and the interior of the council hut was dim. The only illumination came from the warm glow of the Trillium amber inset in the pommel of her talisman, and the great shining eyes of the aborigines, those of the hostile sea folk, and of Kadiya's own loyal Wivilo friends. "Let me first refute your beliefs about the Glismak," Kadiya said. "If you will not take my word, you may consult with my companion Lumamuko, who is speaker of Let, and chief among the Wivilo, and who honored me by accompanying me on this mission. In former days, the Glismak lived by preying upon the Wivilo, their neighbors. When they gave up their immoral ways, they had to find other means of surviving. Some Glismak became foresters like the Wivilo, but others agreed to labor on the Queen's Mire Way in the Rwendian swamps, a great new road sponsored by my sister, Queen Anigel. The wages she offered were more than fair. Many thousands of Glismak went north during the dry seasons to work on the road. But last dry time, some of them became surly and discontented. They demanded that their wages be doubled and asked for other things the humans could not grant them. They rioted and killed some humans, and humans killed some of them. Then they returned to the forest. The proud and greedy ones among them now prevent those who would work from returning to the road. This is a sad matter, but I am working to resolve it. I also seek to resolve the inequalities and injustices that still prevail between other folk of the peninsula and humanity. I would willingly work with you also to mediate your grievances with Zenora. My talisman, the three-lobed burning eye that is part of the great scepter of power, will ensure that justice prevails." The chief grunted, non-committal. Others of his fellows gave derisive hoots and snarls. Kadiya seemed not to notice, but sat in calm dignity at the front of her small entourage of Landly folk, with her gaze now fixed upon her talisman. It seemed to be only a dark, pointless sword with dull edges, just as Kadiya herself seemed only a human female of medium stature, with bright russet hair, wearing a tunic of golden mylingal scales, emblazoned with an eyed trefoil. Every one of the Alianza had heard tales of how the hilt of her talisman was possessed of 3 similar magical eyes, and how it could kill with flameless fire those who were the lady's enemies, or even anyone who touched it without her permission. And so Chief Harchissa silenced the disrespectful among the folk, and carefully concealed his own contempt for this weak-bodied human witch. So she wished to appoint herself advocate of the Alianza. Who had asked her to meddle in their affairs? Beyond a doubt, it was the king of Zenora himself, her fellow human. She was no friend of the sea folk. She had never even deigned to visit them until young King Yandramel laid claim to the Windlorn Isles. The High Chief had only agreed to the meeting when Kadiya pledged to help the Alianza, and it was now becoming clear that the kind of help she had in mind was surrender. This Lady of the Eyes was nothing but a dangerous busybody, but she would have to be treated with caution, lest she impose her will on them by force. That magical talisman. If she no longer had it, she would be harmless. And the talisman itself... But now the High Chief was obliged to respond to her, and the honor of the Alianza demanded that he speak the truth. "Lady of the Eyes," Harchissa said in a voice gravely courteous, "we thank you for being concerned about the sea folk. If you would truly help us, warn King Yandramel of Zenora not to molest us. Tell him that we reject his claim of sovereignty over the Windlorn Isles, and we will not trade with him again for so long as the 3 moons ride the sky. Warn him that death awaits his sailors if they venture into the reefs and shoals and sandbanks that guard this place. Tell him this, and make him believe that it is true. Then you will be a true friend to the Alianza. Now my speaking is at an end." He took up his sword, stripped the flowers from it, and thrust it back into its scabbard with ominous zest. "Outside, my people are preparing a farewell feast for you and your followers. Come to the feast at third moonrise. With respect and firmness we ask you to leave these islands before the sun appears tomorrow, and hasten to Zenora." Only the clenching of Kadiya's fists betrayed her reaction. She retrieved her talisman and gestured for her delegation to rise. They all inclined their heads to the gathering of sea folk, then filed out of the council hut into the blue twilight. When they were beyond earshot of the Alianza, down on the shore beneath the tall, gently rustling lound trees, Kadiya said, "My friends, I have failed in my mission. I was not persuasive enough. I may even have made the situation worse than it was before. Harchisa made it plain that he rejected me, just as he rejected my proposals, to demand that we leave before sunup." Lamamo Ko wagged his head, remembering the High Chief's thinly veiled order. "Among the Wavailo, this is a mortal insult. I think it may be the same among the sea folk, our cousins." Kadiya uttered a sound that was part exasperation and part despair. "Do not be downcast, Farseer," said the little old Nisimu Jagan. He was Kadiya's friend from childhood and her closest adviser. "This conflict between the sea folk and Zenora is an ancient one. You must not blame yourself for being unable to resolve it at the first attempt. If I had only been able to bring them some concession from the king of Zenora," she said bitterly. "But Yandramel is as stubborn as an overloaded voluminal, and thinks only of putting on a brave show for the other rulers who will be attending his upcoming coronation." "You did your best to persuade him," Jagan insisted. "In times to come, if the Alianza proved to be truly intractable in the matter of renewing trade, the king may be willing to listen to you. He is young, and perhaps capable of learning wisdom. The liquors and precious corals of the Windlorn Isles are highly valued in Zenora, and the pearls constitute an important part of their trade with other nations as well." The band of Wavailo warriors who were Kadiya's bodyguard went off to stretch their legs before the feast, but she and little Jagan and Lamamu Ko sat down on the sand together looking out at the sea. The monsoons had ended, and the waters around Council Isle were like a mirror of dark metal, with the first risen of the small half-moons reflecting in it. Here and there on the horizon, other smaller islands and lofty sea-stacks and rocky arches thrust up in black silhouette among the brightening stars. The Veronian ship that had carried Kadiya's delegation lay at anchor a league or so out among the reefs, brightly lamplit. Its human crew had been forbidden to come ashore. "Will we return to Zenora, then, as Harchisa bade us?" asked Lamamu Ko. In physique, he closely resembled the Alianza, being tall and robust, and with a face less humanoid than the aborigines of the mire and mountain. He was dressed in handsome garments in the latest mode of Laboruendan nobility, for the Wavailo were as vain as they were brave and honest. "It would do us little good to go to Zenora, old friend," Kadiya said. "The coronation gala would be in full swing by the time we reached Taloazan, and I am not eager to parade my failure before the world's royalty. No, it would be better if I simply sent Yandramel a letter. I can confront him in person later, when my failure can do no harm to my sister Anigel's prestige." "But how could that happen, Farseer?" Jagan was bewildered. "Surely there is no connection between the grievances of the Alianza and faraway Laboruenda." Kadiya uttered a laugh without humor. She was stroking the 3 black lobes of her talisman's pommel, and the Trillium amber embedded within shone more brightly, and its light began to throb. "That young king of Zenora is a man of vast ambition. He would take special delight in crowing over my failure in front of the other rulers, pointing out that I have also failed thus far in conciliating the other folk in their disputes with Laboruenda. He would talk about his own grandiose plans for smashing the Alianza, slyly affronting Queen Anigel and King Antar for not dealing as harshly with the folk of their realm. King Yondramel would curry great favor with the powerful Queen Regent of Raktum by making my sister and her husband look incompetent, and me powerless. The Wavailo leader said, I still fail to see how this would do your sister hurt. Queen Ganandri of Raktum would like to expand her own kingdom at the expense of Laboruenda, Kadiya explained. It might be possible for her to subvert the thrones of Anigel and Antar if certain human factions in Labornock perceived the co-monarchs to be weaklings. The union between Labornock and Rwenda is a fragile one, held together largely by the humans' awe of the 3 petals of the living Trillium. If 2 of those petals seem impotent, and the 3rd is far away in her mountain tower, concerned mostly with occult affairs, the kingdom's unity may be fractured. Could not you and Queen Anigel subdue your human foes with your magical talismans? The Wavailo leader asked. No, said Kadiya. No more than I could force Yondramel and the Alianza into peace with mine. The talismans do not work that way. Lamamuko rolled his huge eyes. Human politics! Who can understand it? Nothing among you is ever what it seems. Actions that appear simple and straightforward have deeply hidden motives. Nations are never satisfied to live and let be, but must always scheme against each other and jockey for additional power. Why cannot the humans deal with each other openly and without dissembling, like honest folk? I have asked myself that question often. Kadiya sighed, but I do not know the answer. She got up and dusted the sand from her garments. My friends, I beg you to leave me now until the last of the 3 moons rises, and we go together to the feast. She indicated the pulsating amber of the magical sword at her side. As you have no doubt seen, my talisman signals that one of my sisters would converse with me across the leagues. Jagan and Lamamuko made ready to go, but the Wavailo leader said, We will remain close by, keeping you in sight. I like not the soul tone of the Alianza at our parting. They would not dare to attack me, Kadiya said, drawing herself erect and taking hold of her talisman's pommel. Lamamuko lowered his head. Of course not. I beg your pardon, Lady of the Eyes. He and Jagan went off together down the shore, the tall clan leader slowing his gait to accommodate the diminutive huntsman. They took up a stand at a rock outcropping not 50 ells distant, and she could see that their faces were still turned toward her. Ridiculous, she muttered, then lifted the 3-lobed burning eye and asked quietly, Who calls? One of the black lobes of the pommel split and opened, revealing a brown eye, identical in color to Kadiya's own. Immediately her mind beheld a vision of her sister Haramis. By the flower, it's about time, Kadi. Why did you not answer at once? I feared some disaster had overtaken you down there in the Windlorn Isles. Kadiya uttered a rude word. I am perfectly well, except that my mission has been an utter fiasco. And she tersely summed up what had happened at the meeting. I shall not go back to Zenora. My presence there would only make things more difficult for Annie and Antar. I doubt that I could even be civil to the 2 of them myself. We have come to a stalemate in the matter of enfranchising the folk of mire and forest, and I am furious at the clumsy way that they handled the Glizmak revolt. They know that the Glizmak are imperfectly civilized. If the insubordinate road workers had been dealt with more tactfully, they never would have resorted to violence. Haramis made a dissuasive gesture. We can talk of those matters some other time. I have more important news for you. But first, think this over very carefully, sister. Have you lately perceived through your talisman, or in any other manner, an upsetting of the balance of the world? Certainly not, said Kadiya shortly. I leave such subtleties to you, Archimage. The balance of the Alianza and Glizmak were my worry up until now, and I have had little time for anything else. Having failed here, I shall return to the mazy mire by way of Var. and the great Mutar River, and try to propitiate the Glismak as I pass through their lands. Then I will go again to the place of learning, and seek counsel of its teacher. Yes, of course you must do that. But I have had good reason to ask about the world balance. Kadi, I have received news that makes me suspect that Orogastus is still alive. What? But that is impossible. The scepter of power blasted him to smuts 12 years ago at our victory over King Voltric. So we all believed. But one of the folk from far Tuzaman, a little man named Shiki, risked his life to come to me with a strange story. He was forced to guide a party of humans on Lammergeier back to a place deep within the ice cap. There, they rescued a magician who had been marooned there for years. This man calls himself Portalanus, and he is the same one who has seized the throne of Tuzaman. Such as it is. Kadiya laughed scornfully. I have heard of this Portalanus of Tuzaman. He seems to be nothing but a parvenu with a certain flair for minor sorcery. The triune god knows that it would not require much magecraft to take over a wretched Vart's nest like Tuzaman. Has your talisman verified that the master wizard is indeed Orogastus? No, Haramis admitted. It will not tell me if Orogastus is alive or dead, nor will it vouchsafe me any vision of this Portalanus. It has never failed me in this way before. But even if Portalanus is not Orogastus, he may very well be a great danger to us and to our people. An emotion that Kadiya had not experienced for long years seemed to surface within her like a hideous skritek slowly emerging from its drowning pool, and that emotion was fear. But no sooner had she identified it than she denied it. If Orogastus lives, we will deal with him again as we did before, she declared. We three will merge our talismans into the scepter of power and return him to the oblivion he deserves. I wish it were so simple. Haramis's eyes were bleak, but then she smiled at Kadiya. Still, this Portalanus has yet to confront us directly, and at least we are forewarned. Take care, sister, and bespeak me immediately if you should perceive any hint of imbalance in the world. I will, Kadiya promised, and the vision of Haramis disappeared. Long past midnight, Kadiya, Jagan, Lamamuko, and the 15 Wavailo warriors returned to the shore and embarked in the 2 small boats that would take them back to their ship. The sea was dead calm, and the black sky spangled with stars and the 3 half-moons. The delegation had all eaten too much and drunk too much of the delicious but highly intoxicating Kishati liquor. Instead of cheering them, the feast had made them feel more melancholy than ever. The Wavailo longed to be back in the Tassileo forest, and Kadiya and Jagan were homesick for the beautiful Manor of the Eyes, which the Nisimu had built for their human leader and her counselors and servants on the upper reaches of the river Golobar in the green mire of Ruenda. Feeling dizzy and ill, Kadiya steered with the rudder at the stern of one boat, while Jagan did the same work in the other. Lamamuko plied an oar along with his fellows, and led the Wavailo in a lugubrious rowing chant. The guttural bass notes of the singing and Kadiya's general wooziness prevented her from hearing certain ominous tiny noises, and she noticed nothing until the rapidly rising warm waters were nearly ankle-deep in the bottom of her boat. At the same moment that she cried out, Jagan did also from his craft. "Farseer, we're sinking! Come to our aid!" "We're sinking too!" she exclaimed. "Quickly, head to one of the reefs!" They were still more than half a league from the ship, in a region full of sharp rocks, with deep water between. The Wavailo rowed like fiends, beating the water to foam. Kadiya heard Jagan's relieved shout, "We're on the reef!" Everyone seemed to be yelling. Then the keel of her own boat grated on something, and the craft heeled over violently. The Wavailo dropped their oars and splashed and scrambled overboard. "I'm all right," Kadiya cried. "Save yourselves!" But then she found herself suddenly trapped, her feet held fast some way as her boat disappeared beneath the black water. Struggling grimly to pull herself free, she did not think to scream until it was almost too late, and then her cry was only a strangled gasp before she was forced to hold her breath. The last thing she saw before she submerged was Lamamoko and one of his warriors diving off the rocks and swimming toward her. She plummeted down, weighted by her iron-shell cuirass and the talisman, still seeming to be entangled with the sinking boat. Frantically she strove to free her legs from what held them. It was not wood, and it was not rope, but instead something rough and hard, imprisoning her ankles. She clawed at it as she sank, but it continued to hold her tight. What was it? If only she were sober and able to think straight. The water was full of tiny luminous sparks, glowing jellyfish, and strands of luminous seaweed waved and rippled all round her. It was very beautiful, and she was drowning. Her chest burned like a cauldron of molten metal, and the air began to be forced out of her lungs. There was a roaring, hissing sound in her ears. She could hold her breath no longer. Shining bubbles streamed from her nostrils and mouth, tumbling upward through the palely gleaming water life. The talisman in its belt scabbard also glowed. Not golden, but a rich, effulgent green that reminded her of the little Trillium route she had followed through the thorny hells so many years ago on her great quest. Kick! Kick harder! Break away from whatever shackled her! Finally she did, and for a moment swam free. But then one of her legs was caught again, and she was dragged deeper, realizing too late that something, or someone, had a tight grip on her ankle. Sharp claws dug into her flesh through the straps of her sandals, and powerful muscles tensed to foil her attempts to wriggle free. A surge of anger flooded through her. The Alianza! The Mamuko had been right about them planning treachery. Kadiya's wit seemed to have deserted her, but she continued to writhe with all the strength that her body could muster. The burning in her chest was now unbearable. And then the pain suddenly ceased. Her anger faded. She stopped struggling and felt only peace as she continued to drop through the field of glowing weed. Her eyes were wide open, but the world was becoming darker and darker. In one last flash of reason, she tugged at the three-lobed burning eye. If she could use it, if she could only think what was to be done with it. She had it in her hand. The death grip on her ankle abruptly loosened. She was free, drifting in the dark. There, she thought happily. That's better. Now she could relax. Her fingers opened, and the talisman fell away. She watched its green glow become smaller, smaller, and finally disappear. After that, she knew nothing. Kadiya opened her eyes. Her head hurt as if compressed in a vice, and she saw only a colored blur. Her throat was parched and sour with bile, and she did not seem to have a body or limbs. It was some time before sensation returned below her neck, and she dared to move her arms and legs. She felt very cold, even though she was dressed in a soft nightgown of wool challis. Little by little her vision cleared, and she realized that she was in a bunk in her cabin on the Veronian ship. The door swung gently open and shut with the sea's motion. By the creaking of the rigging and the hiss of waves along the hull, she knew they were traveling at full sail. After several futile tries, she was able to call out for Jagan. Her old friend came tumbling down the companionway steps and into her cabin, his mouth wide in a grin that showed his pointed front teeth. He was soon followed by Lemamuko and the human captain of the Veronian vessel, Kivi Omen. They fussed over her, putting many pillows behind her so that she could sit up. Jagan made her drink some Ledu brandy to give her strength. "What happened?" she asked at last. "It was the Alianza," the Wavailo chief said somberly. "They are fine swimmers, the treacherous devils, even better than we are. They hold our boats with braces and bits, then dragged you down. I saw you go under and dived after you with young Lamsa, and we realized at once what had happened. When you finally brandished your talisman, the Alianza who clung to you swam off. and Lamsa and I were able to take hold of you and draw you to the surface and onto the rocks. You seem to have passed safely beyond, but Jagan was unceasing in his sharing of breath with you." "Thank you," she said, turning to her Nisimu friend with a grateful smile. "In time, the lords of the air bore your spirit back into your body," Lamamuko said. "Humans from the ship heard our cries and rescued us." Kivioman thrust himself forward. He was a gray-haired citizen of Var, with the face of a prissy bookkeeper, who was nevertheless famed as the most intrepid skipper in the Southern Sea. Kadiya had had to pay him nearly 1,000 platinum crowns to get him to take her to the Windlorns when no one else would dare the voyage. "I commanded that we up anchor and quit that ill-omened place as fast as the galleyman could row," said he. "The sea oddlings were building bonfires on the beach and beating the war summons on their sacred drums. If we had delayed, their large canoes might have caught up with us before we escaped the windless regions near the islands and gained the open sea." "How long have I slept?" Kadiya asked weakly. 20 hours, Jagan replied. "The wind is light but fair, now that we are out of the lee of those wretched sea stacks," the captain added. "We should reach Taloazan Harbor and Zenora in less than 7 days." "Not there. No, we must turn back." Kadia's voice broke, and she moaned and put a hand over her eyes. Her head ached as if it would burst asunder. Why must they turn back? She knew there was a reason, a compelling reason. "There is worse news, Farseer." Jagan came closer to her bunk, and she saw that he held something in his hands, her belt and scabbard. "Your talisman," he began, but could say no more. Her befuddled wits finally cleared. She realized that the scabbard was empty, and remembered. "We cannot return to the islands," Kivioman was saying. "I will not risk my vessel in a battle with savages. I am a trader, not the captain of a warship. I agreed only to take you to Council Isle in the Windlorns, and then back to Var. If you have some reason for avoiding Taloazan, then we can put in Kurzwi or another Zenoran port to replenish our food and water before voyaging easterly. But there can be no turning back." Kadiya levered herself up to a full sitting position. Her eyes were ablaze, and her face contorted with anger as she spoke in a low, grating voice. "We must return. I have lost the 3-lobed burning eye. Do you know what that means?" The captain took a step backward, as from a madwoman. "No, I do not, lady. Your friends have indicated that it is a calamity, but the mishap is your fault, not mine, and you must see to its redress yourself. I will not risk my ship and crew in a futile attempt to recover your magical sword. While you lay senseless, your Wavailo friends and I went back briefly to the place where your boats were holed. We quickly determined that your talisman is lost in a great trench between 2 reefs, where the water is 30 fathoms and more in depth. Not even the Alianza can dive so deep. The talisman is lost forever." "No," she whispered, her dark eyes closing in pain. "Oh, no." Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and for a long time she was silent. Jagan knelt beside her, holding one of her limp hands in both of his own. His head bowed. The captain exchanged glances with Lamamuko, then abruptly left the cabin. When Kadiya opened her eyes again, her expression had changed to one of resolution. She said, "My dear friends, Kivioman was right. I cannot demand that he help me. If he will not return to the Isles, I shall have to find another skipper who will. Fortunately, I still have plenty of money. I will have Kivioman drop me off at this place called Kurzwi. You, of course, may continue the voyage to Var, and then on up the Great Mutar to Ruenda." "No," said the big Wavailo leader flatly. Jagan's upstanding ears quivered with indignation, and his huge golden eyes were wide. "Farseer, how can you believe that we would abandon you?" She stared first at one, then the other. "Without my talisman, I am no longer the Lady of the Eyes. no longer worthy to call myself great advocate of the folk. I am no one, only Kadiya." She swung her legs over the side of the bunk and lowered them to the deck. The bruises and claw marks of the frustrated assassin discolored her ankles. "There is only a small chance that I will succeed in recovering the talisman, and an excellent chance that the Alianza will attempt to finish the murderous job that they bungled on the first try." "Nevertheless," Lemamuko said, "my Wavailo brothers and I will stand by you." Kadiya's eyes were bright with tears. She wobbled a bit as she stood up, and the tall aborigine and the smaller one each took her by the hand. She made her way to a small table in front of the porthole and sat on its bench. "Thank you, my very dear friends. In time, my sister the Archimage will discover what has happened, even though I can no longer call her. She will surely find some way to help us. Until then, let us busy ourselves by politely picking the brains of Captain Kivi Omen and his crew. I will begin by making copies of the captain's charts of the region. I can do that even though I am still too shaky to get about." She looked up at the Wavailo leader. "Lemamu, you and your warriors interview the seamen about ways one might eke out a living in the Windlorn Isles, the natural foods that grow on the land, the edible sea life, and what things are poisonous or dangerous. Anything at all they might know about the islands or their people. We will pay those seamen who cooperate." "And I, Farseer?" Jagan asked. Her grin was wry. "Learn what you can about the art of sailing, old friend, and I will do the same, for I fear that the only way we will return to the Windlorn Isles is by ourselves." 4. The royal galley rounded the headland into the Bay of Pearls, and immediately the 3 children were up in the rigging, scrambling as nimbly as tree-varts, while their Nisimu nurse Imu looked on apprehensively from the deck below and made futile appeals for them to come down. "More ships! The bay is full of great ships!" Crown Prince Nicolon, who was 11 years old, had custody of the small telescope and had climbed the highest mast. "There's 2 from Imlet, and 1 from Sobrania, and 3 flying the banner of Galinar, and look, 4 from Raktum! See that big black trireme all arrayed with gilt and flying 100 flags? It must be the ship of wicked Queen Ganandri of Raktum herself." "My turn for the glass," whined Prince Tolliver. "Nicky's had it all morning. I want to see the wicked queen." He was 8 years old, but seemed much younger because of his frailty. When Nicolon refused to relinquish the telescope, he began to weep. Jen, make him give it to me." "You children come down at once," Imu called up to them. "You know your mother has forbidden you to endanger yourselves." But the royal youngsters ignored the nurse, as they ignored many of Queen Anigel's attempts to restrict their behavior, cheerfully accepting the consequent punishment. Princess Janelle, who was 10 and very mature for her age, said, "Don't cry, Tolo. I'll deal with Nicky, the selfish woth." She clambered close to her older brother and began to tickle his ribs, and the 2 of them swayed together in the ropes 10 ells above the deck, and poor old Imu down below shrieked in horror. But it was the work of an instant for the agile princess to snatch the telescope from the giggling, helpless Nicolon. Then she swung back to Tolliver, and the 2 of them shared the instrument, while Prince Nicky laughed good-naturedly and began to climb higher, toward the crow's nest. The telescope, a special present for the voyage from their father, King Antar, was not a mere seaman's spyglass. It was a rare magical artifact of the Vanished Ones. Its tube was of a black material that was neither metal nor wood, and on the side were 3 colored warts that brought the scene viewed closer, closest, if one pressed them. A larger silver wart enabled the glass to be used at night, although the images seen then were blurry, little more than greenish silhouettes. The telescope seemed more like a living thing than an inanimate object, for it had to be left lying in sunlight, like a plant, if it were to work. Once during the voyage, Prince Tolliver had hidden it away in his trunk for a whole day, pretending it was lost, hoping to play with it all by himself without sharing it with his older brother and sister. But when he next tried to look through it, he saw only blackness and ran wailing to the king. After chiding him for selfishness, his father had explained how the telescope fed on sunlight, as did many other mysterious devices of the vanished ones. Now, Tolo studied the great ship of Queen Regent Ganondri of Raktum. It had 3 banks of oars, not 2, as did the flagship of Leburawenda, and was at least twice as long, with a huge snout at the bow that could be used in ramming enemy vessels. Its mainsail and foresail were painted with the emblem of the pirate state, a stylized golden flame. Tolo was disappointed to see no trace of the dreaded war machines that flung molten sulphur or red-hot rocks at the ships of Raktum's enemies. Instead, knights in flashing armor and ladies dressed in brilliant colors lounged about the poop royal, where there was a golden awning raised over a gilt chair. "The wicked queen must still be abed," Tolo said to his sister. "I see her throne there at the back of the ship, but it's empty. Take a look, Jan." Princess Janelle peered through the magical tube. "What a beautiful ship! The Raktumians must be very rich." "They're pirates," Tolo pointed out. "Pirates are always rich. I'd like to be a pirate." "What a silly thing to say. Pirates kill people and steal, and everybody hates them." She turned the telescope toward the exotic Sobranian ship from the uttermost reaches of the far west. "Ralaban, the master of animals, says you'll have to marry the wicked queen's crook-backed goblin grandson when you get older." Tolo grinned with naughty satisfaction. "When you're queen of the pirates, you can make me a pirate, too." Princess Janelle lowered the instrument and glared at her little brother. "I'm never going to marry anyone, and if I was, I certainly wouldn't marry a horrid thing like Lita Vardis. Aunt Kadiya says that I can come and live at her secret manor in the Greenmire when I grow up, if I want to. And I do." "Oh, no you won't. Princes and princesses can't do as they please, like ordinary people. Nicky's going to be king of Leburawenda, and he'll have to marry another royal. So will you. But I'm only an extra prince. I can be a pirate if I want to. Now give me back the telescope. I want to see if the Sobranians really have feathers like Ralaban says." Janelle thrust the thing at him angrily and began to climb down the shrouds. Boys, what did they know? All the same, when she reached the safety of the deck and Imu, she brushed aside the Nisimu nurse's scoldings, and also her suggestion that they go into the saloon for a cool drink, and drew her over to the ship's rail behind some lashed-down boxes of cargo. There, the elderly Nisimu woman and the princess had complete privacy, and Janelle asked, "Is it true that I'll have to marry Lita Vardis of Raktum when I'm older?" The aboriginal nurse broke out in peals of laughter. "Of course not. Who's been filling your head with such tosh, sweeting?" "Tolo," Janelle growled. "He had it of Ralaban." Imu's inhuman face creased in indignation, and the upstanding ears above her lawn headdress trembled like wind-blown leaves. "Ralaban, Ralaban, Ralaban! I shall box his skull until his eyes pop. That flaplet fool should tend to mucking out the royal fronial stalls and leave matters of state to his betters." "Then it isn't true?" Imu took gentle hold of the princess's face with her 3-digit hands. The two of them were almost the same height, and the nurse's enormous yellow eyes looked straight into the hazel eyes of her young charge. "I pledge to you by the lords of the air that your dear parents would rather die than see you married to the goblin kinglet of Raktum. The rumor that silly Ralaban passed to your little brother is one put about by enemies of the 2 thrones, Lord Osorkin and his ilk. It is a lie." And she kissed Janelle, then began fussing with the girl's plates, which had come loose from their pinning during her tarriance in the rigging. Jan was not an exceptional beauty like her mother, but her face was pleasant, dusted with freckles, and her eyes wide-set and intelligent. She had unusually lustrous hair, the rich golden-brown color of a block-nut shell, which fell nearly to her waist when it was not braided to keep it out of the way. "Is it true that princesses cannot choose their husbands?" Jiniel persisted. Imu was brisk. As to that, some do and some do not. When your Aunt Haramis was crowned Princess of Rowenda, before she became the White Lady, and before the two thrones were united, her hand was sought by the evil King Voltric of Labernock. This match was refused by King Crane and Queen Calantha, since it would have meant the swallowing up of Rowenda by Labernock, which is a far different thing from the union of two thrones. Princess Haramis agreed to marry a prince of Var, even though she did not love him, because this prince was willing to become co-ruler of Rowenda. Thus, your aunt placed the welfare of her country above her own happiness, as was her duty. But Aunt Haramis renounced the throne. Yes, and the crown passed to your Aunt Kadiya, who also renounced it, and then to your dear mother, who was far better suited to be queen than either of her sisters. By then, the brutal Voltric was dead, and Antar, your father, was king of Labernock. Your mother and father loved each other very much and married, and now they rule both kingdoms, spending the dry time at the court of Rowenda at the Citadel, and the rains in the Deraguilla Palace in Labernock. But will Nicky be able to choose a princess of his own to love and make his queen? And may I choose my prince? Imu hesitated. I hope that it will be true, little darling. I hope it with all my heart. But the future is known only to the triune God and the lords of the air who are his servants, and it is best for little girls not to worry over such things. You will marry no one for a long, long time. But now, let us go to the wardrobe cabin. We will be docking into Loazen Harbor in only a few hours, and we'll pick out a beautiful gown for you, and dress your hair with a jeweled diadem. We must show the haughty citizens of Zenora that the royal house of Laberowenda is far more splendid than that of their puffed-up little kingdom. Crown Prince Nicolon shared the lofty perch atop the foremast with a young sailor named Korik, who had become his friend during the 2-week voyage from Deraguilla. Unlike the rest of the Labernocki crew, who bowed and scraped and styled him High Lord, while at the same time calling him a sore pest behind his back and denying him access to the more interesting parts of the ship that Queen Anigel had forbidden to the royal children, Korik had taken pity on the bored lad and showed him everything, from the chain locker in the forepeak to the sternpost gudgeon. He had surreptitiously taught the prince how to climb the rigging, and Nicky had taught his sister and little brother, and welcomed him to share secretly his watches in the crow's nest, keeping an eye out for rocks and shoals and other vessels as the flotilla sailed through the Isles of Engi, along the coast of Var, and down to Zenora. Korik had explained how the ropes and sails worked, and why the ship tacked when the wind blew from a certain direction, and why they lowered sail during storms, and why free men made better galleymen than slaves, and answered a myriad other questions as best he could. Nicky, in gratitude, had told Korik that he would make him an admiral when he became king. At this the young seaman laughed, saying that admirals had to spend too much time at court, and going to boring council meetings, and drawing up tedious papers. All he wanted was to be captain of his own ship. And then, he told Nicky, I would be the first to sail to the farthest parts of the known world, beyond Sabrania, even beyond the land of the feathered barbarians. I would sail completely around the world, through the frozen islands of the terrible Aurora Sea, skirting the edge of the sempiternal ice cap, until I reached the cold deserts above Tuzaman. And then I would come down through the flame-girt isles, and defy the pirates of Raktum, and return safely home again to Deraguilla. Nicky had gaped at him. Has no one ever done this before? Nobody, Korik said proudly. They are all afraid of the ice-bound Aurora Sea, and the sea monsters. But I am not afraid. Then he had given Nicky an intent look. A voyage of exploration like that would cost a lot of money, but the king who sponsored it would be remembered forever, and I would bring him back rare plants and animals and other fine things, and perhaps even knowledge of some secret new ruined city of the Vanished Ones, having more wondrous treasures than any yet discovered. I will sponsor the voyage, Prince Nicky had declared, but the sailor had only laughed, pointing out that the boy would not be king for years and years, since King Antar was a young man in robust good health, and by the time he got old and died, Nicolon would surely forget his promise. "I will not forget," the Crown Prince had said. Now, as Nicky stared out over the bright water toward the shore where the capital of Zenora lay, he mused over what it would be like to be a youthful king like Yandramel of Zenora, who could commission explorations or do other great deeds. What must the king of Zenora be feeling, on the verge of being honored at his coronation by all the world's rulers? Of course, 18-year-old Yandramel was already ruler of his nation, and the crown was his by right of inheritance, but the ceremony was intended to affirm his reign in the eyes of the other nations, and show them all that he was a true sovereign, not a wretched puppet, like the boy-king Lidavardus of Raktum, who was nearly as old as Yandramel, but denied his throne by his powerful grandmother. King Antar had explained that the Zenoran king also hoped to make alliances at this coronation that would strengthen his throne. Even though he was only 11, Prince Nicolon already understood how important alliances were. Leberuenda had alliances with Var and the island principality of Engi on the peninsula. They traded freely and combined to fight pirates that threatened each other's ships, and refused to give sanctuary to criminals crossing borders. King Antar and Queen Anigel hoped to make a similar alliance with King Yandramel of Zenora. But so did Raktum, the greatest enemy of Leberuenda, and it had already sent Yandramel thousands of platinum crowns and many caskets of jewels as coronation presents. Nicky wondered whether the young monarch of Zenora would succumb to the blandishments of the pirate queen. She was so very rich. They were sailing nearer to the Raktumian flotilla now. The gilded wood on the flanks of the huge trireme flagship shone brilliantly in the sun, and the hundreds of colored banners hung on its rigging made a brave show. The other 3 black vessels were almost as handsomely decorated. Oh, yes, Raktum was rich. Following the coronation, there was to be a tremendous banquet and lavish entertainment, and it was rumored that most of the cost was being borne by wicked Raktum. Nicky had asked his father and mother why the other rulers did not ostracize the pirate nation, but they had only sighed and told him that great matters of state were not so simple as everyday affairs, and he would understand better when he was older. Somehow, Nicky doubted very much that he would. Prince Tolliver finally tired of looking through the magic telescope while hanging uncomfortably from the scratchy rigging, and had a grand idea. He would climb down and offer to let his mother borrow the wonderful toy. For some reason, the Queen had seemed very sad at breakfast time, and this might cheer her up. Holding the narrow tube safely in his teeth, the little boy slid down the ladder-like web of rope, hopped onto the deck, and went dodging and skipping toward the stern. Rounding the midships saloon, he nearly ran headlong into Lord Pennipat and his father the king, who were fishing. Uncle Penny's big arm scooped him up as he tried to escape, and held him high in the air, wriggling like a souk-brie freshly plucked from its shell. "Have you seen Mother?" the little prince asked the king. "I thought she would like to look at the other ships and at Zenora through my telescope." "She is on the fantail with Lady Elena's, working away on some official papers as usual. You may give her the telescope, but do not stay long and distract her with your chatter." "I won't, sire." The child went galloping off, his fair hair streaming in the breeze, and bluff Pennipat shook his great head fondly. "What a spirited lad! He and his royal brother and the little princess have led the ship's crew a merry chase on this voyage, my liege." Laughing, the king agreed. He rebaited his hook and cast it out again. Then his face darkened. "I hope we have not made a mistake, bringing them to the coronation. I did not want to do so, but Anigel insisted, saying it was their duty to meet the other royals and learn to socialize with outlanders. But there is always a certain danger connected to any affair in which Raktum is involved, and it is involved very deeply in the celebration, as we know." Pennipat nodded in agreement. "Zoto be thanked that Queen Ganondri has only an ill-favored grandson and not a granddaughter she might marry off to Yandramel, or their alliance would be predestined. Raktum is a long way from Zenora, so the matter is of little concrete concern to the two thrones, no matter how much Ganondri may sneer at us. But I still have uneasy feelings about coming here with the children. Pennipat rested his elbows on the rail and looked across the water to the Raktumian ships, which were now less than 2 cable lengths away. The small figures of the seamen and passengers on the Queen Regent's flagship could clearly be seen gawking at the Laboruendian flotilla. Not even Queen Ganondri would be brazen enough to move on us, with the royalty and nobility of 7 other nations as witnesses to any outrage, Pennipat said slowly. Nor would she chance antagonizing King Yandramel at his very coronation by causing an incident. You are doubtless right, Penny. We should probably be more concerned that the Master of Tuzaman will be there. The hulking chamberlain uttered a surprised oath. Tuzaman? Then it is sending a delegation after all? The king nodded. I had news from our captain before breakfast. That fast little Engian cutter that overtook us early this morning signaled that a single Tuzameni galley trails leisurely behind us. The so-called Master of Tuzaman is beyond doubt aboard. His star ensign was flying aloft. I think we may safely conclude that an unexpected guest plans to honor young King Yandramel with attendance at the coronation. Zoto stones! This explains why Queen Anigel looked so downcast. Indeed, this bad news, following upon her hearing from the Archimage that her sister Kadiya had lost her talisman, has filled my beloved wife with foreboding, and I, for one, can't blame her. She has gone so far as to remove her own talisman from its place inside the Queen's crown of state and hidden it more securely within her clothing. She says she will not be parted from it day or night, for so long as we are in Zenora. Sire, might it be possible, in spite of the assurances of our spies to the contrary, that this Portalanus of Tuzaman is the sorcerer Orogastus returned from the dead? God have mercy on us and our people if it is so. Do you remember how the vile magician subverted my father, changing him from a hard but honest man into a maniac driven by unholy ambition? The sorcerer insinuated himself into the position of Grand Minister of State, but I think he really intended to have himself proclaimed Voltric's successor after killing me. Even now, his legacy of treachery and subversion persists in the intrigues and uprisings secretly fomented by Lord Osorkin and his friends along the northern marches bordering Raktum. If the sorcerer Orogastus really does live, then Tuzaman can no longer be counted a barbarous backwater. He is sure to use his dark arts to turn it into a powerful nation. And Queen Ganondri will link with him against us, Pennipat finished grimly. Perhaps. Antar studied the great Raktumian galley with narrowed eyes. But she is no fool, the Queen Regent, and she plays the game by her own rules. The king straightened, smiled, and clapped his old friend on the shoulder. Cheer up, Penny. A week of feasts and parties and high maneuvering and low skullduggery awaits us in Taloazan. Let's put an end to this profitless fishing and go roust out our brave lords from their gambling and drinking. I would make certain that they all have their armor well polished and their swords sharp. Queen Anigel thanked her youngest son warmly for lending her the telescope, then kissed him and commanded him to go to Imu for a bath and fresh clothes. When the lad had gone gloomily on his way, she sighed and laid the instrument aside, unused. Tolo forgets that I have no need of such things to see afar. Lady Elenus, the domestic minister of the two thrones, looked up from the document she was studying and remarked, Your talisman, of course, fills that function, as well as others. She was a venerable dame of great common sense, the widow of that Lord Manaparo of the Oathed Companions, who had laid down his life in futile defence of Anigel's mother. Elenus and her 3 clever sons were the courtiers closest to Anigel, as Lord Pennipat and Chancellor Lampier and Owanen, the Lord Marshal, word to Antar. Now the queen drew forth from her simple blue gown the magical talisman called the three-headed monster, and set it upon her coiffed head. Belying its fearsome name, the talisman was a tiara of bright silvery metal, having 6 small cusps and 3 larger ones, wrought with designs of flowers and shells, and 3 grotesque faces. One a Skritek, howling, another an agonized human with mouth agape in agony, and the third and central face a fierce, grimacing being with stylized starry rays for hair. Beneath this was embedded the faintly glowing drop of amber, with a tiny fossil black trillium in its heart that had been her protective amulet from the moment of her birth until the time she had fulfilled her life quest and found the talisman. "Shall we gaze together upon the pirate queen?" Anigel suggested to Elenus. "The talisman will share its clairvoyance if I so request. Only the vision will not be a long one, as its summoning for 2 requires deep concentration." The dark eyes of the Lady Minister sparkled with interest. "I would welcome the chance to descry Ganondri, my liege. I have not seen her in the flesh since 4 years before your birth, when her late son, King Lidamot, wed the unfortunate Mashriya of Engi. Ganondri was a beautiful creature then, proud but retiring in demeanor. I know this latter seems incredible, given her reputation today." "Take my hand," Queen Anigel commanded. Then she closed her eyes and called upon the talisman's magic. They saw a ship's stateroom hung with costly feather tapestries of Sobrania, and furnished with elegant chairs and carved chests, inset with mother-of-pearl, polished coral, and semi-precious stones. Some of the coffers were open, spilling costly garments onto the thickly carpeted floor. The Queen Regent sat at a lacquered dressing-table with a mounted gilt mirror, frowning impatiently as she tried on necklaces handed her one after another by a timorous lady-in-waiting. Anigel and Elenus did not hear the Queen or her companion speak, for the vision came only to their mind's eye. In her old age, Ganondri was still a handsome woman, although her gaunt face was seamed by a network of tiny lines and excessively painted with cosmetics. Her mouth was tight-set in a peevish purse, and her eyes, fringed by long lashes, were green and glittered with malice. Her hair, still abundant and dressed in the over-intricate style favored by the women of semi-barbarous Raktum, was the pale red of freshly scoured copper, shot through with dramatic white streaks. She wore a gown of sea-green tissue velvet, embroidered with threads of precious metal and edged with rare golden warum fur. After discarding 6 gorgeous pieces of jewelry and mouthing what might have been impatient curses, Ganondri seemed to decide upon a heavy collar of golden gonda leaves, all inset with hundreds of emeralds, with diamonds scattered here and there in imitation of dewdrops. The quaking lady-in-waiting then offered her large pendant earrings to match, but the Queen refused them curtly and took instead smaller ear-studs of gold with a single diamond each. At this point, Anigel let go of Elenus's hand, and the vision that they shared dissolved. "Ganondri's taste in jewelry remains exquisite," Elenus remarked in an arch tone. "But I would not care to meet her alone and unarmed in a dark corner of Toloazan Castle." She looked ready to devour her poor handmaid, should the girl offer one more unsuitable necklace. Anigel was somber. "She is a formidable enemy of our nation, whether her temper be good or ill, and she has incited much mischief along our northern frontier. I wonder if young Yandramel will be foolish enough to trust her." "If he does, madam, he may learn the lesson of the simpleton who thought he could safely roast sausages over the volcano." Anigel sighed and gathered up the papers she had finished with. "I beg you to take these to Lord Lampier for me, Ellie. Remind him that Antar and I have yet to sign a message of felicitation that must accompany our gifts to Yandramel. If the scribe has not finished drawing it up, he must be made to hasten. The presents must be sent on ahead of our party, as soon as we dock into Loazan." Elenis rose and collected her own work, as well as that of the Queen. It was clear to her that Anigel was troubled and deeply depressed at the prospect of the upcoming visit. She laid a gentle hand on the younger woman's shoulder. "Shall I send Charisse with some sweet wine and wafers to refresh you?" "Thank you, but no. I must think over certain matters with a clear head." The old dame smiled sympathetically. "Do not think me tiresome, madam, but I must urge you to take time before our landing to freshen yourself and put on fine robes." "Yes, yes," said Anigel impatiently. "I will not disgrace our nation by appearing a royal frump." "You would be radiantly beautiful if you appeared in a tattered shift," Elenis said, unquelled. "But our people would be disappointed, and our foes would rejoice." She bowed and departed, leaving the Queen alone at a little table beneath the striped awning. No seamen or other persons were visible from this part of the fantail. The wind had dropped off almost completely once they had rounded the headland, and now 2 great banks of oars propelled the Laboruendian galley through the calm Bay of Pearls. The other ships were also using their oars, and the Ractumian Trirene and its 3 accompanying vessels had pulled far ahead. "And what of the Tuzameni?" Anigel asked herself. Again she closed her eyes and commanded the talisman. This time the vision was much broader in compass and included all natural sounds. She seemed to be a sea-bird skimming the waves as she approached a solitary 4-masted vessel painted white. Its snowy great-sails bore no device, but atop the mainmast flew a black banner with a multi-rayed silver star. "Show me Port Elenus," Anigel besought her talisman. The vision focused on the quarter-deck of the Tuzameni ship, where the captain and several officers were grouped behind the helmsman. In the midst of the officers was a blurred shape, having the contours of a man. "Show me Orogastus." The ship image faded, but what took its place was a chaotic whirlpool composed of different shades of gray. As Anigel exclaimed in frustration, this began to brighten and shrink, until at last there was only a single dazzling spark of white light, which blinked and went out. "Show me Kadiya." Another ship, this one a fast merchant trader flying the flag of Var. It was fast approaching the dingy little Zenoran port of Kurzwi, which lay some 400 leagues west of the capital, Toloazan. Kadiya was lying prone along the bowsprit, holding a rope with but a single hand, while the sea rushed by, many ells beneath her. Viewed from a nearer vantage point, Kadiya looked more like a poor castaway than the indomitable Lady of the Eyes. She wore a salt-stained leather gambeson, and her hair was uncombed and stringy from sea spray. But her swollen eyes and the runnels of moisture on her cheeks were not a consequence of spray, and Anigel's heart nearly broke as she commiserated with her forlorn sister. Poor Kadi! She was the most fiery and courageous of the 3 of them, never vacillating or doubting her own abilities like Haramis, never preoccupied with work or stodgy like Anigel herself. It was true that Kadiya often proposed overly simple solutions to difficult problems, and that she sometimes let her temper get the better of her, but no human being loved the aborigines more, nor stood ready to lay down her life for them if it were necessary. And now she was humiliated by the loss of her talisman, in despair as she faced the prospect of returning to the dangerous islands with companions who were brave but knew almost nothing of sailing or survival in a maritime clime. Unable to communicate with her sisters, yet certain that they had discovered her terrible loss, she did not know that Anigel and Haramis had already worked out a scheme for retrieving the lost talisman, once the coronation was over and done with. "Have courage, dear Kadi. Hara and I will help you recover your 3-lobed burning eye." Did the dejected figure lift its head? Did her face lighten? Was it possible that she heard? Anigel prayed that it were so. Kadiya wiped her eyes and hauled herself up so that she straddled the bowsprit instead of lying perilously along it. Her tears stopped flowing, and a new thoughtful expression came upon her countenance. "Yes, Kadi, yes. Remember that we are 3, and we are 1. Then Anigel commanded her talisman a final time. "Show me Haramis." Lifting her head from a great chart she studied in her library, The Archimage looked at her youngest triplet sister and smiled. "Feeling woeful, Annie?" "I confess I have just been descrying Kadiya, and the vision of her bitter remorse pierced me to the heart. I hope that you are right, that my own talisman, taken to the place where hers sank into the sea, will command the three-lobed burning eye to return to its mistress's hand." "All will be well," said the Archimage. "Our sister did not lose her talisman through carelessness, but only through misadventure. No guilt attaches to her, and the magic that infuses her talisman and bonds it to her remains intact." "Still," Anigel said, "I feel uneasy not going after it at once." "We argued and settled this point before. Your presence is required at the coronation, for the sake of your country's honor. Kadiya's talisman is safe enough in the depths. Anyone who attempts to touch it without her permission will surely die, and Portolanus with his star box is nowhere near to it. Very likely he does not even know that Kadiya has lost it." "Yes, you are surely right. It will take some time for Kadiya to return to the islands, even if she is able to hire a Zenoran boat. If she and her companions go by themselves, they will have to proceed with great caution, remaining within sight of land until they reach the northernmost of the Windlorns, and then threading their way down to Council Isle. The place is over 800 leagues from Kerswi, even by the shortest route. You will certainly be able to overtake them in your fast ships, even if you stay the entire coronation week." "Yes, I agree. It will be easy enough to track her with the three-headed monster." "I presume you still have had no success in bespeaking Kadi?" "Unfortunately, no," Haramis admitted. "I have tried time and again without result. My predecessor, Bina, was certainly able to bespeak humans and folk across the leagues, but she had many more years of practice than I. When Kadiya is without her talisman, I cannot speak to her, although I can see and hear her clearly." Anigel was hesitant. "As I viewed her just now, I could not help but share her misery and wish her good cheer. She seemed to have some inkling of my thoughts." "Is that so? Perhaps it is your deep love and sense of compassion that gives impetus to your mental speech. I confess that I have been vexed with Kadi of late, and no doubt this affects my concentration. Sometimes I despair that I shall ever learn to be a proper Archimage. I study and study, but when it comes to using magic, I fail too often." "What nonsense! The old white lady chose you. Perhaps she only picked the least flawed in a basket of unpromising fruit. But I should not bother you with my plaguey self-doubts. I shall keep a sharp eye on all of the participants in the upcoming drama, and I will inform you if any nefarious schemes seem about to blossom. Blessings on thee, little sister, and fare thee well." As the vision of Haramis faded, so did Anigel's glow of good humor and hope. In a brown study, she stared over the ship's stern, beyond the 3 other Laboruendian vessels, and on to the horizon, and the tall headland they had recently rounded. Another ship was just now entering the wide Bay of Pearls, a ship so white that it was easily visible even though it must be 5 leagues distant. She could not take her eyes off it, and followed its progress as though mesmerized, until King Antar came, a quarter-hour later, to kiss away her unease and take her off to the midday meal. 5. Little Prince Tolliver, out of sorts after enduring the lengthy Zenoran coronation ceremony at the Temple of the Mother, flew into a wild temper tantrum and refused to let Imu dress him when he learned that his older brother Nicolon would wear a miniature sword at the coronation ball, while he would not. "Nicky always gets the best things, just because he's crowned prince," the 8-year-old wept. "It's not fair. If I can't have a sword, I won't go." Then he ran away, forcing the domestic servants to pursue him upstairs and down, and in and out of the scores of rooms in the Laboruendian embassy at Toloazan, while the coach waited outside, and the king and queen fumed at the delay. A pair of valiant footmen finally hauled the boy out of his hiding-place in the wine-cellar and held him tight, still shrieking, as Immu put him into his purple brocade suit. By then King Antar was so angry with his rebellious little son that by way of punishment he declared that Tolo would not get to use the magic telescope on the voyage home. "You hate me!" the furious boy cried out to his father, tears pouring down his cheeks. "You always treat Nicky better than me. I'll run away to Raktum and be a pirate, and then you'll wish you let me wear a sword." The distraught parents bustled Tolo and the other two children into the coach and had the driver whip up the Fronials. As it was, they were the last royal party to arrive at the new riverside pleasure palace where the ball was to be held. In the crowded antechamber of the ballroom, Anigel and Antar put the children temporarily into the charge of Lord Pennipat and his wife, Lady Charisse, then hurried off with an anxious Zenoran usher to find their places in the procession of felicitation. "Why can't we go in with Mama and Papa?" Tolo demanded petulantly. "Because it's not our turn yet," retorted Prince Nicolon. "Stop acting like a spoiled brat." "You three royal children will go in after the kings and queens and other leaders," Lady Charisse said brightly. "Now, come along with me and Uncle Penny. We have a special place where we can stand and watch the new king of Zenora greet his most honored guests." "That doesn't sound like much fun," Tolo muttered. "It's not supposed to be fun," Princess Janelle told him. "It's your duty. After the procession is over, we can eat and dance and enjoy ourselves. But first, you have to behave yourself for a little while." The princess took one of Tolo's hands, and Lady Charisse took the other, and between them they dragged the little boy into an enclosure fenced off with blue satin ropes. There, a crowd of other gorgeously dressed royal siblings and exalted nobles had gathered, both children and adults, most of them chattering and giggling. Tolo, his face set in a black glower, plumped himself down on the polished marble floor in the midst of the oblivious throng. "I'm going to sit right here," he said, ignoring Lady Charisse's scandalized pleas. Lord Pennipat bent over and began scolding the boy, but an instant later he broke off and straightened, Tolo and his naughtiness forgotten, as someone hissed loudly. "The sorcerer! Look, it's Portalanus of Tuzaman coming in!" Tolo was on his feet in an instant. "Uncle Penny, lift me up. I want to see the sorcerer." "Certainly, lad." Pennipat swung the boy to his shoulder. "There he is, just coming in the door. Zoto's stripes! What a sight he is!" "Oh!" Tolo had gone wide-eyed with awe. "Will he do magic tonight?" "I'm sure he will," said Lady Charisse, uttering a giddy little laugh. "Oh, yes, I'm quite sure he will." "It must be very fine to be a sorcerer." Tolo sighed. "Nobody could ever make a sorcerer do something he didn't want to. Perhaps I'll be a sorcerer when I grow up instead of a pirate." Lord Pennipat put the boy down, laughing. "What an outlandish notion!" "Just you wait," Tolo said. But then he was caught up in the excitement of the coronation ball's beginning, and he forgot all about what he had said. Portalanus had deliberately refrained from attending the preliminary round of galas and parties that had preceded the coronation, and he also stayed well in the background during the ceremony itself, so surrounded by his aides and courtiers that few people got more than a brief glimpse of him. Only at this lavish ball, where the rulers of the various nations would come forward in a solemn parade to offer good wishes to newly crowned King Yandramel, would the self-styled master of Tuzaman finally make a public appearance. All alone, dressed in fantastic and inappropriate garments, he now shuffled to a place at the very end of the glittering procession of felicitation, seeming not to hear the whispers, nor to notice that the eyes of the dignitaries and nobles in the ballroom were fixed mostly upon him, and not on King Yandramel. An orchestra of 100 musicians was playing. The huge room had walls of wine-red damask, gilded pilasters, and huge mirrors framed in semi-precious bloodstone, jasper, and onyx. The scene was illuminated by great golden chandeliers bearing thousands of sparkling tapers. Tall casement windows on either side of the hall were thrown wide open to admit perfumed breezes from the gardens. It was early evening. Nearly 1,000 special guests had come to the pleasure palace situated on the bank of the river Zin, which had been constructed especially for the occasion. Most of the attendees were noble Zenorans, decked out in the costly pearls that were the nation's pride. Among the visitors, the Raktumians were most numerous. Many of the pirate men and women wore ornate helmets and cuirasses studded with jewels, rather than formal robes. Queen Anigel and King Antar were among the last to take their designated places in the procession. "I see no resemblance to Orogastus in this man Portolanus," Antar murmured to his wife as he studied the bizarre figure of the Master of Tuzaman. "The sorcerer I knew 12 years ago was handsome of face and stalwart of body. This fellow has a stooped and awkward mien, and his features are twisted in a manner almost comical. There is nothing commanding or menacing about him at all. He looks more like a mountebank than a sorcerer, wearing that silly pointed cap with the diamond star perched on top, pressed down so far in his head that his very ears are bent." The Tuzamani ruler was indeed far from imposing. His scraggly beard and ridiculously long mustaches were bright yellow and excessively curled and pomaded. He was clad in a gaudy green robe with orange stripes, so capacious that he seemed to be wearing a tent. Half the ballroom was snickering at him, but he was supremely unconcerned, grinning and winking clownishly at those on either side, and wiggling his gnarled fingers in an arch gesture of greeting. "Portolanus did not conquer Tuzaman through sleight of hand," Queen Anigel whispered with some asperity. "I agree that from this distance he does not seem to resemble the old Orogastus, and he shows no aura of dark enchantment such as Haramis bade me watch for. But many years have gone by, and he must have suffered great privation out on the ice cap. His appearance could have changed greatly. I must get a closer look at him after we've spoken to King Yandramel. Thus far, Portolanus has been as elusive as a lingot in the lamplit closet." A loud fanfare rang out. "Oh dear, here we go," Anigel sighed. "Is my crown straight? It's so heavy, I can hardly wait to take it off." "You are the most glorious queen in the room," Antar assured her. He had declined to wear the ornate parade armor and bejeweled monster helm that were the traditional royal regalia of Labernock. His platinum and diamond diadem was small and almost modest in comparison with the great queen's crown of Rowenda, which blazed with emeralds and rubies and was surmounted by a diamond sunburst centered with a great nodule of amber. In the amber's heart was a fossil black trillium, emblem of the little swampy country that had so improbably gained victory over its more powerful neighbor, resulting in the union of the two thrones. Anigel and Antar were both wearing blue, his robe as dark as midnight, girded by a sapphire-studded sword belt, and hers the rich azure of the dry-time sky, with traditional lattice smocking and seed-gem embroidery on the sleeves, bodice, and train panels. She wore a necklace of smaller pieces of Trillium amber, decorated with cabochon sapphires that exactly matched her eyes. The rulers, now advancing toward the young king of Zenora, were lined up according to a strict order of precedence, with the most ancient nation leading, and the newest, Tuzaman, coming last. First to pay their respects were the Eternal Prince Wid and the Eternal Princess Ravia of the tiny island principality of Engi, a nation so scantily endowed and sparsely populated that even the pirates of Raktum scorned to raid it. Engi, nevertheless, prided itself upon being the most venerable royal house in the known world. Its sailors were also the most skillful, and the Eternal Prince, for all his eccentric airs, was a shrewd old buffer who had mediated many a peninsular dispute. Anigel smiled as she noted that dear old Ravia wore the same slightly tatty maroon brocade gown she had worn to Prince Tolo's name-giving 8 years earlier. Wid had his coronet jauntily askew, and calmly gave his princely fundament a good scratch as he offered Yandramel a few pithy words of advice. Next came King Fiomedek and Queen Ila of Var. he rotund and pompous of manner, and she sweetly maternal. Both of them so stiff with jewels that Anigel marveled that they could stand straight. As the neighbor immediately east of Zenora, prosperous Var had looked with apprehension at the young king's dalliance with Raktum and Tuzaman. Fiomedek was nervously cordial and nattered on overlong, while Ila caused the young king's smile to harden when she urged him not to delay choosing a bride. Then it was the turn of Anigel and Antar. Because Rowenda was the elder nation, Anigel spoke first, confining herself to brief good wishes. Antar was more specific. "We wish you a long and prosperous reign, brother, and we wish nothing more than to maintain the good relations that prevailed between Zenora and Rowenda during the reign of your late father. The two thrones, together with the monarchs of Engi and Var, would gladly welcome you into the peninsular concord, if such be your wish." Yondermel was tall for his 18 years, with watery blue eyes that darted from side to side as if he expected the immediate arrival of someone more important. He had an annoying habit of continually moistening his thin lips with the tip of his tongue. Anigel and Antar had disliked him at first sight. He had been cool in his welcome to them 6 days earlier, and clearly disappointed that they had not brought more costly gifts. For his coronation he was dressed all in soft white leather and cloth of gold, and his diadem was also gold, inset with countless pearls of different colors. Pearls also ornamented his baldric, the scabbard of his sword, and the sheath of his dagger. On a chain around his neck he wore a magnificent, iridescent pink pearl, nearly the size of a gris egg. "I thank you for your kind words," Yondermel said blandly. "Although my royal father of happy memory declined to join your alliance for reasons that seemed valid to him, I will ponder most carefully your worthy invitation and give it the same deliberate consideration that I give to the proposals of other nations of goodwill." Antar and Anigel nodded, still smiling, and began their recessional to a small alcove where the rulers were being offered refreshment. Behind them, the barbarian chief Denambo, who called himself Emperor of Sobrania, strode up, clad in amazing robes of multicolored feathers, and began to harangue the young king. The music was deliberately loud, so that spectators more than 3 or 4 ells away could not hear the exchanges between the king and his royal well-wishers. "Yondermel did not seem to welcome your invitation to join the concord overmuch," Anigel whispered to her husband. "I fear Prince Wid and King Fiomedek were right when they suggested that he has dangerous ambitions." Antar's face was grim. "If Zenora is truly denied trade with the Windlorn Isles by hostile aborigines, then its fortunes will greatly decline. Var is a tempting consolation prize." "Would Yondermel be such a fool as to defy the entire peninsula and invade Var?" "Not on his own, surely. He does not have enough ships, and to go by land is impossible. But if Raktum should join with him, then we of the Peninsular Concord would have to fight beside our ally." Anigel's fingers tightened upon her husband's arm. "Oh, Antar, we have enjoyed peace for so long. I fear the people of Rowenda would have scant heart for fighting a war on behalf of wealthy Var. And if we send our loyal Labornaki knights and men-at-arms south, then our northern frontier would be an open door, with only Orsorkan and the other Marcher lords of dubious loyalty left to defend us from possible invasion by Raktum. The land forces of Queen Ganandri are insignificant compared to her great armada of ships, but who can tell what armies equipped with magical weapons the master of Tuzaman might put at her disposal? My darling, we shall have to do something about Osorkan and his two-faced faction as soon as we return to Deraguilla," Anigel decided. "We must postpone the court's seasonal move to Rowenda Citadel until matters in Labornock are settled." They had reached the refreshment alcove, but instead of partaking of the elegant display of food and drink, they joined the rulers of Engi and Var, who were unashamedly gawking at the continuing procession and whispering among themselves. The vulgar Sobranian emperor had completed his felicitations and stomped away with a smug look on his red-bearded face. Behind his back, Yandramel was licking his lips like mad, and seeming to shrink into his coronation robes as he confronted a stout, middle-aged woman with a kindly smile. Queen Jiri of the prosperous western nation of Galanar still had 6 unmarried daughters, in addition to the 3 she had already married off to the rulers of Imlet and Okamos. "Now he's in for it," hissed the Eternal Prince Wid in unconcealed delight. The King and Queen of Var joined in making snide comments about Yandramel's prospect of remaining unwed for long in the face of Jiri's redoubtable matchmaking. The Queen of Galanar spoke long to the young king, who was seen to wipe sweat from the royal palms and brow with a silk handkerchief after she finally kissed him on the cheek and took her leave. Then came the 2 simply dressed duumvirs of the Imlet Republic and the President of Okamos, with their gorgeous Galanari wives, whose remarks were mercifully brief. They were followed by the Queen Regent of Raktum and her grandson King Lidavardis, who was making his first appearance at a Zenoran function, having been indisposed earlier. "Oh, dear, he is an ill-favored lad, is he not?" Queen Jiri whispered to Anigel. "I could not make up my mind whether to honor Raktum with a betrothal proposition. They are pirates, after all, and one must uphold one's standards. But seeing the goblin kinglet in the flesh makes me bless my indecision." Lidavardis was a dismaying sight, all the more so for standing at the right hand of his splendid grandmother, who wore crimson velvet encrusted with gold diamonds and rubies, and a crown twice as massive as that of Rowenda. At 16, the King of Raktum was sturdy but very short, with broad shoulders and a twisted spine. His head, crowned with a simple golden circlet, was too large for the thin neck that bore it, and his features, except for sad brown eyes as large and luminous as those of a night caroller, were coarsely made. He was dressed all in shining gold-shot black silk, which served only to emphasize his deformities, and said nothing as Queen Ganondri and Yandramel greeted each other effusively. When the other young king attempted to draw Lidavardis out, he murmured only a few words, made an awkward gesture of salute, and moved with surprising agility toward the alcove. Ganondri, clearly vexed with him, perforce had to cut short her own conversation and follow. She sailed into the refreshment room with her chin high, ignoring the knot of other rulers who swiftly made way for her, and went directly to the crystal wine-ewers, where she filled a large goblet. The uncouth Emperor of Sobrania, the only one who had thus far partaken of the refreshments, ceased stuffing his mouth with broiled fowl, and studied Ganondri's contempt-filled face for a moment. Then, seeming to lose his appetite, he joined the others, watching the Master of Tuzaman. Portolanus took his time approaching Yandramel. The diamonds topping his pointed hat flashed in the candlelight as he tottered and slouched across the white marble floor with aggravating slowness, continuing to bestow mocking salutes and droll grimaces upon the spectators. They were now openly chuckling and giving other evidence that they were glad that the tedious opening acts of the festivity were over and the star turn finally come on stage. King Yandramel frowned, then immediately recomposed his features, moistening his lips over and over again as if to prevent their cracking as he smiled at the approaching apparition. He lifted both hands in a gesture of warm friendliness shown theretofore only to Ganondri and Lidavardis. Portolanus suddenly lifted his right arm. The music mysteriously stopped, cut off in mid-phrase. The crowd gasped and held its breath. The sorcerer held a golden rod with a faceted crystal at the end that gave off prismatic flashes. This he thrust at the king in a parody of a sabrur's lunge. Grinning all the while, Yandramel drew back in astonished apprehension. "Aha!" cackled the Master of Tuzaman. "Afraid, are you?" He lunged again, and there was a bright flash and a puff of smoke. A knee-high mound of small, shining platinum coins appeared before the surprised young monarch, tinkling as the occasional crown slid to the floor. The watching rulers and the crowd of nobles and courtiers exclaimed in amazement. Yandramel had swallowed the indignant words he was about to utter when the sorcerer impugned his courage. Smacking his lips, he began to thank Portolanus for the great heap of money, But he fell silent as the zany master suddenly began to whirl like a top, his bulky green and orange garment ballooning around him. The spinning wizard seemed to become a blurred ball, except that his conical hat, surmounted by its diamond star, remained motionless. Then the ball collapsed into a perfectly flat puddle of fabric, and the hat sat ridiculously upright at the center. Portolenus had disappeared. "Zoto's teeth," muttered Antar. "He is nothing but a carnival conjurer." Something was happening under the striped cloth. The pointed hat trembled, the fabric began to ripple in concentric waves, and then it humped up in great irregular puffs, inflating again like a balloon, while the hat was tossed wildly about at the top of it. The striped sphere became twice the height of a man, and the crowd shrieked with delighted anticipation, mingled not a little with fear. Inside the balloon a light waxed and waned in brilliance, and the bouncing hat abruptly inverted itself, so that the sparkling diamond star was poised above the cloth. The star thrust down, puncturing the glowing balloon. There was a dazzling flash and a loud explosion. Everyone shrieked, and when they regained their sight, they beheld Portolenus again, dressed as he had been in the beginning, slapping his knees and crowing with laughter. After a stunned moment, King Yandramel began to grin and applaud, and the nobles and courtiers hastened to follow suit. "A cheap charlatan's ruse," Antar said to Anigel, and he turned away and would have gone to get a glass of wine. But the sorcerer cried, "Stop!" and pointed his crystal wand. All eyes in the ballroom followed the wand's lead to King Antar. There was abrupt silence. Antar turned slowly and regarded Portolenus with a face immobile and forbidding as stone. One hand rested upon the pommel of his sword. "Did you address me, magician?" "Indeed I did, great king of Laboruenda." The tone was wheedling. "If you would condescend to approach, the master of Tuzaman will most happily demonstrate marvels that might impress even your regal skepticism." Anigel took hold of her husband's arm, whispering anxiously, "No, my love, don't go." But Antar shook free of her and strode back into the center of the ballroom, where Yandramel stood amid the welter of scattered treasure, his mouth hanging open and his darting eyes for once riveted with attention. A sudden strong gust of wind made the gauzy window drapes billow, and there was a distant rumble of thunder. Another much louder thunderclap occurred immediately, and then a great stroke of lightning lit the riverside gardens, and the pleasure palace shook with the teeth-rattling crash of thunder that accompanied it. The sorcerer smiled. "Besides the small amusements I have already shown, I am prepared to bring you more spectacular demonstrations of power. For instance, this storm out of season." Another series of lightning bolts revealed the garden as bright as day. Along the formal paths bounced eerie glowing globes of blue fire the size of melons. More fireballs danced about the masts of the tall ships moored along the riverside quay. Before the astounded crowd could react, one of these things flew in through a window, hissing loudly, and leapt to poise itself on the uplifted wand of Portolenus. "By the flower!" gasped Anigel. "He commands the storm!" The sorcerer's twisted face beamed upon her, lit hideously by the ball of crackling blue lightning above him. "Oh, yes, and much more besides, proud queen. I command rewards for my friends, and the very opposite for my foes and detractors. I admonish all of you to remember that." Then, casually, he tossed the fulgurant ball at Antar. With an oath, the king drew his sword and struck a mighty blow at the uncanny missile. At the moment the blade met blue fire, both Antar and Portolenus vanished in twin clouds of smoke. Anigel screamed and rushed forward, pulling her talisman coronet from her crown and holding it before her with both hands. "Stay, Portolenus! I command you to stay and restore my husband to me." The palace was assaulted by yet another great blast of lightning and thunder, and all within were shouting as the rising wind buffeted the chandeliers and the tapers began to blow out. Anigel suppressed a sob as it became evident that the talisman was not going to bring Antar or the sorcerer back. She turned furiously toward King Yandramel. The royal youth had gone white with terror, and his courtiers and guards began rushing to his side. Anigel stood before him, talisman held high. The Trillium amber inset in it blazed like a tiny sun, and the amber atop her great crown of state and in the necklace she wore glowed scarcely less bright. "Order Portolenus to bring King Antar back," she shouted in a terrible voice to Yandramel. "You treacherous wretch! I command you!" "I can't bring him back," the young king wailed. "Don't hurt me. I didn't know. I had no idea. They never told me that—" "Behold," bellowed the Emperor of Sobrania, "out in the river. The Raktumian pirate ships have set sail, and the wizard's craft as well. I'll lay you platinum crowns to Plarpits. They've kidnapped Antar." Everyone rushed to that side of the ballroom to look. The almost continual flashes of lightning showed 5 galleys moving into midstream and heading down toward the estuary, their sails swollen by the storm wind. 4 of the ships were black and 1 was white. It took only seconds for the crowd to realize that the Tuzameni and Raktumian guests had all melted away during the magic show. "After the bastards!" cried redoubtable Queen Jiri of Galinar. The nobles and knights of Leberuenda, Var, and Engi took up the cry, followed immediately by the indignant worthies of Imlet and Okamus. There was a great commotion. Emperor Dinambo and his feather-decked Sobranians flourished their 2-pronged swords and went out the ballroom windows howling their war cry, trampling through the flower beds on their way to the docks. Others followed after by more conventional routes, heedless that their fine clothes were being soaked by the heavy rain that had begun to fall. Anigel, with Lady Elenus and Eternal Princess Ravia and Queen Ila of Var, trying to comfort her, still stood transfixed in the center of the emptying ballroom. King Yandramel had disappeared, as had most of his compatriots. Some of the younger royal children began to whimper. The elderly guests, as well as those women who had not gone off with the warriors, gathered in a sympathetic group about the Leberuendian queen. Anigel still held her talisman high. "Show me my husband, Antar," she commanded it. Those round about her exclaimed in awe as the coronet in her hands seemed to become a mirror swirling with light. Then the image of a man clad in dark blue appeared. He lay senseless on a cramped small bunk that was obviously in the hold of a ship. His limbs were bound, and 3 hulking pirates, still in court dress, guarded him with bared blades. "Show me what ship carries Antar," cried Anigel. The talisman showed the huge trireme of the Queen Regent of Raktum. "Show me Portolenus!" The scene changed to the poop deck of Queen Ganondri's flagship. On it were the Queen Regent herself, red robes flying in the wind, several ship's officers, and the now familiar Blur having the contour of a man. "Show me the manner of running of the Raktumian and Tuzameni ships altogether," Anigel commanded. The area within the coronet showed the 5 vessels strung out as they raced down the river. The big black trireme brought up the rear, all 3 banks of oars flashing in the stormlight. The vision winked out a moment later. "Be of good cheer, lass," the venerable Princess Ravia told Anigel, giving her shoulder a pat of encouragement. "In this wind, our fast little cutters will soon run the villains down and foul their oars and rudders. And good old Emperor Dinambo and his barbarians will be close behind," Queen Ila added. "His ship is nearly as big as the pirate flagship, and better equipped to ram." "The Raktumians won't be able to use their brimstone catapults in the rain," Lady Elenus said. "With luck, we'll have the scoundrels before they reach the open sea." "No," said Anigel bleakly. "See here, in my talisman." As many as could pushed closer to look over her shoulder at the new magical depiction. The first of the speedy Engian cutters had just come into view behind the big trireme and was rapidly closing in. All at once a titanic flash of lightning lit the river, and those watching saw a strange columnar thing hovering in the water in front of the Engian, dead black and fully twice as tall as the trireme's 3 lofty masts. The tiny Engian vessel, racing before the wind, tried to veer aside, but the column writhed directly into its path and smote it head-on, and the cutter vanished as if it had never existed. Those who saw cried out in horror. "What is it?" asked one of Queen Jiri's daughters. "A sea-serpent conjured up by the sorcerer?" Ravia of Engi, tears streaming down her withered cheeks, said, Nay, it is a waterspout, a kind of tornado that forms over the sea. We encounter them around our island sometimes during the summer monsoons, but never during the dry time. Alas, there comes another one. Our brave seamen will soon break off pursuit, as will the others following. No vessel, no matter how stout, can survive an encounter with one of those devilish things." Across the ballroom, a fresh tumult broke out among the Zenoran guards at the main door. A voice shouted, "Madam! Oh, madam! What a calamity!" A man in dripping Labernaki finery broke free and ran toward Anigel. She lowered the talisman. The vision within it disappeared, and the glow of its trillium amber faded, as did the radiance in Anigel's other jewels. Her face bore a haunted expression, but she did not speak until Lord Pennipat came pounding up to her, his eyes wild, and his broad face so reddened that he seemed about to fall in a fit. "Oh, madam!" He sank to his knees before the Queen. "How can I tell you? The shame of it! The treachery! How could she have done such a thing?" "Calm yourself, Penny. There now, old friend. We know already that the king has been abducted by the foul sorcerer." "But that is not all." The big man flung his arms out in an agony of despair. "My wife! My own wife, Charisse! She sent me on a fool's errand from the ballroom during the procession of felicitation, giving me a note she said was most urgent, that I was to deliver to Marshal Owanen. But the message seemed to make no sense, and when I returned to my wife, others told me she had gone, taking them with her. And I did not understand, and, oh God, I ran after them, but it was already too late." Anigel's heart seemed to stop. "My children," she said in a dead voice. "My children." "Charisse has spirited them away," the weeping chamberlain said. "All 3 of them, and my wife as well, were seen boarding the galley of the pirate queen." "This note to Lord Owanen," Lady Eleanor said sternly. "What did it say?" "There were 2 words only," Pennipat replied. "Your talisman." 6. In the flame-girts and in the smoky isles, the marine volcanoes were erupting. Dormant fire cones on the mainland had begun to smoke ominously as well, and the lands round about them were trembling. The Ohogan Mountains and the other non-volcanic ranges south of the peninsula that bordered the sempiternal ice cap began to experience unseasonal blizzards. In the lowlands and on the high swampy plateau of Ruenda, extraordinary thunderstorms raged, and the southern and eastern seas were churned by screaming gales. When the calamitous weather and the stirring of the world's fiery bowels first started on the night of the abduction, Haramis knew about it almost at once. The special sensitivity she had cultivated over the years, that mystical perceptiveness that alerted the Archimage when all was not well in her land or among her people, caused a profound unease to afflict her that was not completely attributable to the shocking events at the coronation that Anigel had informed her of. In the hours following, after Haramis had ascertained that there was no immediate thing she could do to help Antar or the kidnapped children, she used her talisman to scan the countries of the peninsula, and then the other nations beyond. She studied the unseasonable storms, the earthquakes and landslides, the belching volcanoes, the agitated behavior of the wild animals, and knew that they were not merely side effects of the magical tempest engendered by Portalanus to aid his escape from Zenora. Something else was happening. Something much worse. She demanded that the 3-winged circle give her an explanation. The talisman again showed her a vision of a blood-colored trillium, and it also spoke. "Now is the balance of the world truly undone, for the reborn heir of the Starmen has within his grasp 2 elements of the great scepter of power. Beware, Archimage of the land. Seek the good counsel of others of your kind, and mend your imperfections. Take action and eschew your bootless study and inadequate scrutiny. Otherwise the Starmen will triumph after all, and the healing of 12 times 10 hundreds go for naught." The voice fell silent, and Haramis stared at the vision of the blood trillium in frozen disbelief until it melted into nothingness. Then indignation took the place of her earlier feelings of dread, and she rose up from her table in the library and began to pace angrily back and forth in front of the fireplace. Seek good counsel of whom? Of her silly triplet sisters? Mend her imperfections? Her life, that she had dedicated to study and service, futile? Her continuing loving oversight of Labor Rowenda and the parts of the world affecting it, inadequate? How dare the talisman insult her so? She was doing her very best, and had done so for the 12 years of her tenure as Archimage. Rowenda and Labernock were united and peaceful, the humans prospering, and the aborigines, well, most of them were far better off than they had ever been before. If the world was out of balance, then the evil sorcerer Portolanus was certainly to blame. Not she. And why, instead of ordering her to consult with them, had not the talisman pointed out the imperfections of her sisters as well as Haramis's own, when their flaws were so much more blatant? Consider Kadiya, always rushing about impatiently, always proposing simple-minded solutions to the complex problems affecting relations between humans and folk. Arrogant in her righteousness, ever stirring pots that were better left to simmer quietly. She had lost her precious talisman through carelessness and stupidity, and now it was within the grasp of Portolanus. Then there was Anigel, that lovely, worthy queen, ruling with a cheerful caution so dedicated that it was stultifying, ignoring the malcontents of Labernock and the manifest injustices in Rowenda, blithely certain that they would heal themselves. Her husband, more sensible, had tried to warn her what was afoot, but again and again she had dismissed his worries as unfounded, and he, loving her past reason, and not wanting to chance discord between them, had convinced himself that she was right. Poor King Antar, so blinded by devotion. And the 3 royal children, taught that life was a lovely tapestry of peace and joy, cosseted and overprotected, except when they had needed protection the most. And now, king husband and children alike, abducted and held for ransom, their lives forfeit unless Anigel gave up her magical talisman to Portolanus. And she would do it. She was weak and sentimental enough to do it. Lords of the air, what a pair of imbeciles her sisters were! What had possessed the Archimage Bina to think that they were worthy to carry instruments of profound magical power? Why had not all 3 talismans been placed in her care? Haramis knew she would have been able to safeguard them, and having the 3 pieces, she would now be able to reassemble them into the scepter of power, to deal forthrightly with this Portolanus, whoever he was. But with the present impossible situation, she might as well surrender as wait fearfully here in the tower for the sorcerer of Tuzaman to come against her, armed with the other 2 talismans. "Great God and lords of the air, defend me," she whispered, feeling her eyes begin to burn. "The world indeed is coming undone, not only this little peninsula which I have guarded, and I am behaving like a contemptible fool, blaming my sisters for the disaster, and ready to give in to Portolanus without even a struggle. Take action." Haramis stopped short, near to weeping with futile rage. Action? What kind of action? Shall I fly on Vorback to the south and confront the sorcerer on the Pirate Queen's ship? Long before I reached him, he would almost certainly have Kadiya's talisman in hand, bonded to him through that damned star-box. Why did you let him have that thing? Why did you let him find Kimelon? Why did you let Orogastus live? A great blast of wind roared down the chimney, flinging a barrage of sparks at her like a divine admonition. One stung her hand, and she dropped the talisman on its chain and screamed. The burn was insignificant. Muttering under her breath, she set about to stamp out the live embers that smoldered on the hearth-rug, trying at the same time to regain her composure. Then she adjusted the flue damper and sank down on the rug, staring into the flames while tears blurred her sight. The storm winds moaned about the battlements of the tower like choristers singing a funeral hymn, and the thought of music brought back to her a sudden poignant memory of good old Yuzun, the Nisimu harper and flute-player who had been the dear friend of her youth. Whenever she was downhearted, he had worked tirelessly to cheer her. Funny, wise old Yuzun, with his bottomless bag of tall tales, who had accompanied her faithfully on her talisman quest until his own bodily frailties had forced him to turn back. Yuzun, who had gone safely beyond these 5 years, leaving her now with no one to confide in, no one to accept her and love her for all her imperfections. She had not a single true friend. Her only companions were the overawed Visby servants who called her White Lady, and believed that, because she wore the old Archimage's cloak, she also had Bina's power and wisdom. How laughable! Despite all her study, she still knew so very little of her talisman's powers. It seemed she would have to blunder on for endless years, slowly discovering how to use it. The Archimage Bina had lived to an incredible age, and wielded great magic even without a talisman, but she had left no manual of magecraft for her successor. Haramis had done her best, but now at the time of greatest crisis she was helpless, her efforts mocked by the enigmatic thing that hung about her neck. Others. Seek the good counsel of others of your kind. Others? Her brow furrowed, then cleared. For the first time, the words the talisman had spoken penetrated her mind and took on meaning. Others? Not her sisters, then, but it was not possible. Bina would have told her. But what if Bina had not known? Haramis turned away from the fire, dashed the tears from her eyes, and lifted the talisman again with trembling hands. She asked, "Am I the only Archimage in the world?" "No." She gasped. "Quickly, show me another, any other." The circle filled with pearly mist, but once again there came the peculiar whorls that had earlier indicated to her that Portolanus was shielded from scrutiny by strong magic. She groaned. Of course, they would also be shielded as I am myself. She addressed the talisman again. "How many Archimages are there?" "One of the land, one of the sea, and one of the firmament." So, she herself was certainly of the land, and so that left 2 others. Would any of them speak to me, help me? "Only if you went to them." "How can I find them?" "There are 2 ways. The first is through their invitation. The second way is to be found at the inaccessible Kimelon." Haramis uttered a cry of joy. "Thanks be to the triune God. I will go there at once." The library door opened, and Majira peered uncertainly inside. Several other tall Visby were behind her. "White Lady, did you call? We seemed to hear a cry of pain." Now, radiant with excitement, Haramis shook her head. "It was only a spark from the fire striking my hand, a trifle. But I am glad you are here. Notify the Voorkeepers. At first light tomorrow I will fly to the Kimelon. Send our guest Shiki to me at once, so that I may ask if you will accompany me. Prepare food packs, portable shelters, and whatever else will be needed for the journey, plus a sojourn of at least 10 days in the icy wilderness." "But, lady," Majira cried, dismayed, "this magical storm! And if the volcanoes of the sea-coast are belching fire, might not those of the Kimelon also be erupting?" "Any storm Portolanus can conjure, I can withstand," Haramis declared. "I have learned that much in my study of the talisman. As for the volcanoes and the other disturbances, I am confident that I can calm them also if they threaten me or mine. This trip is essential if I am to counter the threat that Portolanus poses to the world. Go now, and do what I have told you." She sat again at the table and held her talisman before her. Before she went off adventuring herself, she must survey again the chaotic situation in the south and advise Anigel how to proceed. Acting on her own, the Queen would very likely make a botch of it. But first, the middle sister. "Show me Kadiya," the Archimage commanded. She saw a rain-swept, narrow street in a shabby town, Zenoran by the style of the buildings, and a seaport by the extraordinary number of taverns thereabouts, many with nautical motifs on their signboards. Kadiya, Jagan, and a troop of more than a dozen tall, fierce-looking Wavailo were tramping along the cobbles, bearing their dunnage in sacks over their shoulders and wearing grim faces. It was obvious that they still had not secured a boat to take them back to the Windlorn Isles. Haramis placed 2 fingers upon the inset Trillium amber in her talisman and closed her eyes. The vision of her sister and her friends now filled her entire mind. She could feel the battering rain in Kerswee, and hear the tavern wind chimes and the melancholy croaks of grounded pothy birds, and smell the sea wind and the stench of the squalid alleys. "Kadiya, Kadiya, it is Haramis who calls. Can you hear me?" The expression on her sister's face did not alter. It was obvious that Katie's thoughts were fully occupied with her own problems, and not at all receptive to mental contact with Haramis. The Archimage sighed, opened her eyes, and banished the vision. "Perhaps I can try to bespeak Katie in her dreams. There must be some way to communicate with her over the leagues, even if she does not have her talisman." Now to look again at the pirates and Anigel. Haramis reached for a nearby parchment bearing a chart of the Zenoran coast, unrolled it, and weighted down its corners with a book, the candelabrum, a black cube of the vanished ones that sang mysterious songs if one pressed its wart, and an empty tea-mug. Then she made a request of the talisman. "Show me clearly Queen Ganondri's ship in a view from high above that will also show me whatever land or islands are nearby. Orient this vision so that the southerly direction is toward me and the northerly away." Again she closed her eyes. The vision that sprang to life in her mind was not so easily comprehended as the elegant map displays of the now-defunct ice mirror of Orogastus had been. The talisman had resisted her attempts to teach it to indicate physical scale and to label landforms, rivers, or other identifying geographical features. But years ago she had learned how to interpret the more anonymous overviews that the talisman did vouchsafe, using the library's great store of maps and charts to distinguish the exact region described. This was the second time she had spied on the position of the Pirate Queen's trireme this night. Because it was dark and stormy, she saw a depiction without the bright colors that daylight would have shown, a vision in tones of gray and black. The Raktumian flagship was a dot between 2 small islets, barely visible, and now evidently far ahead of the 4 other vessels that had accompanied it earlier in the evening. A portion of a large land mass was partially visible on the left. It was necessary for Haramis to fix the terrain shapes in her mind, then study the chart until she determined the ship's location. "Aha! Got you!" The vessel was more than 100 leagues southwest by south of Taloazan. Just as she had feared, it was not heading for home, but was on a direct course for the Windlorn Isles, with Portolanus and the captives aboard. She marked the position of the Raktumian flagship on the chart, then ordered the talisman to show her the other Raktumian vessels and the Tuzemeni ship belonging to Portolanus. Also, Anigel's flotilla of 4 that chased them. The deadly waterspouts had discouraged the other nations from joining in pursuit. The slower Raktumian ships and the lone Tuzemeni were 20 leagues or so behind the trireme, with the distance widening as the Pirate Queen's vessel raced along on the storm wind. Anigel's flagship was 15 or 16 leagues behind the pirates, with her 3 escort vessels trailing. "Now show me King Antar," Haramis commanded the talisman. Her vision of him was all but unchanged from the one she had seen 3 hours earlier. He still lay senseless on a rough galleyman's bunk in some filthy part of the ship's hold, bound hand and foot, guarded by a pair of ruffians. Shaking her head for pity, Haramis ordered a view of the 3 children. They were no longer in the cabin assigned to the perfidious Lady Charisse, but had been put into a cramped, dark compartment with a barred door. The vision of them rose up and down violently with the movement of the ship in the storm, and there was a periodic booming sound, as well as a constant noise of creaking timbers. Great piles of wet rusted chain with huge links loomed over the thin mats where Nicolon, Janil, and Tolliver lay sleeping. Their festive garments were stained with dirt and rust. "The chain locker at the ship's bow, that is where they are confined. Poor little things. Annie's heart must be breaking as she views them through her talisman. Still, they seem to be unharmed. She summoned a vision of her sister. The Queen was a pathetic sight, wrapped in a leather seaman's cloak as she clung to the quarter-deck rail of the Laboruendian flagship, face to the storm. Her talisman, the three-headed monster, was on her head, and it was evident that Haramis had interrupted Anigel's own scrutiny of her lost loved ones. "Hara, how far are we from them?" the Queen asked. "I can make no sense of what my talisman shows me of their distance." "You must tell your captain to change course slightly," the Archimage replied, and she described the exact position and course of the Raktumian flotilla. "The sorcerer and the pirates are hell-bent for the Windlorns, not heading for home as we first thought. They are after Kadi's lost talisman, and this devil's wind Portolenus has whistled up will likely bring them to Council Isle in less than 3 days, if it holds." "We shall never catch them." Anigel's eyes betrayed hopelessness. "There is a chance. Once the trireme crosses the reach of open sea between the mainland and the islands, it will be caught in the calms that prevail there. They are not called the Windlorn Isles for nothing. I doubt that even sorcery could conjure up a reliable breeze in that maze of sea stacks and islands and rocks and reefs. Your ship is less massive than the Raktumian, and your oarsmen free and willing. You might overtake them rowing." "Has Kadi set sail from Kurzwe yet?" "Unfortunately, no. She seems still to be trying to hire a ship. I tried again to bespeak her, but without success. Annie, you must try. You are closer to her heart than I." "Don't say that. She loves you as much as she loves me, and I know your own love is as strong." Haramis sighed. "At any rate, try your utmost. If she left Kurzwe at once in a fast ship, she could reach the site of her talisman's loss before Portolenus." "But we had originally planned to use my own talisman to summon Kadi's from the depths. How can she retrieve it without my help?" "I don't know. It would suffice if she could find some way to deny it to Portolenus until you and your ships arrive. Try to bespeak Kadi in her sleep. She may be more susceptible then. She must reach the talisman before the sorcerer." "Very well. I shall try with all my strength, but keep watching over us and guiding us, Hara." The Archimage hesitated. "I have a new plan for confounding Portolenus, but I do not wish to talk of it yet. Do not be dismayed if I do not bespeak you frequently from this time on. If you have true need of me, however, call upon me at once." Anigel's face brightened. "A new plan? Oh, Hara, tell me." The Archimage shook her head. "It may be futile if Portolenus should get hold of Kadi's talisman, or your own. You will remember that the sorcerer returned a second time to the Kimelon, and took away only a mysterious box. I asked my talisman what this box might be, and it told me that the thing was capable of unbonding the talismans from their owners. All that is needed is to place them inside this magical box and cast the appropriate spell." "Do you mean that the sorcerer would be able to touch our talismans without being harmed?" "It is perhaps even worse than that. He might be able to bond them to himself and use them once they are released from you." "By the flower! Annie, dear, I know you are heartsick over the fate of your dear husband and children, but you must not be tempted to pay the ransom Portolenus demands. He would surely lie about returning Antar and the children unharmed in exchange for your talisman. Our only hope is to rescue the captives. Swear to me that you will not give in to the sorcerer." I shall be steadfast. Lord Owanen and his brave knights will help me to save Antar and the children from the pirates somehow. Ah, if I could only get close enough to the Horse-Son Wizard so the three-headed monster might smite him. He would never have been able to seize my loved ones if I had realized what he was about. Haramis spoke more words of reassurance to her sister, then let the vision fade. Rising from the table, she went to a set of pigeon-holes that contained many rolled charts, and commanded her talisman to find one that would show the ice-cap region to the west of Tuzaman. But evidently no such map existed. Haramis rummaged through the compartments, discovering maps of Tuzaman itself, although none with much detail, and a single map of the mountain range where the Dorok folk lived. There was nothing at all showing the inaccessible Kimelon. Haramis had described the place, through her talisman, of course, flinching at the view of the glacier-bounded little enclave all crowded with smoking volcanoes, but in no way had she been able to obtain a bearing upon its exact location, nor did any book in the vast library offer any hint of it. It seemed obvious now that the Archimage Bina had not used the Kimelon as a depository after all. Perhaps it predated her term of office and was of an antiquity unimaginable, or perhaps the place belonged to one of the others, the Archimage of the Sea or the Archimage of the Firmament. There came a soft scratching at the library door. "Enter," said Haramis. She abandoned the maps and went to welcome Shiki. The sturdy little aborigine was almost fully recovered from his ordeal of 7 days ago. His enormous eyes were bright gold, free from blood-webbing, and his face, with its near-human features, and his hands, were healing nicely from frostbite. He had lost the tips of both upstanding ears to the cold, and these were still bandaged. The Visby retainers of the tower had made him new garments, and he proudly wore a medallion with the Archimage's black Trillium emblem on a chain around his neck, having dedicated himself to her service. "Majira says you would travel to the Kimelon, White Lady. If you are willing to guide me, Shiki. My maps and magical arts give me no clear picture of where the place might be. It must be guarded by some enchantment, as well as by leagues of encircling ice." The little man nodded, his face solemn. "I will lead you there gladly, and lay down my life for you if the Lords of the Air demand it. No task would give me more happiness than helping you to bring down the foul sorcerer who murdered my family and my friends. Will others of the mountain folk accompany us on Vorback?" "No, only you and I will go. And we may have to travel even farther than the Kimelon before our journey ends, to places no one of the folk or the human race has ever seen. Fearful places." Shiki held out his 3-digit hand, smiling. "I am willing, White Lady. We are strong, both of us, and we will go wherever we must, and return safe together. I know it." Haramis clasped Shiki's hand in her own, returning his smile. "You will know exactly what supplies we will need. Will you go to the Vorkeepers and see that everything is ready for our departure early tomorrow?" "I will." He bobbed his head cheerfully and was gone. Take action. Thus had the talisman commanded. No more studying, no more observing or pondering. She had been forced into strenuous physical activity earlier in her life, drawn along through perilous mountains by the flying black Trillium seeds that had guided her toward her talisman. But there were no magical seeds to help her now. Only a single vulnerable little man who had come by fortuitous accident to her tower. Accident! Oh, Haramis! "Silence," she said firmly. She tucked the talisman into her robe, turned out the candelabrum, and started to walk out of the library. But suddenly a thought struck her. How to bespeak Kadiya? Of course! She cried out loud, "Haramis, you simpleton!" Then she lifted her talisman and began to command it. 7. They huddled together in the street across from the last unvisited tavern but one. Kadiya and Jagan and the 15 tall natives of the Tassileo forest, while the thunder cracked and grumbled, and the bamboo wind chimes dangling from the public-house's signboard clonked and bonged in the gale, announcing to even the most illiterate wayfarer that food and drink were available within. Kadiya said, "Perhaps our luck will change for the better at this, my lingual hole. We must secure a ship soon, for I have a feeling of dire foreboding that urges me to go quickly after my talisman. Jagan, will you bring up the rear as always and keep a sharp eye for the town watch? Our reputation may have preceded us. Lamamuko, please order your warriors to restrain their tempers this time if the rascals in the tavern tease or insult us. At the least, command them not to start a fight until I have had a chance to query all of the skippers inside." The most massive of the Wavailo, whose once elegant clothes were now bedraggled from the thunderstorm assailing Kurzwi port, replied, "If the Zenoran slime-dawdlers persist in refusing to hire us a ship, we may have to fall back on our alternate plan and sail off on our own." "I would hate to do that," Kadiya said. "With this weird stormy weather, our chances of making it to the Windlorns alive are slender without having experienced sailors aboard." The young Wavilo named Lam Sa, who had helped Lamamuko to save Kadiya from drowning, said, "They, too, might be persuaded." His sharp tusks gleamed in the erratic lightning, and his fellow warriors chuckled ominously at his words. "No," Kadiya admonished them. "Taking a vessel and leaving payment for it is one thing, but kidnapping a crew is quite another. Better my talisman be lost forever than I retrieve it by base means. I have prayed to the lords of the air to succor us. Somehow we will find a ship." Without warning, Jagan the Nisimu uttered a sharp cry. He stiffened, the pupils of his yellow eyes wide, and stared up at the sky while rain beat at his flat white face. "Old friend, what's wrong?" Kadiya exclaimed. But the little man only stood as if paralyzed, gazing fixedly at something no other could see. Finally, after several minutes had passed, he slowly came to himself. His eyes lost their glaze, and his body relaxed. He regarded Kadiya with a look of great amazement, and whispered, "The White Lady! She bespoke me!" "What?" cried Kadiya, aghast. Jagan clutched his own head in both hands, as if trying to prevent his brains from escaping. "Farseer, she spoke. You know that we Mirefolk can bespeak others of our kind in a speech without words, although we are not so adept at it as our cousins, the Wizgu and Vispi. And you with your talisman have talked to me across the leagues many a time, but never have I heard the White Lady until now." "What did she say?" Kadiya was almost beside herself. She accused her own sacred self of being a fool. She had urgent need to bespeak you, yet could not, now that you have lost your talisman. Only this minute did she think to bespeak me, so that I might transmit her message to you. She had forgotten I was with you, and thought you traveled only with the Wavilo, who are less keenly attuned to the speech without words that comes from a great distance." Yes, but the message—" "Alas, Farseer, the foul sorcerer Portolanus is on a fast ship, sailing south to claim your talisman." "Triune God! The White Lady says that if we set sail from Kurzwi immediately, we may still have a chance of getting to the talisman ahead of him." "Did she say how I might retrieve it?" Kadiya asked eagerly. "Your sister Queen Anigel is also in pursuit of the sorcerer. If you two can somehow reach the site of the lost talisman together, the White Lady thinks that the Queen's talisman will summon yours to you." "Jagan, if this could be—" But at that instant, the door of the tavern across the street opened abruptly. A blaze of light and a great uproar of discordant music, drunken laughter, and shouting poured forth, startling Kadiya and her friends. A moment later, two burly humans wearing dirty aprons appeared, having in their grip a struggling, shrieking patron. This man was dressed in exotic garb, black silk trousers stuffed into high red boots, a vest that was a patchwork of multicolored leather, a fine red cloak, and a broad-brimmed hat with black plumes, tied at his nape with scarlet ribbons, and knocked forward so as to blind him and obscure his features as he strove in vain to escape his captors. "Help! Thieves!" he screamed. Swindlers! Let me loose! The bones are loaded, I say!" The two tapsters lifted and flung him over the threshold, then slammed the door. The ejected man landed on his face in the center of the muddy high street, his hat masking him and saving him from a mouthful of filth. He lay there moaning piteously while the rain pelted upon his cape and wilted his feathers. Kadiya knelt beside him, turned him over, and freed him from his headgear. He exhaled a great gust of alcohol-laden breath and opened bleary eyes. "Lo, pretty one, what's a nice lass like you doing outside on an assy night like this?" But then, all at once, he caught sight of the overlooming crowd of inhuman Wavilo behind Kadiya, and he resumed his drunken shrieking. "Look out! Help! Bandits! Monsters! Sea Odlin invasioners! Help!" Kadiya calmly thrust a fold of his cape into his mouth. He sputtered and choked and fell silent. "Be still. We are not going to harm you. We are only travelers from Ruenda, and these are not savage sea-oddlings, but civilized Wavailo folk who are my friends. Are you hurt?" The man grunted. His reddened eyes ceased their panicked rolling. He shook his head. Kadiya nodded to Lamamuko. Together they hoisted the fellow to his feet, the improvised gag falling from his mouth. He stood there swaying and mumbling. Jagan fished the sodden hat out of a gutter, where it was floating away, and proffered it. "I am Kadiya, called the Lady of the Eyes, and this is Jagan of the Mire folk, and this is Speaker Lamamuko of the Tassaleo Forest folk and his band of warriors, who are my friends. We were preparing to enter this tavern when you made your sudden exit." The man gave a bitter snort and clapped the hat back on his head. He plucked a large handkerchief out of his sleeve and began to mop his face. His voice was so thickened by drink they could barely understand him. "When dirty diddlin' scounders threw me out, you mean? Skint me like a nunchuck? Rigged game o' dance bones? Cheated me out of my noga, they did, after cheating me out of the price of my cargo. Oh, gonna be sick." Lamamu and another warrior held the man's head while he disgorged. The wind howled, the rain beat down, and the tavern wind chimes rang merrily. When the victim seemed somewhat recovered, Kadiya asked, "Who are you, and what is this noga you say you were defrauded of?" "Lee Woonley's my name. Honest sailor man of Alcamus." He peered at her suspiciously. "You know Alcamus? Greatest nation in a known world. Republic, not a zack-bitten kingdom like Zenora. Damn the stinking day I ever sailed to Zenora. Should have taken my stuff to Imlet, even if they don't pay as much." Kadiya's eyes brightened. "So you are a seaman?" Lee Woonley drew himself up and swirled his soaked cloak about him in a proud gesture. "Masser mariner, captain of good ship Leath, trig lil Noga. Named after my dear, dear wife." He hiccuped and then burst into maudlin tears. "She'll kill me, Leath will. She'll salt pickle my stones and sell me to the Sobranian slavers." Kadiya's eyes met those of Lamamuko. He nodded slowly, then surveyed the other aboriginal warriors, who grinned in happy anticipation. "Our new friend, Lee Woonley, has been bilked in a dishonest game of dance bones," Kadiya said solemnly. "It is sad that such things can happen, and here, in a benighted place like Kerswi, the authorities would probably side with the local tavern keeper rather than seek justice for a stranger." "That is very likely so." Lamamu's voice rumbled like spoken thunder. "It is shameful, and cries to the lords of the air for vengeance." His companions growled assent. Their eyes, with the vertical pupils that betrayed their race's infusion of Skritek blood, glowed like paired golden coals in the stormy night. Kadiya took both the skipper's muddy hands in her own. "Captain Lee Woonley," she said earnestly, "we would like to help you, but we would like you also to help us. We have been seeking to hire a ship for a journey of some 800 leagues. The cowardly Zenoran captains fear to sail in this unsettled weather. If we do get your noga and your lost money back for you, will you let us charter your ship? We will pay 1,000 Laboruendian platinum crowns." The Okamesi's eyes bulged. 1,000? And you'll thrash those Zenoran scounders and get back my poke to boot? "Yes," said Kadiya. Lee Woonley wobbled on his feet, then painfully knelt in a puddle at Kadiya's feet. "Lady, you do that, I'll take you to the frozen Aurora Sea, or the doormat of hell, whichever's farther." "Very well. Would you like to accompany us into the tavern as we set forth your just claim?" Lee Woonley staggered to his feet and retied the ribbons of his hat.
"Wouldn't miss it for the world."
To the great disappointment of the Wavilo warriors and Jagan's relief, there was no brawl. The very sight of the awesome forest aborigines, with their fanged muzzles agape and their taloned hands hovering near their weapons, was enough to convert the dance-bone cheaters to instant integrity. Tossing the loaded bones from one hand to the other, Kadiya shook her head sadly at the 3 terrified Zenoran gamblers who sat at a back table. They had been interrupted in the act of sharing out the spoils of Lee Woonley's losses. "Good men," she addressed them, "it is obvious to me, although perhaps you did not notice, that some unknown rogue has substituted bones subtly charged with lead for the honest ones that would surely be used in an upright establishment such as this."
That is possible, lady,"
muttered the best-dressed of the rascals, a skinny man with iron-hard eyes.
"It could have happened without our seeing it."
The other 2 gamblers nodded eagerly, their grins frozen, as the Wavilo fondled their sword pommels and the hafts of the war-axes they wore at their backs. Kadiya bestowed on the trio a confident smile, then cast down the bones amidst the piles of small gold coins. "How relieved I am to hear that. I was certain that no honest gamesters such as yourselves would take advantage of a poor Okamese stranger far gone in drink. You see, my Wavilo comrades and I would be very unhappy if Captain Lee Woonley were unable to sail tonight, for we have chartered his ship."
Here is the deed to the Noga,"
said the leading gambler, hastily pulling a paper from his belt purse and slapping it onto the table.
"Take it with our best wishes, lady, and good voyage to you and your friends."
"And the cargo money," Lee Woonley put in stubbornly. 716 gold Zenoran marks. When the gambler hesitated, Lamamuko gently took hold of the man's shoulder with one betaloned 3-digit hand and began to squeeze.
"The cargo money,"
he boomed. Uttering a strangled yelp, the gambler swept the piles of coin on the table toward the skipper and said,
"Take it, and be damned."
Lee Woonley giggled and began shoveling the gold into his own purse. Now the tavern's proprietor came bustling up, obsequiously begging the Okamese's pardon for his earlier mistreatment. The waiters who had thrown him out, the man said, would be severely punished. "We would be more certain of your goodwill," Kadiya said sweetly, looking him straight in the eye, "if you would set forth a fine supper and drink for all of us. Then we will take away with us nothing but happy memories of the beautiful port of Kurzwi. In other taverns that we visited this night, the keepers were unfriendly. My aboriginal companions were insulted, and I fear they took restitution according to their own custom." The Wavilo all growled and grimaced, again fingering their weapons.
"What a shame!"
cried the proprietor, sweat breaking out upon his bald head.
"The hospitality of Kurzwi is famed throughout the southern sea. Be seated all, and I will spread you a feast."
"On the house," said Lamamu.
"What else?"
said the tavern keeper. It was to be their last decent meal for many days. Lee Woonley fell blissfully asleep while Kadiya and her companions ate, and they roused him only with difficulty and had to half-carry him to the wharf where Liath was moored. There, with the rain still pouring down, they found a rakish little vessel with a sharp bow and stern, and 2 masts, rocking in the ugly chop and pounding its rag-rope fenders against the dock. Access to its heaving gangplank was blocked by 2 glum-looking men, heavily armed.
"Officers of the Kurzwi Wharfinger, lady," one of them told Kadiya. "No one leaves or boards this vessel until port fees and the overdue ship chandler's bill are paid."
Kadiya examined the bill of charges beneath a guttering dock lamp. These seemed straightforward. She took the refilled purse from the snoring skipper's belt and counted out 153 gold pieces.
The wharf officers saluted and went off hurriedly to get out of the rain. Lamamuko threw Lee Woonley over one shoulder and led the way on board. The Liath was shabby and in need of paint, less than half the size of the Veronian vessel that had originally carried the negotiating party to the Windlorn Isles. Her metal fittings were unpolished, and her deck rough and splintery, but she seemed well found, and the rigging was new, and so were the furled sails, shining white in the gloom and neatly secured to the booms. Not a soul was to be seen. There was a single darkened midships cabin and a companionway leading below, through the glass port of which dim lantern light gleamed. Kadiya opened the companionway door. "Anybody here?" she called. After she shouted a second time, a young man, clad only in a pair of torn pants, appeared at the foot of the companionway ladder, rubbing his eyes. "Captain Lee, that you? We 'bout gave you up." "Oh!" His eyes flew open in shock as a bolt of lightning lit up Kadiya, with the fearsome Lamamu beside her, bearing the unconscious skipper. "God's guts! Who are you? What's happened to the captain?" "Your captain is safe and well, my man," Kadiya said. "We have brought him back from his night's carouse. I am Kadiya, Lady of the Eyes, and this is Speaker Lamamuko of the Wivailo. We have chartered this ship, and Lee Woonley has agreed that we are to set sail at once." "Nay, nay," said the seaman, shaking his tousled head. He was perhaps 25 years old, with dark curly hair and a pleasant face. "We don't go nowheres 'thout a crew, lady. Only me and Ben and old Lendoon left on board since the others went away on that big Veronian merchantman that touched in this afternoon." Kadiya and Lamamu looked at each other. She said, "Kivi Omen's ship that brought us here." The young man came up on deck, heedless of the rain, and beckoned Kadiya and the burdened Wivailo speaker to follow him to the skipper's cabin in the deck-house. "See, Cap'n Lee's a bit of a coin-clutcher if a crewman ain't related to him, like me and Ben and old Lendoon is. That Veronian ship was short-handed and just snapped our 10 boys up. Glad to go they was, hot for the big money in the eastern ports. Cap'n was ready to pop his eyeballs when they quit. Said he'd try somehow to get more men tomorrow, but tonight he was going to get stewed." Lamamu dumped the snoring Lee Woonley onto his bunk. The young man stripped off the skipper's soaked boots and muddy outer clothing, took charge of the heavy purse, then led Kadiya and the Wivailo back below. He produced a bottle of Aliso and 3 glasses, and introduced himself as Lee Tirry, the captain's nephew and first mate. "Now, what's this 'bout you charterin' Liath?" "We were very anxious to leave this place tonight," Kadiya said. She sipped fiery spirit from one glass, while Tirry drank from the second, Jagan from the third, and the mob of Wivailo shared the bottle amongst them. "What chance of our hiring other sailors?" "Slim to naught," Tirry admitted. "That's why the captain was so mad. Only lazy Zenoran trash in this hole. None of 'em eager to go to dear old Okamus. Can't think why." "My 15 companions and I are not completely untrained," Kadiya said. "The Wivailo foresters are accustomed to sailing giant log rafts on Lake Woom during the winter gales in Rwanda, and we have all learned something of the sea since coming to the south. We are willing to help you work the Liath, in addition to paying the 1,000 platinum crowns your uncle and I agreed upon for the charter." "Where are you off to, then?" "Council Isle in the Windlorns." The young mate swore and surged to his feet. "Lady, you lost your wits. Bad enough you want to set sail in this out-of-season storm, but to go there—" "The Alianza natives will not be hostile to you," Kadiya said. "I have just come from the Isles, having conferred with the High Chief, Harchissa. He has broken off trade with the Zenora, saying its people have cheated him. He declared that from now on, he would only trade with Okamus or Imlet." The young man's eyes were shining. "Say you're true?" "I swear it by the sacred black Trillium of my people," Kadiya replied. "Now, will you take us?" Tirry was thinking hard. "The cap'n's out till tomorrow, but we got Ben for steersman and Lendoon for second mate, and these tall lads of yours look strong and ready, and the little fellow can make himself useful. By damn, I think we can do it." But then he pulled up short, staring at Kadiya uneasily. "Except—" "What is it, my man?" "Lady, don't take offense, but can you cook?" "Yes, and so can Jagan." "That's a weight off my mind," Tiri said. He grinned. "Or off my stomach. Old Lindoon's the only one among us who knows a pot from a porthole, but his messes would send a skritek running to the rail. You and your little friend keep us fed, and we'll do just fine." Kadiya sighed. The young mate tossed off the rest of his aliso, plunked the glass onto the wardroom table, and seemed to notice for the first time that he was half naked. He blushed. "I'll go put some clothes on and wake Ban and Lindoon. If you and your crew can follow orders, lady, we'll be off within the hour." 8. The 3 children of King Antar and Queen Anigel were first confined in a sumptuous cabin of the Raktumian flagship, with Lady Charisse in charge of them and 2 Tuzameni warriors and the sorcerer's black voice on guard. As soon as Charisse admitted that they were indeed prisoners, as was King Antar also, Crown Prince Nicolon and Princess Janil had demanded to see their royal father. When this request was continually denied, they refused to eat, and devoted themselves to making life miserable for the traitorous Charisse, berating her without ceasing and giving her no peace as the trireme sped southward through the stormy sea. Finally she went weeping to the great stateroom set aside for Portolanus, and burst in without ceremony. "Great lord, I must speak with you." "Oh!" Even in the depths of her distress, Charisse saw immediately that the man sitting at the work-table wearing the sorcerer's garments was very different from the superannuated dotard she had known. He was Portolanus, and yet he was not, and she blinked her tear-swollen eyes and wondered if she were losing her mind. He was tinkering with a strange device that had been taken apart, its innards spread out before him, polishing the tarnished tiny metal pieces of the machine with jeweler's rouge. His fingers were so red-stained that they seemed to have been dabbling in blood. Charisse could only stammer. Is it you, Master of Tuzaman?" He lifted his eyes, and they were an inhuman silver blue with very wide pupils, and in the depths of them shone tiny points of gold. A palpable malignancy seemed to emanate from him, delving into her soul's shame and woefulness, and dismissing them with icy contempt. Charisse knew she should flee, but from somewhere she dredged up courage to whisper, "Master, Prince Nicolon and Princess Janil refuse to eat, and they upbraid and despise me, and I can no longer bear to stay with them." "If they will not eat," Portolanus said curtly, "let them fast. They will cease their obstinacy when their stomachs pain them enough." "Nay, great lord." Charisse was twisting and wringing a fine lace handkerchief into a rag, and her face was ravaged and hollow-eyed. "The Crown Prince is a strong-willed boy, and his sister hardly less resolute. They will starve themselves into illness rather than submit, and they abuse me so. They reprove me endlessly for my treachery, and for the past 2 days, whenever I would sleep, one or another of the pair slyly pinches me awake. Between my seasickness and the lack of rest, I am harassed unto death. Lord, I can bear it no longer." "Silly fool. We will simply give you a separate cabin at night, but during the day you will watch the children and see to their needs. Now, get out of here and leave me to my work." "I cannot stay with them," Charisse cried wildly. "They are right to call me vile and dishonored. Their reproachful faces pierce me to the heart. Oh, what an idiot I was to succumb to the temptation of your black voice and aid in their abduction. No wealth you can offer me and my brother Osorkin can compensate for the evil deed I have done." Portolanus rose up from the table and pointed a scarlet-stained finger at the disheveled woman. "Out!" he thundered, "or I will have the Queen Regent's pirates beat some sense into you." Charisse crept away, moaning.
For an hour or so the sorcerer worked in peace, mending a certain balky magical contrivance that would be able to peer underwater and locate the exact position of Kadiya's sunken talisman. Then there came a knock at the door, and the short, wiry acolyte called the Black Voice entered, his face flushed with anger. "Master! The miserable woman Charisse has jumped overboard into the sea. She was seen by a lookout, but in this storm there was no question of heaving to. She must have drowned almost immediately." Portolanus cursed. "Then put one of the pirate women in charge of the royal brats." "There is worse news. During Charisse's absence, Crown Prince Nicolon set fire to a pillow with one of the oil lamps, and when the guards and I came to investigate the smoke, he and Princess Janelle tripped us up and escaped. Of course, they were immediately recaptured, but we shall have to take greater precautions in confining them." "Yes, we shall." The sorcerer's tone was ominous. He began to wipe his hands clean with a rag. "And since you, my foremost voice, seem unable to deal with this small matter competently, I will see to the new arrangements myself before having my conference with the Queen Regent." As Portolanus left his workroom with the Black Voice, his aspect underwent a change. His body, which had seemed that of a normal, well-built man when he was within his private sanctum, now seemed to shrink and become deformed by extreme old age. The fingers that were strong and sure when working on the machine of the Vanished Ones became gnarled, and the fingernails ridged and split. His eyes turned rheumy, and his face was no longer firm, but furrowed and wattled, and as repulsive as a swampland fungus. He limped slowly along the corridor to the cabin where the royal children were imprisoned, bracing himself against the walls when the ship rolled in the heavy seas. Entering the cabin, which stank of scorched feathers, he found Nicolon and Janelle tied to chairs. The Tuzemeni guard supervised a frightened-looking steward who was changing the soaked and sooty bed. Little Prince Tolliver, unbound, sat watching on a couch, eating a cluster of sweet hallaberries. When the sorcerer appeared, he forgot the fruit and stared open-mouthed. "Now, what is all this hurly-burly?" Portolanus demanded in a querulous voice. "Setting fires, refusing to eat? We can't have that, you know. I want to be able to return you children to your royal mother all healthy and happy when the ransom is paid." "We demand to see our father," Prince Nicolon said. Portolanus flung up his hands and rolled his eyes. "Alas, young lord, that is not possible. He is no longer on this ship, but on another that is speeding toward Raktum. But as soon as his ransom is paid, he will be returned safely to his own country, as will you 3 royal children." "I think," the Crown Prince said in a level tone, "that you lie. We had it from the traitor Charisse that the king was taken prisoner by you, at the same time that she lured us away from the ball and onto this ship. She says that he is chained in the hold with the galley slaves and treated no better than they. If you will agree to give our father the respect due a royal prisoner, my sister and I will call off our fast and give you our solemn word not to attempt escape." Portolanus began to tut-tut and bluster denials, and pointed out how sensible young Prince Tolliver was to continue eating, at which Tolo had the grace to put aside his fruit and look ashamed. "He is too young to understand," Princess Janelle said, "but we understand all too well that your aim is to take our mother's magic talisman and use it for evil." The sorcerer laughed merrily. "What a fabric of lies Lady Charisse spun for you! It is true that the talisman is the ransom, but false that I would use it for evil. No, indeed, young lady. I would use it to restore the lost balance of the world, which your mother does not know how to do. She has never truly understood her talisman, and neither have her 2 sisters, and so our poor world is poised on the brink of a great catastrophe, with humans scheming to fight humans, and folk kept in pitiful subjection, and dire enchantments threatening to tear the land asunder and topple the 3 moons from their place in the sky." "And you could fix it?" little Prince Tolliver said, overawed. The sorcerer nodded and folded his arms, striking a pose. "My knowledge is vast,
and my powers are far greater than those of your Aunt Haramis, the Archimage. She herself seeks to restore the balance, but she cannot do it without help. Help that only I can give her." Crown Prince Nicolon was skeptical. "I have heard no rumors of wars, and the only oddlings who are oppressed are those who are rebels or troublemakers." "And the balance of the world was restored," Princess Janelle added, "when our mother and her sisters conquered the evil magician Orogastus. They are the 3 petals of the living Trillium. The 3 magical talismans that they hold in trust ensure that there will be peace forever." "But your Aunt Kadiya has lost her talisman," Portolanus hissed, his bloodshot eyes bulging. "Did you not know that?" "No," Nicolon admitted. For the first time his confidence seemed to waver. "Is that why this awful storm is blowing?" Tolo asked, tentatively. Portolanus beamed at the little boy. "Clever lad. Ah, what a brain you have! Of course the storm is a symptom of the world's lost balance, and you knew it, while your older brother and sister did not." Tolo smiled shyly, but the sorcerer whirled about then, glaring ferociously at Nicky and Jan. "I will waste no more time with you two. If you do not give me your solemn word that you will abandon your stupid fasting and behave yourselves, then I will have you confined in a miserable dark place infested with shipvarts." Tolo was aghast. "Me too?" Portolanus patted the boy sadly on the head. "Alas, you too, dear lad. If your stubborn brother and sister persist in their naughty ways—" "But I'm afraid of shipvarts," the little boy wailed. "They bite. Nicky, Jan, say you'll do what he wants." Crown Prince Nicolon drew himself up as straight as he could, being bound. "Tolo, be still. Remember that you are a prince of Laboruenda." Then to Portolanus, "If our royal father suffers, it will be our honor to share his pains." "So say I also." Princess Janelle's face had become very pale, but she set her lips tightly and kept her chin high, even when Tolo began to weep in terror. "Take them to the chain locker," Portolanus commanded the black voice. "They may bring nothing with them but the clothes on their backs, and give them only bread and water to eat, or not eat, whatever they please, until they come to their senses." The 2 green-faced knights guarding the door with the royal crest of Raktum mounted upon it drew their swords reluctantly as Portolanus came tottering along the stern castle corridor, bent nearly to the waist, reeling from one side of the passage to the other, and waving his arms to keep his balance as the ship wallowed in the storm. "She will not see you, magician," one of the men said in a strained voice. "Did her lady-in-waiting not pass the message?" Oh, dear, Portolanus bleated. "But I must speak to the Queen Regent. My business is very urgent." He was without his pointed hat, wearing a hooded robe of purple and pink stripes, having scattered silver stars. "Come back when the weather moderates," ordered the second pirate knight. His eyes were sunken, and his lips a livid bluish color. "Queen Ganandri is abed with a stomach even queasier than ours, attended by her lady physician. We would lose our heads if we admitted anyone." "We have already lost our lunch," said the first knight, nodding at a bucket nearby. Oh dear. Seasick, are you?" The sorcerer began fumbling in a large purple wallet hanging from the belt of his gaudy robe. "I have here a sure remedy for what ails you, and it would quickly cure poor Queen Ganandri, too." The first knight scowled. "We want none of your vile potions, Master of Tuzaman, and neither does the great queen. Be off!" Portolanus pulled from the pouch a short rod, fashioned of dark metal, having ornate carvings upon it, and also several inset gems. Smiling eagerly, he approached the knights with this object held in the palms of both hands. "No potions. See! One touch from this magical instrument of benevolent healing, and your miseries would be over." The Quamish pirates rejected his offer, and persisted in refusing him entrance, crossing their swords in front of the door. Portolanus whined and drooped and turned away, seeming to give up his efforts, so that the knights were taken completely unawares when the old cripple whirled about and leapt at them with the agility of a fedock, touching first one man, then the other, upon the cheek. The swords fell to the carpeted deck with dull clangs, and the eyes of the men rolled up into their skulls. Slowly they slid down the bulkhead on either side of the door, to end sitting with their legs thrust out and their heads sunken on their breasts, quite unconscious. The sorcerer wagged a chiding finger at them. "I said my business was urgent." Then he took from his pouch another object like a golden key without a bit, and used it to unlock the door. He came into the Queen Regent's elegantly appointed saloon, which was deserted and dimly lit, the ports shuttered against the unnerving sight of the gigantic waves. With startling ease, he pulled the two heavy armored bodies inside, and relocked the door. A tall woman, dressed in black, suddenly appeared at an inner door leading to the Queen's stateroom. "What's this?" she exclaimed sharply. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, dear," the sorcerer piped. "A great disaster, Lady Physician. Come see. I found these good fellows sleeping at their posts, and could not awaken them." He danced about, flapping his hands, as the doctor knelt to examine the nearest man. But no sooner had she lifted the knight's eyelid than Portolanus touched her bare head with the rod, and she fell prone across the bodies of the earlier victims. "Coriandra? What is it?" called a fretful voice. The sorcerer scuttled through the door into the royal stateroom, and sketched a bow, whereupon the Queen Regent cried, "You! What have you done to my servants?" "We must confer, great Queen. Your people sleep peacefully. I have not harmed them, only rendered them senseless with my magical rod. Another touch from it will restore them. After our little talk." Ganandri lay in a great round bed, propped up with lace-edged pillows and covered with a handsome wadded silk comforter. Her coppery hair was in disordered braids, and her face had the pallor of death, but in spite of her illness, her emerald eyes blazed with fury. She reached for the bell cord. Portolanus lifted it out of her way with his rod, wagging his head and clucking his tongue. "We must confer without interruption." "Low-born rogue!" croaked the pirate queen. "How dare you force your way into my chambers?" The ship gave a mighty lurch. Her seasickness overcame her, and she fell back with her hand pressed to her forehead. Calmly, Portolanus cut the bell rope with his small dagger. Then he pulled up a chair beside the bed and threw back his hood. His damp hair and beard fell in snarls, and his features were ludicrously distorted, with the nose twisted like a root, and the lips loose and creased as the opening of an old leather pouch. "Gracious lady, we must continue that conversation begun 2 days ago at the start of our flight from Tolosan, which was unfortunately interrupted when you became indisposed. I have pondered that little chat of ours, and fretted over certain of its implications. I must insist that you clarify certain puzzling remarks you made, and you must do so at once." Ganandri turned her head away. "I am near dying with this miserable tempest you have conjured up, wizard. Make it stop, and then I will talk to you." "No. It is this gale that will bring us to the Windlorn Isles ahead of Queen Anigel, so that I may take for my own the magical talisman of her sister Kadiya. You know this well enough, great queen." Ganandri groaned. "I know. Now I know it, you dissembler, but it was never part of our original bargain. The first I heard of this cursed voyage south was when we all came aboard with the captives. I have puzzled over and pondered it ever since. Our original agreement concerned only the abduction of King Antar and his children, so that you might secure Queen Anigel's talisman. We entered into that alliance as declared equals, even though your upstart little nation is puny in trade resources and lacking in money or armed might. Great Raktum took you under its wing because you assured me we would conquer the world together once you secured Anigel's talisman as ransom. and I believed you. The more fool I. You may believe me now. Nothing has changed. Liar. There was nothing in our compact about helping you to get a second talisman.
Portolanus shrugged and smiled disarmingly.
When you first made your offer,
the Queen went on, I had our sages in Frangine determine just what kind of magical device you coveted. They told me that Anigel's talisman is but one of 3, and that together they make up an invincible scepter of power. With one talisman in your hands, you would have Queen Anigel's nation helpless, and Raktum and Tuzaman together would conquer it. This was acceptable. But having 2 talismans of power, you would inevitably use them to obtain the 3rd.
Nay, do not deny it. You covet this all-powerful scepter.
And once you have it, great Raktum would shortly be reduced to a vassal state of Tuzaman, and its queen become your slave. The sorcerer's hands fluttered in dismay.
You misunderstand.
The sick woman rose up from her pillows, strengthened by rage.
Silence, wretch! Do not presume to patronize me. If I had not been prostrated by illness, I would have fathomed your scheme earlier. Now that I understand it, I have taken measures to ensure that Raktum does not fall under your devilish enchantment.
Portolanus wrung his hands.
No, no, we are allies. Never would I contemplate such perfidy. You misjudge me. I judge you accurately, and find you wanting.
The Queen spoke in a harsh whisper. Her green eyes burned.
That you and your 3 loathsome henchmen still live is due to my clemency. My knights had orders to slay you in your sleep last night, but I reconsidered. I have decided to fulfill our original bargain, helping you to obtain 1 talisman.
She fell back, once more overcome, but after a moment continued to speak.
And do not think you can win out by killing me or disabling me with magic. I made plans against that contingency before we ever set sail for the coronation in Zenora. The great pirate fleet of Raktum has its orders. If any harm comes to the Queen Regent through you, our fighting ships will interdict every port in Tuzaman. You will never be able to return to your country by sea, and if you return by land, our armada will box you in so that your dreams of world conquest will come to naught.
Portolanus bowed his head.
The Queen Regent is a brilliant strategist. Mock me if you must, she retorted, but remember what I say. If I do not, each morning, give my admiral orders to continue southward, this vessel will immediately change course and head for Raktum, with my dead or senseless body. You will lose Kadiya's talisman. Queen Anigel is hot on our trail and knows what you are after. She surely also knows a way to deny her sister's lost talisman to you, through using her own.
Are you so certain that I cannot coerce this ship's crew to obey me, once you are dead or rendered powerless? Portolanus said in a new voice. My magic can force anyone to do my bidding. His enfeebled persona had melted away, and his face, although still grotesque, had changed. There was now about him a halo of enchantment so menacing that the Queen Regent thought she might swoon from fear. But she spoke resolutely. If you had not needed great Raktum, you never would have made a pact with us in the first place. As to commanding this ship, you may think you have thought of a way to seize it, but I remind you that 3 other armed Raktumian vessels follow us, along with your own ship. Before we left Taloazan, I did not comprehend your new scheme in full, but I knew enough not to give you a free hand. The 3 captains of my escort will not permit you to return to your Tuzamani ship unless I give the order. If you reboard clandestinely and attempt to flee, they will overtake your slower vessel and bombard it with their fire catapults. The sorcerer said nothing. Ganandri's eyes gleamed in triumph. You have power, magician,
But your power is not invincible. That belongs only to the one who joins the 3 talismans of the Ruendian triplet sisters into the scepter. You may have Kadiya's talisman. My subjects and I will help you to obtain it. But when it is safe in your hands, bonded to you through your magical box, you will be put ashore on one of the Windlorn Isles to await rescue by your own Tuzemeni ship. You will leave the star box with me. King Antar and his brats will also remain in my custody, and I will claim their ransom from Anigel. Her talisman is mine. You seem to have thought of everything. The Queen gave a soft, painful laugh. I have lived by my wits for many years, magician. How else do you suppose that a poor old dowager became ruler of the kingdom of the pirates? Now get out, and restore my servants as you go. The glittering eyes slowly closed. For a long time Portalena stood beside the bed, looking down at the sick queen, gripping the paralyzing rod in one hand, and with the other fingering a battered, star-shaped pendant he wore concealed within his robes. But in the end he shook his head in frustration and went out, after first touching the unconscious doctor and the knights, so that they moaned and slowly began to regain their senses. There was a potential solution to the impasse, but it lay not in Queen Anigel, but in another person, whom he hurried off to see. Under grey skies from which the rain had finally ceased falling, Portalena sidled along the tossing deck, maintaining a firm grip on the safety lines to keep from losing his balance and being washed overboard. Waves breaking over the ship's sides drenched him with spray. The huge Ractumian trireme seemed to writhe like some great beast in torment, for all that it was racing before the wind at a league-gobbling speed, carrying only a few rags of sail. The galley slaves, of course, were unneeded. In such a high wind, their oars would have impeded the ship, not assisted it. Most of them were violently seasick anyway, as were the majority of the passengers, and the yellow and purple voices. The illness of the latter pair had been a vexing inconvenience to Portalenus. At least 2 of his acolytes were needed as adjunct sources of mental energy if he was to be able to scan the sea over long distances, descrying the enemy vessels in pursuit. Without the help of 2 or more voices, the sorcerer could only survey the waters with another small machine of the vanished ones. It was an excellent device, showing the position of other ships, or of landforms, as far as the horizon, working as well at night as in daylight. But it could not see below the horizon line, as his magical sight could. Not once did Portalenus consider tempering the force of the storm he had called up. Time enough for spying out Anigel when they reached the doldrums among the islands, and the final sprint for the talisman. Gaining the wheelhouse at last, Portalenus hauled open the door, and staggered inside, tittering and hooting inanities about the terrible weather. Admiral Jorot, standing behind the helmsman, gave the sorcerer only a swift, distasteful glance, but 2 other pirate officers hastened to help the distinguished passenger into a chair before the chart table, offering towels to mop the sea-water streaming from his face and hair, and a warm, dry cloak to wrap him in. Strangely, young King Lidavardis was also present in the wheelhouse, standing aside and staring at the ridiculous, drenched wizard with mingled anxiety and fascination. "You should not have endangered yourself coming on deck, great lord," one officer said. Portalenus waved him off, simpering. "It is most necessary that I convey to the Admiral an urgent message I have just received from the lips of Queen Anigel. I pray that all others leave us for a time." He bobbed his head and bestowed an oily smirk on the boy king. "Including you, young sire?" "Not my helmsman," Jorot snapped. His hair and beard were snowy, and his face weather-beaten and brown as an old boot. He was tall and wasted of body, and it was said he suffered secretly from a mortal illness, but he ruled his men with steely authority, and even Queen Anigel spoke to him respectfully, rather than with her customary hauteur. The sorcerer's tone was lilting but insistent as he replied to the old seaman's objection. "Yes, the helmsman must also go, unless you are unable to steer your own ship, noble admiral." "That I can, Master of Tuzaman," Jarot said, through clenched teeth. He bade the others leave, and stood at the wheel with his back to the sorcerer. "Now, what is this bilge about a message from the great queen? She does not confide in dubious foreigners." Portolanus laughed softly. "And yet you seem interested enough in what this dubious foreigner might have to say to you in private. Say it then and be gone. Do not be so abrupt, Admiral. I have had my eye on you. You are a man of strength and intelligence, and one, moreover, with a fine piratical turn of mind. These are qualities to be prized, and I would like to share a few of my thoughts with you, and perhaps discuss certain matters important to us both." "Save your knavish japes for the gullible Laboruendians. You are wasting your time." "I think not. To demonstrate my goodwill, I shall show my true self to you, as I have done to no other man on board save my own 3 faithful acolytes." Portolanus had thrown off both the sea cloak and his bulky wet magician's robe, and now stood straight, without a trace of the senile infirmity he had always displayed. Jarot flung a glance of astonishment back at the transformed sorcerer, and growled an oath, for Portolanus now proved to be a man much taller than himself. Dressed in close-fitting hosen and a simple shirt, with a battered silvery star of many points hung about his neck, he seemed as stalwart as an athlete. Even his face, framed by tangled yellow hair and disfigured by its scraggly mustache, had changed from that of a hideous ancient to one belonging to a man barely middle-aged, and comely enough now that the features were no longer contorted. "So," said Jarot, "you have more cheap tricks up your sleeve than any of us suspected." "Believe that if you wish, Admiral." The voice of Portolanus had altered along with the rest of him, and was now resonant and virile. "But of my magical powers have no doubts, for they are even more formidable than you can imagine. This great storm was commanded by me, and if I wished, I could banish it in an instant, or cause it to wax to a fury that would engulf your ship." "And yourself," Jarot sneered. "I would not die, nor would my 3 voices, nor the royal captives I hold for ransom. Only you and your crew would perish, and the passengers, including Queen Regent Ganondri and her goblin kinglet, if I but wished it." "And do you?" The sorcerer came around to the side of the wheel so that Jarot might more readily see him. "That, Admiral Jarot, rests entirely with you. Are you a man who serves the Queen Regent so faithfully that he would lay down his life for her?" The old pirate gave a shout of laughter. "That vainglorious harridan! She has been a plague upon our nation for 7 years, and not a man in my crew would weep to see her breathing sea-water. Only the knights of her personal guard are loyal to her here, and her own faction of relatives back in Raktum." He looked aside at the sorcerer, his brow darkening. "But dare to harm young King Leto, conjure man, and the mariners of the northern sea will hunt you to the uttermost parts of the known world, and feed your tortured corpse to the sea-monster Heldo." Portolanus chuckled. "Well, well, so the lad is your pet, is he? I wondered why we so seldom saw the ugly young Cubar about the royal quarters." "Ill-made his face and body are," Jarot said quietly, "but his spirit is that of a great prince. One day the world will know better than to despise him, if he can but survive to his majority." Now Portolanus was interested. "And why should he not?" "His royal grandam is 62 years of age, and in robustious good health. She is not eager to give up the reins of power 2 years hence, as she must according to our law, not when she might rule another 20 years herself, should the king be declared incompetent, or suffer some fatal misadventure." "You are correct in your assessment of Ganondri's ambition, Admiral. She is an intelligent and courageous adversary. She has also fatally underestimated me, for which reason I have come here tonight to confer with you." Jurat's eyes lit with sudden understanding. "I have it. The Queen is not afraid of you. She has faced you down, wizard, and in some manner now threatens your crooked schemes." "So she does," Portolanus admitted. "Although I am paramount in magic, I do not yet command a multitude of followers, nor has my small nation of Tuzaman a powerful army or a fleet of fighting ships to equal that of Raktum. Ganandri and I entered into an alliance before sailing to Zenora for the coronation, but I have lately come to realize that I cannot trust her. Let me be perfectly frank. I embarked from Taloasan with my royal prisoners on this ship instead of my own, because the Queen convinced me at the last minute that this was the fastest vessel, having enough armament to repel the Laboruendian pursuers. That is true enough, but I did not reckon she would be foolish enough to repudiate the terms of our original agreement and attempt to extort additional concessions from me. We pirates have our own quaint notions of honor, it's true, but none of us sail so close to the wind in sharp dealing as the Queen Regent. If she threatens you, why not simply smite her dead with your sorcery? If I did, would you and the captains of the other Raktumian ships follow my orders?" Jurat guffawed. "Not for a moment, trickster. Black magic has its limits. It cannot force loyalty or love, or even respect. Sink us all with your storm if you dare. Your cranky Tuzamani vessel would also very likely founder, since it is poorly designed for heavy weather. You and your precious prisoners would be cast adrift in the midst of the open sea, over 6,000 leagues from your home. You would soon die, even in a flat calm, unless you know how to take to the air and fly like the poppy birds." "Alas, I cannot," Portolanus admitted sourly. "If that were so, I would not be aboard your wallowing scow at this moment." Jurat's face was becoming ashen, and the cords in his neck stood out from the exertion required to keep the huge trireme on an even course. He clung now to the wheel with hands white-knuckled. "Wizard, I'm tired of fencing mentally with you, and I'm physically exhausted as well. I'm not a young man, nor a well one, and my job is conning the helm, not wrestling with a balky wheel in a full gale. I shall have to call the steersman back soon, or else risk losing control of the ship, which could very well dismast us in this high wind. You must have had a reason for coming here. Spit it out, or go back and play your games with the Queen Regent." The sorcerer began to reclothe himself in his damp robe. "Very well. If Queen Ganandri should die, and King Ledavardus rule truly, would you and all the pirate fleet accept his sovereignty? Would you obey his orders?" "Wholeheartedly," said Admiral Jurat. "But if you think you can force your will upon the lad, think again. He only pretends to be a dunce, so as not to provoke his grandmother." "I suspected as much. If he is clever, so much the better. Perhaps he will avoid making the fatal mistakes of Ganandri." "Fatal?" "I intend to usher the Queen Regent safely beyond, just as soon as she is no longer of use to me." "I could warn her of your evil designs." Portolanus laughed. "You could, but I think you won't. Tell the royal brat instead. If he cooperates with me when he wears Raktum's crown, he will soon possess riches equal to 1,000 years' worth of pirate loot, and more strong galley slaves than he can count. And you, Admiral Jurat, may have whatever you desire, up to and including the post of Viceroy of Laboruenda. But when the ransom is paid, King Antar and his children will never return alive to their land, ransom or no ransom, and Queen Anigel, deprived of her talisman and family, will soon see her land conquered by my magic,
and by the combined forces of Tuzum and Raktum. Oh, yes. It will happen very quickly, once her heart and will are broken. Now dressed again in his voluminous robes, Portolenus seemed to diminish in stature, and his body grow twisted with age. His face resumed its repulsive aspect. He opened the inner door of the wheelhouse, and called out in quavering accents for the others to return. The helmsman and the 2 officers hastened inside, but King Leodovardus was no longer there, having left by another door. "Do give the dear lad my best wishes when next you see him," the sorcerer said to the admiral, "and tell him I look forward to having a little talk with him very soon." He pulled his hood up and went out into the storm. But this time he did not pretend to be battered by it, but instead walked slowly away, easily maintaining his balance, as though the ship were at anchor in some calm harbor, and he out for an afternoon stroll of the deck. From below, Prince Tolliver called, "Can you see anything?" "Big waves and an angry sunset sky full of fast clouds," Prince Nicolon said. "First one, then the other as the ship rises and falls." "No land," Princess Janelle said. "Only ocean." "That's funny," Tolo said. "On your side, you should be able to see the shore if we're heading back toward the peninsula. Maybe the pirates aren't taking us to their home in Raktum after all." The only illumination in their new prison shone from twin openings 8 ells above the slimy planks of the chain-locker floor. The furnishings of the place consisted of 3 thin pallets with musty old blankets, a covered slop pail, a crock of lukewarm water, and a small basket of stale bread rolls. Nicky and Jan had decided that fasting would no longer help their cause, and they had already eaten half of the bread. When they were certain that their captors were not coming back, the 2 older children each mounted one of the 2 great piles of anchor chain that mostly filled the tall compartment. They clambered up the hanging sections of giant links, past the great double winching mechanism with its iron gears that raised or lowered the anchors, to the hawse pipes through which the chains passed to the ship's bow. They had forbidden little Tolo to follow. Whenever the trireme nosed into a particularly high sea, there was a ringing boom, and sea-water sprayed through the 2 openings and all over Nicky and Jan. But the water, like the air, was warm, and they no longer even bothered to shriek when they were hit by a fresh drenching. "The anchors outside are so monstrous that they hide most of the view," Nicky said. "Do you think the holes are big enough for us to crawl through and escape?" Jan asked. "It would be a tight squeeze with the anchors in the way," Nicky replied. "And even if we succeeded, we would only fall straight into the water and be sucked under the ship." "Come down!" Tolo pleaded. "I think I hear those nasty ship varts scratching in one of the dark corners again." "Cowardy cush," Nicky said with more kindness than contempt. "They can't really hurt you." "But I hate them. They are so ugly and dirty. Come down and drive them away, Nicky, please." The Crown Prince began to descend, and after a few moments' hesitation, his sister did also. The chains were caked with wet, evil-smelling river mud, and entwined with strands of Zenoran waterweed that made them very slippery. "When the ship finally stops in some harbor and they drop the anchors," Nicky said to Jan, "I'm going to escape. Right out one of those holes and down the chain, into the water." "The pirates aren't idiots," Jan said. "They'll move us out of here before then." Her eyes were wide in the gloom. Without fear, she clung tightly to a huge iron link as the ship plummeted downward like a falling stone, then pointed its bow up and soared toward the sky. The heavy chains, each wound once about its winch drum, swayed only a little. When next she spoke, Jan made sure to whisper so that the little boy below would not hear. "Nicky, do you think they're going to kill us?" "Not if Mother pays the ransom. What about Father?" Nicky turned his face away. His sister was a brave and sensible creature, and he usually confided in her completely. But now he could not bear to tell her what he suspected was the truth about the king's kidnapping. Without Antar on the throne, Raktum might well think it could attack its wealthy southern neighbor with impunity, seeking to conquer it outright rather than simply raiding its ships on the high seas. Nicky had often heard his father and mother speak of the danger posed by the ambitious pirate queen. But now, in answer to Jan, he could only say, "The pirates will certainly want a ransom for father, too. They will probably ask a ship full of platinum and diamonds for him, in addition to mother's talisman. But only a few coffers of gold for us." Jan grinned. "Maybe only a chamber pot of silver for Tolo." Below, the younger prince uttered a squeal. "I hear something again, but it's not shipvarts. Someone is coming. Oh, come down quickly!" Nicky and Jan began to slide, tearing their hands and clothing on the rough metal in their hurry. They had barely tumbled off the chain piles and onto the thin sleeping pallets when a succession of thuds announced the unbarring of the chain locker door. It opened. Outside was a dark hold, a place cluttered with odds and ends of rope, lumber, metal, worn canvas, and barrels of tar. A man stood there, holding a lantern high in one hand and a bared short sword in the other. He was not one of the scowling pirate knights who had imprisoned them, but another who had the look of a seaman. "Stand back," he ordered Prince Nicolon, who had sprung up and rushed forward. "Away from the door, you whelp!" He thrust the lantern in and looked about with an expression of repugnance. "A sorry place this is to stow 3 youngsters, even if they are Labornaki trash." "Laboruendian trash," said Nicky coolly. "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I'm Boblin the quartermaster, and I've brought you a visitor." He stepped back outside, still holding the lantern high, and a shorter figure dressed all in black materialized out of the gloomy hold and stepped into the chain locker. "The Goblin Kinglet!" shrieked Tolo. "He's come to torture us!" Jan gave her little brother a swift punch in the side. The youthful King Ledavardus had flushed at Tolo's thoughtless insult, but he said nothing, only looked at the 3, one after the other, as though they were creatures the like of which he had never encountered before. "Well, you've seen them, young sire," the quartermaster said gruffly. "Now, come away, before someone discovers us. You'll only rate a royal scolding, and bed without supper if the Queen Regent finds out you've been down here, but you'll likely have my liver chopped up for fish food." "Good!" cried Tolo. "I hope she slays both of you." And he stuck his tongue out. "Be silent," Nicky ordered. And to Ledavardus, "My brother is an uncivilized infant, and I apologize on his behalf for his rudeness. However, he is not used to being treated like some animal in the royal zoo. Neither are my sister and I. Or is this type of accommodation the usual thing for royal passengers on the ships of Raktum?" "No, it is not," said Ledavardus, speaking low. Hesitantly, he held out a sack to Princess Janelle. "Boblin told me you are to be fed only bread and water now. I am sorry. Here is a roasted waterfowl and some nut pastries I was able to find." Jan took the sack without speaking. Nicky said, "Thank you, King." "Well," Ledavardus muttered, turning away. "I'd better go now." "One thing," Nicky said. "Can you tell us of our father, King Antar? Is he alive?" "Yes. I have not seen him, but I know they have him chained with the galley slaves." We had heard that from Lady Charisse. "The king is certainly not forced to row," Ledavardus hastened to say. "The sweeps are not manned in such a high wind." "Will we all be held for ransom in Raktum?" Nicky asked. "I do not know. First we must sail south to the Windlorn Isles on some mysterious errand of the sorcerer's." "South!" cried Nicky. "Come away and say no more," said the quartermaster from out in the hold. "What if that Lothok spawn of a black voice should find us and report us to the sorcerer?" "Be silent, Boblin. Nothing is going to happen to us." And the boy king continued to brush aside the man's urgings, and began to ask many questions about the life the 3 captives led back home in Laboruenda. He wanted to know how the courtiers treated them, and if they were allowed to leave the palace and travel about their country, and how they were tutored and if they had friends of their own ages, and whether they ever envied children who were not royal. Both Nicolon and Janil quickly lost their suspicion of Liudivardus, and treated him with civility and even sympathy, not only answering his questions, but also asking many of their own. But little Tolliver could not overcome his revulsion over the Raktumian youth's ungainly appearance, and would not speak to him, except once to ask him if he liked being a pirate king. Liudivardus did not seem to notice the lad's hostility. He replied that he had been happy enough while his fierce father, King Lidamot, lived. The Raktumian monarch made his pirate fleet the scourge of the northern sea, and he was ruthless to any person who threatened him. He had loved his son dearly, and had dealt savagely with any Raktumian nobles who dared to hint that Liudivardus might be unfit to succeed to the throne. But then King Lidamot died untimely in a shipwreck, and Queen Mother Ganondri proved quickly that she would brook no rival as regent for her grandson. Several important fleet captains who opposed her died of mysterious illnesses, Liudivardus said, and others she vanquished openly through clever political ploys, depriving them of their fortunes as well as their power. The boy king's mother, Queen Mashria, was reduced to a pathetic invalid who never left her bed. Liudivardus was matter-of-fact as he spoke of the way his own life changed for the worse during the 7 years of his grandmother's regency. Even though the boy king tried to make light of his misfortunes, it was evident that he was lonely and despised at the Raktumian court. Only when he was allowed to go to sea did he find some happiness with several of the older pirate captains who had escaped the Queen Regent's purge and were still his friends. At sea his twisted body had grown strong, and he felt he was a true king, and not a helpless child. When Liudivardus finally left the chain locker, Nicky and Jan admitted to each other that they were sorry to have thought him a goblin. But young Tolo mimicked the hunchback's odd walk, and pulled faces to make fun of his ugliness, and called him a crybaby and a coward and no true pirate at all. Jan opened the bag of food. "Who cares about that? It was kind of him to bring this to us." "It's probably poison," said Tolo, making a face. "I don't trust that rotten goblin kinglet." Nicky lifted out the small fowl, unwrapped it from its napkin, and sniffed. "Nay, it seems wholesome enough." He spread the napkin like a tablecloth on the dirty deck, and set out the food upon it. It was strange that Liudivardus should visit us, though, and even stranger that he should open his heart to us. He looked up at his sister, who still stood holding the empty sack. "What do you think, Jan?" I think that the King of Raktum is a very unhappy person," she said. "More than that, I cannot say." Nicky broke apart the fowl and shared it out, and they all three began to eat. 9. Queen Anigel was in her cabin, alone with her grief and misgivings. The captain of the Laboruendian flagship, as well as Awanan and Elenus and Lampier and Pennipat and the other high officers of the court, had prevailed upon her not to conduct her talismanic surveys out on the deck, even though she felt closer to her loved ones under the open sky. There was too much danger of a heavy sea sweeping her overboard while she was in her trance. For 4 days now she had eaten almost nothing, and slept only fitfully, letting only Imu attend her. Almost all of her time was taken up with watching over her lost children and husband through her magical coronet, reassuring herself that no new hurt was done to them. On occasion she would also descry the sorcerer Portolanus, but she had failed to view his crucial meetings with the Queen Regent and Admiral Gerot, and so she knew nothing of Portolanus's plan to murder the captives once the ransom had been obtained. Anigel did see King Liudivardus's first visit to her children, and she was surprised and touched by the young man's unexpected kindness. She also saw him come again, this time alone, on the 4th day of the voyage, bringing more food. He stayed over an hour, questioning Nicky and Jan about the way they had been lured unsuspecting from the coronation ball, and asking them what they thought of Portolanus. Liudivardus was a rather naive boy, for all that he was 16 years old. It was evident to Anigel that he was very dubious about his grandmother's Tuzemeni ally. and frightened of what the future might hold for him. Ledavardis also made casual mention of the way that the sorcerer had stunned the Queen Regent's guards and physician with his magical rod, later restoring them by touching them again with the same instrument. Anigel could not contain her excitement as she listened to this, for it now seemed certain to her that the rod had also been used upon her husband Antar. He was not in a death coma after all, as she had feared when she saw that he did not wake for days, but was only under some enchantment that could be lifted at the sorcerer's will. King Ledavardis seemed eager to talk to other young people of his own rank. The life of a royal child was unnatural, even under the best of circumstances, but this boy with his twisted spine and repellent features was particularly unlucky. Anigel was sadly vexed at the way little Tolliver continued to mock Ledavardis and call him the Goblin Kinglet. But Tolo was only a baby after all, and puny and unsure of himself as well. Although Tolo had never suffered the cruel rejection the Raktumian boy had, Anigel knew that he envied his strong, handsome elder brother. Despising Ledavardis made Tolo feel better about his own imperfections. "And when I have little Tolo back," the queen said to herself, "I must keep him with me more, and tell him I love him, and reassure him, and build his confidence, and I will urge Antar to do so as well." Antar. Love and anxiety for her husband put all thought of Prince Tolliver out of her mind. She bade the talisman depict the king, and saw that he lay still sleeping on a plank bed in the foul quarters of the galley slaves. As always, she prayed for his welfare and safe return. Now that she was certain that he was not in a mortal stupor, she felt thankful that he was unaware of his own desperate situation and that of their children. Antar was a proud man and impetuous, and he would be tortured by rage and humiliation if he were conscious. Who could say what the pirates might do to him if he antagonized them or tried to escape? Or if she refused to pay his ransom? "What will I do," she asked herself, "if Portolanus threatens Antar with some terrible hurt, or even death?" She had mulled over the awful possibility many times before, worrying the thought as one touches a decayed tooth, knowing that there will be pain, yet unable to let it be. Tears came, even as she strove to forbid them, and she faced again the dilemma that had assailed her from the first moment she had read the 2 words spelling out the price of his freedom. Your talisman. Could she remain steadfast, as she had told Haramis she would, if the price of retaining the 3-headed monster was Antar's tortured screams, his ignominious dying? If she gave in to Portolanus, she was a false queen, laying her country open to conquest by black magic. But if Antar were taken from her, she knew she would die herself, and the devil take Leberuenda. For a long time she only studied her husband's face and gave way to sorrow. Then the vision of Antar dimmed, although she fought to hold it clear, and she heard the impatient voice of Haramis in her mind. "Annie, listen to me. Look behind your flotilla and rejoice." She seized her leather sea-cloak and dashed outside at once, not even bothering to respond to her sister. The rain had stopped, but a high wind still roared from the north. The mountainous swells coming up behind them looked as though they would surely curl over and smash the 4 ships down to the bottom of the sea. But somehow the huge waves never broke, and the ships rode up and down their dizzying slopes like wheeled carts rolling backward over hills. Earlier the peculiar motion had nauseated her. Now she was almost used to it, and she clung firmly to the quarterdeck rail and commanded her talisman to give her a long view of the sea behind the Leberuendian ships. The sight revealed another vessel, overtaking them. Breathless, she ordered the talisman to show the other ship more closely. It was much smaller than her bi-ream flagship, with 2 masts slanted back at a saucy angle, and having only 4 very small sails set. It streaked through the heaving sea like an arrow shot from a crossbow, and was already nearly abeam of the last Leberuendian vessel. Certain of the tiny figures working on deck had a strange form, and when she looked even closer, she saw that these were Wavilo aborigines. Among the humans was a slender woman with flying auburn hair, who wore the image of an eyed trefoil upon her jerkin. "Kadi!" the queen cried. "You've come! Oh, thanks be to the lords of the air!" The vision of Kadi had disappeared, and Anigel's mind's eye saw the face of her other sister, Haramis, wrapped in a fur-edged hood and silhouetted against a stormy sky. "Listen to me, Annie. Now you and Kadiya must work closely together. Both your ships and those of the enemy have nearly reached the latitude of Council Isle. At around midday tomorrow, the pirate Trillium will turn westward into the Windlorns to reach the place where Kadi's talisman was lost. Portolanus is so far ahead of you that I fear your flagship can never catch up. You will have to go on to Kadi's smaller boat. It is very swift, and it will likely overtake the Raktumian before the strong winds fall away among the islands." "But in the calms," Anigel protested, "the pirate Trillium will be able to speed along so much faster with its oars." "Most of Queen Ganondri's galley slaves are deathly seasick. The corsairs of Raktum mostly ply the coastal waters, and the northern sea is sheltered by the peninsula from the worst ravages of the monsoons. I suspect the Queen's men have never encountered anything like this magical storm of Portolanus. Our brave captain Valinikar says that he has never seen its like. In spite of the tremendous waves, the wind maintains itself on the fine line between propelling the ships at high speed and blowing the masts and sails away." "Never mind that," Haramis said impatiently. "The important thing is that the oarsmen on the Raktumian trireme will not instantly recover from their malaise. It will take some time before they are well enough to pull stoutly. Meanwhile, you and Kadiya in the smaller ship can keep ahead of them. In the light and erratic winds that prevail among the Windlorns, you will have the advantage, for a time." "Then it is not certain that Kadiya and I will reach her talisman first?" "No," said Haramis, "but you must beseech your own talisman to help you, besides praying hard to the lords of the air to speed your ship along." Anigel flung up her hands in exasperation. "I cannot command my talisman the way you command yours. Sometimes the thing obeys me in ways other than the sight, but most often it does not. I am no archmage." Haramis sighed. "I know that the talisman's action remains mostly a mystery to you and Kadi. My own three-winged circle is only slightly more cooperative. But I am on a journey now that may solve this problem for us. Hara, you must tell me what you are up to. I have spied you out, flying over the high mountains on a lammergeier." "Little sister, I can accomplish nothing useful in time to help you retrieve Kadi's talisman. Forget me. Use all your wits and all your strength to bring up the three-lobed burning eye from the depths. Every hour you delay, the world falls further out of balance. Farewell now, and may God and the lords of the air defend you from Portolanus." The Laboruendian flagship hove to and tried to launch a longboat that would carry Anigel to the Liath, but the seas were so rough and the wind so strong that the craft was tumbled over before it could even be released completely from the lines on the boat booms. It foundered almost at once, and one of the crew who had volunteered to man it was lost. "This way is hopeless, madam," Captain Valinikar told Anigel when the surviving seamen had been rescued. Liath lay a quarter of a league away from the flagship, half the time invisible behind the colossal swells. Anigel had bespoken her intentions to Jagan, and he had relayed the news to Kadiya and Captain Lee Woonley. "Then we must find another way for me to transfer to Kadiya's ship," Anigel retorted. She had dressed in a seaman's oilskins and wore her talisman pinned immovably to blonde braids wound about her head. The Labornaki captain shook his head. "Madam, I do not know one." "Then let us ask Jagan to consult the skipper of the Liath," Anigel said. She closed her eyes, using the talisman again, and when she reopened them a few minutes later, she said, "The Okamizi captain suggests a breeches buoy." "Whatever that might be." The other seamen standing about uttered exclamations of horrified dissent. Valinikar himself cursed, then made clumsy apology to his queen. "Madam,
I have heard of such a contrivance, but it is madness to even suggest that you might use it." "Describe it." "We would have to get under way again, running before the wind on nearly bare poles. The small Okamese ship would have to trim its storm sails with the utmost skill so as to match our speed exactly, then come alongside as close as she dared. We would shoot a line to her with a catapult. This line would be used to haul over a strong hawser with a block and tackle apparatus attached. Our two ships being connected safely, you would have to get into a kind of life buoy ring fastened to the block riding the hawser. Those on Leath would then draw you across the gap between the vessels by pulling on the first rope." Anigel's face went white during the captain's recital, but she managed a smile. "I am willing to do it." "No, my queen, you will not," cried Vilinikar. "If the two vessels should happen to drift apart all of a sudden, or one get ahead of the other in a rogue blast of wind, the ropes could break, dropping you into the sea. And if the boats were thrust suddenly close together, you would also go into the water as the ropes sagged, perhaps being crushed between the two hulls." "I must do it," she said simply. "It is our only chance to save the king and the children. Make preparations, Captain, while I bespeak Jagan and have the Leath do the same." First, the flagship's carpenter had to construct the breeches buoy, which was nothing but a cork-bark ring, less than an ell in diameter, with a cut-off pair of canvas breeches firmly attached to it, and ropes to suspend it from a running block. Then it took nearly an hour for the boats to get into position, and by that time it was nearly dark. Vilinikar took the helm of the royal byreme himself, so that its course would remain steady as rock. Leath edged into position, somewhat more clumsily, standing off some 20 ells from the larger vessel, and bobbing wildly up and down in the troubled waters, never precisely matching speeds. Now the mates of the two ships shouted back and forth through hailing horns, their voices almost lost in the great wind. The work of installing the breeches buoy began. Kadiya came to the rail of the Noga with Jagan and a tall Wavailo at her side. She and Anigel shouted only a few encouraging words to each other. It was not a time for relayed conversation via the speech without words. Anigel watched, with Imu, Elenis, and Awanan standing close by her side, as the first line was shot across. Then the rest of the equipment was carefully put into place. A winch and the hawser for the block to run along, and the lighter block and tackle that would pull the queen across. The first mate of the flagship assured Anigel that small variations in distance between the ships could be accommodated by the apparatus. It was only sudden violent motions that might endanger her. 3 strong seamen came up and knelt briefly at Anigel's feet for her blessing, then went to stand by the all-important winch that could tighten or loosen the connecting hawser if such aberrant motion occurred. On Leath, whose deck lay nearly 10 ells below that of the tall byreme, the other end of the hawser was made fast to the mainmast. The block and tackle were affixed below it, with Lamamuko himself ready to pull Anigel in as swiftly as possible. The ropes creaked, and the winchman strove to keep the hawser taut. The wind seemed somewhat abated, and finally the first mate decided that the breeches buoy was ready. Anigel kissed Imu, Elenis, and Awanan. Then she stepped into the thing, clung to the ring about her waist with all her strength, and was pulled off her feet into the air and over the ship's rail. The byreme surged downward, and Leath rose up. For a moment the hawser from which the buoy was suspended was nearly at a level, while the foam-streaked grey waters made a roughened hill, slanting below. Anigel was moving, riding above the waves, splashed by spray, flung from side to side like a doll hanging on a clothesline. Then the byreme rose, and Leath went into a trough. The hawser above the queen's head twanged with strain, then eased. Anigel came to a sudden, jarring halt, and then began to move slowly again. The ships were now maintaining a miraculously identical speed and direction, despite the heaving waters, like a pair of oddly matched but expert dancing partners. The buoy was moving quickly again, and Anigel was more than halfway to the Noga. She managed to wave at the people along the smaller ship's rail. Momentarily, the sea flattened beneath both hulls as they came to the bottom of a great trough. Anigel slid easily in the buoy down the slanted hawser, drawn along not only by the powerful muscles of Lamamu, but by gravity as well.
Side by side, the ships appeared to glide backward up another mountainous swell. And then the wind shifted abruptly. It seemed to Anigel as if Leath were rushing toward her, but the hawser that supported the buoy had gone ominously slack, and instead of sliding along it, she began to drop, sickeningly, toward the water. She heard shouts from the Leath and the shrill scream of a female aborigine from her own flagship. The two ships were closing together, driven by the shifting wind. In another instant, she would be in the water. "Talisman, save me!" she cried. The wind roared, shifting direction again. There was a mighty twang as the hawser snapped taut. Lamamu had lost his grip and lay sprawled on the deck. Anigel was being propelled as if by a catapult toward the smaller ship. She knew that in another instant she would be dashed to her death against it. She stopped in midair. There was no wind. There was no tossing sea, no heaving small ship. Both Leath and the waters were motionless, as if they had turned to stone. Anigel seemed suspended in calm air, the ropes all in a tangle above her head, but unmoving, frozen. She dared not breathe. Life itself had come to a halt. And then only she, in all the world, was permitted to move. She floated to Leath, passed above its rail, and descended gently, still gripping the ring of the breeches buoy. Her feet touched the deck. Around her were petrified Wavailo, Jagan like a small statue with wide yellow eyes and mouth agape in amazement, and Kadiya. Almost as soon as it began, the eerie experience ceased. Anigel fell heavily to her knees, all enveloped in loose rope and cumbered by the buoy. Kadiya and the others were howling with relief, and there were faint cheers coming from her flagship. When Anigel was freed from the mess, she stumbled into her sister's arms, weeping for joy. "It was my talisman. It saved me. Kadi, Kadi!" "Yes," Kadiya agreed. "Beyond doubt it did. One moment you were plunging toward the water, and the next moment you were here." Behind the two women, the mate Lee Teary was directing the crew to quickly cut loose the ropes that bound the Noga to the Laborawendian flagship. At once the two ships began to draw swiftly apart. Leath had been moving under two small sails. A third was unfurled to the howling wind, and the Noga took flight, moving faster now than the Byreme. It went faster yet as a fourth tiny piece of canvas was raised. "Let us go below," Kadiya said, leading her sister like a child. The Queen was trembling violently now, soaked in spite of her oilskin garments, and her face and hands were bloodless. But she smiled still, and tried to wave goodbye to those on the flagship. "The talisman," she said again. "The talisman did save me." Kadiya opened the companionway door. "Let us hope," she said in a voice gone flat, "that it will save me as well." 10. The Archimage and Shiki the Dorak flew westward over the Ohogan foothills of Labernock on the first leg of their journey to the Kimelon, each mounted on a huge black and white lammergeier. 2 additional birds carried their supplies. The Archimage mitigated the storm that swirled around them even more efficiently than Portolanus had done, and Shiki marveled at how warm and comfortable he was, and how swiftly the Voors were able to fly, within the magical bubble of calm that the great enchantress spun with her all-powerful talisman. At first, Shiki was so overawed by the Archimage that he hardly dared to speak to her. He kept reverently silent during their time aloft, so as not to disturb her mystical contemplation, and was humble and self-effacing when they descended that night to rest on the ground. She produced warm food for both of them from a magical contrivance, and later, with the giant birds nestled round about the 2 tiny sleeping tents, the talisman continued to shield them all from the elements. Shiki half awoke in the middle of the night, thinking that he heard strange sounds, like those a human person makes when sore distressed. But when he called out, the faint noise ceased, and he told himself that he was imagining things, hearing only the moaning of the wind. In the morning he had forgotten all about it, and his sleep was undisturbed on the other nights that they camped in the mountains. By the time they had overflown Raktum's Latouche Mountains and reached the border of the sempiternal ice cap itself, the unnatural storm generated by Portolanus finally came to an end, and the sky cleared. The flying steeds continued to flap tirelessly across dazzling snowfields, which were broken only rarely by mountains upthrust through the silent immensity of the world continent's interior. The Archimage guided her own boor as expertly as Shiki did the new bird who had taken the place of his late friend, and without thinking he ventured to congratulate her on her skill. She took no offense at his familiarity, but instead seemed perfectly willing to converse, telling him that it was her custom to travel on Voorback, on the infrequent occasions when she left her tower to visit her two sisters, or to confer in person with humans or folk who requested her help. She said she had been taught to guide Voors long ago, before she was the Archimage, and her teacher had been the Vispi woman Majira, who now served as the housekeeper of the tower. Here was another surprise for Shiki, who had assumed that the White Lady was a goddess who knew everything without learning. She laughed at that, and told him something of the story of her life, that she had been Archimage for only 12 years, and was still only beginning to learn how to do her job properly. Timidly, Shiki then asked her what kinds of work she undertook on behalf of her clients. She responded in a straightforward manner, telling how she adjudicated disputes and helped to find lost persons and counseled leaders who were seriously perplexed, and gave warning of impending natural calamities, and in a myriad other ways guided and guarded those who called upon her and trusted her. Shiki was astounded when she admitted that there were problems to which she had no solutions. This amazed him almost as much as his early discovery that she ate and drank as did ordinary people, and tended to her body's relief, and sometimes even overslept. He was further shaken when she confessed that she did not know exactly what she expected to find in the inaccessible Kimelon, only that it was important, and she dreaded having to go to the place and was exceedingly glad to have him accompany her. It now began to dawn on the little Dorok that he had been mistaken in his earlier judgment of the White Lady. A wielder of magic she was indeed, but she was not a forbidding goddess or even one of the legendary Sindona, too lofty to suffer fear or misgivings like ordinary mortals. This Archimage was instead a person of flesh and blood, with emotions very like his own, who was unsure of herself and in need of comfort and friendship. And so he dared more and more to converse with her in a commonplace manner, and even made little jokes. She in turn asked him details about his life in the Tuzemeni Mountains, and he told her how he and his wife had tended scattered plots of farrow plants that thrived in the geyser-warmed valley where his village lay, yielding both nutritious tubers and fruits that made a cheering beverage. During the snowy season he had trapped worms and other pelt animals, while his wife spun and wove zook wool into fine scarves and shawls that could be traded along with his furs to the lowland humans. With sadness, Shiki spoke of how his people had been the friends of the giant lammergeier birds from time out of mind, speaking to them through the speech without words, and riding them when they wished to visit other villages of the folk in the mountains of Tuzemen. But now, as I have already told you, he added, we Dorok and the Voors can be friends no longer because of the foul sorcerer. And he waited for the Archimage to reassure him, to tell him that she would mend the situation by bringing down Portolanus. But she said nothing, only fingered her talisman and stared out over the desolate ice cap that the Voors traversed, her face somber and unreadable. That night, Shiki again heard the faint sounds that reminded him of weeping, but could not be. 7 days after they had left the Archimage's tower, the travelers saw what looked like a lofty dark hill of peculiar rounded form rising on the horizon beyond the almost featureless expanse of ice and snow. As they drew closer, the mass seemed more to resemble thunderclouds, partly gray and partly black as ink, roiling and swirling, and yet seeming much more dense than the ordinary clouds that harbored rain or snow. Occasional lurid flashes of crimson lit their depths. "It is the Kimelon," Shiki said to the Archimage, "the place we Dorok know as the Land of Fire and Ice. Usually the great cloud that enshrouds the plateau is largely steam, with only a little smoke and ash, but I fear that now many of the volcanoes are erupting. We must pray, White Lady, that molten lava has not engulfed the interior basin.
It is there that we will find the strange building that you seek, in which the sorcerer Portolanus lived. Can your talisman tell if the basin is safe to enter?" Haramis pulled forth the wand from beneath her cloak and bade it show her a clear sight of the inaccessible Kimelon. When she had tried to view the place back at her tower, details of the interior were always masked by thick clouds, and she could get no close view of what lay on the ground. Now, once again, the picture within the three-winged circle was an obscure one that showed little more than she might see with her naked eyes had she been directly overhead, peering down through the turbulent smoke. "I am afraid we shall have to wait until we get there to see what has befallen the ancient storage building," Haramis said. "The Kimelon is a place infused by powerful magic. I am amazed that your people knew of its existence." The little man shrugged. "The land of fire and ice is spoken of in our most ancient legends as a place sacred to the vanished ones. From time to time, one of our Dorok heroes would be impelled by some irresistible inner urge to visit it on Vorbak, but he knew he must touch nothing there, lest he never see his home again. Those who resisted temptation came back safely. A few of the heroes were never seen again, and it was said that they had succumbed to the lure of the forbidden magic of the place and remained there, turned to ice statues. Thus the old tales were refreshed in the minds of the Dorok, and the way to the Kimelon confirmed again and again in folk memory. "I wonder," Haramis mused, "whether your people might once have been the servants of some long-forgotten archimage, who transported at her behest dangerous old artifacts to the Kimelon. You are close kin to the Vispi folk of the Ohogan Mountains, and they served my predecessor, the Archimage Bina, from time immemorial." "White Lady, I know nothing of any such duty. We Dorok believed that the Archimage lived far away from our land, and had little to do with us. It was my late beloved Vor Nunusio who reminded me that you are the guardian and protector of all folk, and who urged me to come to you." Haramis felt a portentous tingling at the base of her scalp. The Lammergeiers! She had never thought to consult them. "Hiluro!" "I hear, White Lady, and respond. Speak to me so that Shiki and the other birds cannot hear." "Very well. Hiluro, do you know of other living archimages besides myself?" "Yes. There is the Lady of the Sea, who lives in the fastness of the Auroras, and the Lord of the Firmament, whose home is in the sky. These two and yourself are the only ones remaining of the great archimagical college established by the vanished ones to oppose the evil starmen. I can tell you nothing of these other two archimages, save their titles and dwellings, and the fact that they will live and continue their mission for as long as the star threatens the balance of the world." "Thank you, Hiluro." This was at least a little more than the talisman had already told her, and Haramis pondered it as they flew closer and closer to the Kimelon. Finally, as the declining sun cast a rose-colored veil over the sempiternal ice cap and gave spectacular backlighting to the ash clouds, they arrived. The inaccessible Kimelon was a small plateau about 3 leagues in diameter, hemmed in by a dozen or so tall volcanoes. 5 of these, standing shoulder to shoulder in the west, were pouring forth black smoke, with occasional blobs of lurid scarlet lava hurled skyward. Narrow rivulets of molten rock streamed down their flanks. 2 more mountains merely steamed, their white vapors mingling with the dark plumes of their neighbors, and the rest were dormant. The active volcanoes were a fearsome sight, and their rumbling was like constant thunder. Shiki was surprised to note that the Archimage's hand holding her talisman was trembling. "The wind is blowing the smoke and ash away from the interior of the Kimelon," Haramis told Shiki. "That is good news, at least." The 4 Lammergeiers flew through a steep cleft on the eastern side of the plateau, where the extinct volcanoes were covered with massive glaciers streaked by ash and soot. The valley floor was solidified lava, some of it blocky and full of holes like clinkers, and some smoother, with an appearance of huge dark ropes or piles of pillows or poured batter turned to black rock. A sizable lake that reflected the angry sky,
occupied the center of the depression, fed by torrents of meltwater from the ice fields of the inactive cones. Fumaroles spouted and hissed beyond the lake's western shore, a region where the ground was cracked and steaming, and hot mud pots bubbled like cauldrons of multi-hued paint. On the eastern lake shore, the ground seemed solid, although deep in drifts of white ash, and the rocks had lichens growing upon them. There were also a few stunted shrubs and other kinds of plant life, their green leaves withered and discolored by the poisonous exhalations of the volcanoes. At the base of a great black cliff stood the building. The 4 voors circled the lake once, then glided down to land next to the structure. A sharp stench of sulphur, vile but bearable, pervaded the atmosphere, and the air was humid and very warm. A light rain of ash fell constantly, whirled about the ground by erratic breezes. Small nodules of pumice crunched underfoot as the Archimage and her small companion alighted. The ground seemed to vibrate, and a low, almost musical roar mingled with the hissing of the fumaroles and the sound of rushing water. "We cannot stay here long, Shiki," Haramis decided. "I will try to hurry with my explorations." Would you like me to accompany you?" he offered. "If there are demons guarding the place, as our legends say, I will gladly defend you with my life." He drew his long knife from its sheath and held it up with both hands, so that the blade shone redly in the lava light. Haramis looked down at him, deeply touched. He hardly knew her at all, and he was surely more frightened than she, and yet she was certain that he had made his offer through friendship, not merely in fulfillment of duty. She lay one hand upon his shoulder. "Dear Shiki, in the kindness of your heart, you have discovered that I am afraid of what I might find within this place. You must understand, however, that I do not fear monsters or demons or any other form of external danger to my life. This building was built by an Archimage like myself, after all. It is right that I enter and explore it. The unknown thing that I seek, that I will recognize when I see it, is dreadful to me because it pertains to my inmost heart and soul, and within that inner realm no one can accompany me but myself. Still, I would be happy to have you come with me as far as you can, but put away your weapon, my friend." He slipped his knife back into its scabbard. "We Dorok have a saying, a monster fought with a good companion is smaller than one encountered alone." But she only smiled at that, and approached the mysterious edifice with Shiki close by her side. The place was made entirely of black lava rock, as was the cliff it merged with, and about the size of a barn, with a steeply slanted roof of flagstones that would shed both snow and falling ash. Only at the front, on either side of the narrow door, were there windows, deep set into walls nearly an ell thick, and having many small panes set in leading. The door was of metal, with neither latch nor knob, and it refused to yield to her touch. She drew forth her talisman on its neck-chain and tapped the door gently, saying, "Talisman, protect us two from all harm, and grant us access to this place." Immediately the door swung open. The area inside was utterly black. Haramis stepped inside and commanded illumination. At once a series of wall sconces lit, having their light source the same type of flameless glowing crystal found throughout her tower. Shiki trailed behind as she entered. The room was obviously the place where the exiled Portolanus had made his home. A robe of stiff fiber and a pair of worn sandals still lay abandoned on the floor, and a cape and wide conical hat of the same material had been tossed in one corner. In contrast to these rude garments, the furniture in the room was extraordinarily beautiful and sophisticated. A table, 2 chairs, a bed, and several cabinets and chests of an unfamiliar, gleaming, tawny material were fashioned in a style that Haramis had never seen before, all graceful curves without a sign of joints, as though the things had grown into their proper shapes rather than having been made by an artisan. The bed had pillows that resembled 2 huge soap bubbles, and blankets of very strong, gossamer-thin, transparent stuff, strangely luxurious to the touch, fastened somehow to the bed so that they could not be removed. Beside the bed stood a peculiar narrow cabinet made of a substance slick as polished bone, but unyielding as metal, having on its slightly slanted top surface a large gray square, and many smaller squares of different colors, each of these decorated with peculiar symbols carved in low relief. On the other side of the room, next to the table and chairs, was a waist-high blocky object with many rectangles of different sizes apparently drawn upon it. 10 circles, smaller than a platinum crown, were clustered within a frame on the front, and these also sported mysterious glyphs. "Surely these marvelous things were made by the Vanished Ones," Shiki whispered. "You are doubtless correct, and now we will find out what the mysterious contrivances do." She touched the odd bedside cabinet with her talisman and a simultaneous mental query, in the way she had learned when investigating other ancient artifacts in the cavern of black ice. The talisman spoke. "This is a library. One consults it in the following fashion." "Pray hold," Haramis told it. She next touched the blocky thing near the table. "This is a kitchen unit. It includes an assortment of containers and implements, and will cook food, heat or chill it, and store it in wholesome condition indefinitely. One opens the compartment containing the utensils—" "Pray hold," said Haramis. She touched an object the size of a large chest. Its top immediately sprang open, revealing glittering polygons and circles arranged in incomprehensible patterns. "This is a musical creator that can reproduce the sounds of any instrument and orchestrate them according to the composer's will." "Pray hold," said Haramis. She went to an inner door, which opened easily. Lights went on as she stepped into an enormous room that apparently took up most of the space within the building. Ranks of open shelves, reaching to the high ceiling, were arranged with narrow aisles between, and the shelves were crowded with oddly shaped mechanisms and boxes of all sizes. The shelving and their contents were furred with a layer of dust nearly half a finger-span thick, and here and there were clean, empty spaces, revealing where some object had been removed. Haramis and Shiki began to stroll the aisles, looking upon the devices and marveling. From time to time the Archimage touched a machine with her talisman and identified all manner of amazing things, every imaginable kind of tool, horrific weapons, strange scientific apparatus, devices for manufacturing, but of course these lacked the raw materials that would have made them useful to the exiled sorcerer. Machines that would teach, entertain, and even heal. "How wonderful!" Shiki exclaimed. "Portolanus must have been very sorry not to be able to take all of these things with him." "I think we should thank the Lords of the Air that he did not," Haramis remarked grimly. "Heaven only knows how the larger devices were brought here in the first place." As they made their way toward the cliffside wall of the building, she again consulted her talisman. "Is this truly the secret storage place of some Archimage?" "Yes." "Who built it?" "The Archimage of the land Drianro had it built after the original storage place used by previous Archimages of the land was engulfed in a lava flow and became no longer usable." "Tell me when Drianro lived, and why this place was not used by the Archimage Bina." "Drianro was born 2,306 years before the present day. He died suddenly, neglecting to inform his successor, the Archimage Bina, of the location of this cache of ancient artifacts within the inaccessible Kimelon." Haramis caught her breath. The talisman, reading her mind as it often seemed to do, gave the answer to her next unspoken question. "The Archimage Bina lived 1,486 years, and held her sacred office for 1,464 of those years." "By the flower! And am I fated to live so long?" "The question is impertinent." Haramis's lips tightened. How often had the talisman chided her with that wretched phrase when she asked a question it could not answer? But in an instant she forgot her vexation. Wonderment reasserted itself as she gazed about at the thousands of mysterious contraptions, and she questioned the talisman again. All of these things, were they considered potentially harmful, that they had to be banished here? Some of them the Archimage Drianro only considered inappropriate to the indigenous culture, while others he deemed hazardous. "Are the devices magical, or only machines?" "They partake of an ancient science some would deem magical."
"But is there true magic?" Haramis demanded. "The question is impertinent." "Bah!" cried Haramis. "When will you ever stop mocking me when I seek to get to the heart of the matter, to the very essence of my duty as an archimage?" "The questions are—" "Pray hold," she interrupted in exasperation, and let the wand drop on its chain around her neck. Shiki had listened to her dialogue with the talisman, with his mouth wide open and his eyes glazed with incredulity. "Do not be scandalized, my friend," she remarked tartly. "Magic can be awesome, but it can also be dreary and frustrating, especially to those forced to learn its ways without a teacher. I came here hoping to remedy that very lack." Shiki smiled uneasily. "Did you hope to find a magical book or machine that would instruct you?" "No, I am looking for something more special, and since it has not condescended to show itself to me, I shall have to command it." She lifted the talisman again and spoke in a loud voice. "If there is a contrivance in this place that will let me communicate with other archimages living in the world, then reveal it." They heard a small sound. It was like the vibration of a crystal glass struck by a fingernail, high, pure, and ringing. Haramis looked wildly around her at the ranks of shelves packed with enigmatic objects. Where was the sound coming from? It began to fade, even as she tried vainly to pin down its source. Shiki had torn off his leather cap so that his upstanding ears with their frost-bitten tips could listen more keenly. "This way!" he cried, and dashed away with the archimage close on his heels. They were moving along that part of the wall farthest from the entrance, which was of raw lava rock and obviously part of the cliff face. Shiki finally fetched up at a spot that looked no different from any other, pointed down at the floor, and said, "Here." Haramis tapped the dusty rock surface with the talisman. Again the note chimed, and a section of the floor became as transparent as thin smoke, and then vanished, leaving a hole over an ell in diameter, impenetrably black in its depths. Musty air gushed forth from this, stirring the dust of the storage chamber and making Haramis and Shiki sneeze. She ordered that the inside of the hole be lighted, but nothing happened. It remained completely dark, and there was no more wind from it, but only the musical notes still sounding faintly in their ears. Haramis addressed her talisman. "What is this opening? Where does it lead?" "This is a viaduct, and it leads to where one is summoned." "Am I summoned to enter it?" "Yes. The archimage of the land is summoned to the archimage of the sea, for an instructional sojourn of thrice 10 days and thrice 10 nights. Haramis let out a long breath. Her face was radiant. "This is what I expected, what I hoped to find. Thanks be to the triune God." She would have stepped into the viaduct opening at once, except that Shiki piped up forlornly, "What about me? Shall I wait here until your return, White Lady?" Haramis was ashamed of her thoughtlessness. She addressed the talisman sternly. "I cannot leave my good servant Shiki alone here in this awful Kimelon for 30 days, and there are also our faithful Lammergeiers to consider. Shiki the Dorok is summoned elsewhere, where his presence is required, and he shall enter the viaduct ahead of the archimage of the land. The 4 Voors that bore you here have already taken wing for home." "Oh!" cried Shiki. "We are marooned, just like the evil wizard." "Hush!" Haramis chided him. "We are nothing of the sort. Talisman, where are you sending Shiki?" "Where he must go." "Oh, you maddening thing!" Haramis exclaimed. Then, calming herself, she said to Shiki, "Try not to be afraid. I am certain that the talisman means no harm to either of us. I can only presume that there is some place where you will be usefully employed while I am engaged in my studies, and this place is not with me, and that is why we must be separated. Will you go forth bravely into the viaduct and do whatever the talisman bids you?" The little man bowed his head. "It is your talisman, and I am your servant, White Lady." He took one of her hands and kissed it. Then he settled his leather cap firmly atop his ears and stepped into the dark opening. There was a very loud bell sound, and Shiki the Dorok disappeared. Haramis called after him,
but there was not even an echo of her voice, only the lingering reverberation of the chime. "Now it is my turn," she said to herself, and then a sudden terrible thought struck her. Had Portolanus also been summoned? Had he been summoned twice? Was there some purpose in the threefold scepter and the individual talismans that formed it, that lay far beyond anything she had ever dreamed? She experienced a powerful yearning to seek the advice of her triplet sisters, to tell them all about this mystery, to ask them to lend her their strength and resolution as she stepped into the unknown. Valiant Kadiya, loving, steadfast Anigel. And I am the faltering one, who should be the leader. No, she decided, I will not add to their burdens in order to lighten mine. I will cease this cursed wavering and follow the example of good old Shiki. She took hold of the talisman with both hands and stepped into the hole called the viaduct. For an instant she was enveloped in suffocating darkness, hanging suspended in a void. Her brain seemed to explode painlessly with a huge musical throb. Then immediately she felt matter beneath her feet, shifting pebbles. It was still dark all about her, but she knew that it was only night-time, not some magical banishing of light. As her eyesight slowly accommodated, she saw that there were even stars, barely discernible in a sky that seemed flooded with a peculiar dark red glow. And a noise, the lapping of small waves upon the shingle, gently rustling to and fro. A sharp breeze bearing a breath of profound chill touched her face. A seashore. Out in the water, enormous things were floating, glimmering like ghostly ships, but more immense than any man-made object. They were as big as islands, as big as small mountains, and each had a faint greenish or electric blue phosphorescence. The little waves were edged with a foam that was luminous too. And now the red-black sky was changing. From the far horizon a beam of pearly opalescence grew up, and then others materialized slowly until there were 5 in all, wavering like spectral fingers. They widened, became a bright fan of pink, white, and green light, then expanded into luminous draperies. The skylight shone on the gigantic icebergs offshore and lit up the strange landscape behind Haramis, a desolate expanse of barren, treeless hills, occasionally patched with gleaming snow. The wind was rising. "Where am I?" Haramis whispered. "On the shore of the Aurora Sea." So that explained the fantastic light in the sky. It was the aurora, a rare natural phenomenon she had read about but never expected to experience, seen only in the far northern parts of the world. The ever-changing colors were so glorious that she nearly forgot why she had come. "But you must not do that, Haramis. You have so much to learn." She uttered a sharp cry. The one speaking without words was not her talisman. "Is it the Archimage of the Sea?" she called out. "Where are you?" "Follow the way of light." The aurora's splendor was brightly reflected in the sea now, and in one particular place, near where she stood, it almost seemed as if the water were solidifying, turning to a firm surface that sparkled like clear ice strewn with 1,000,000 tiny diamonds. As she watched, the icy patch lengthened, extending out from the shore toward the tallest of the glowing icebergs. "Will it hold my weight?" Haramis asked herself. She shivered in the keen wind, then extended one foot. The ice gave forth a gentle tinkling, but remained solid. She took another step. On either side of the narrow, glittering path, the black waters rippled, but the way of light itself was as firm as iron. Drawing her Archimage's cloak around her, Haramis began to walk out to sea. 11. "If this map sheet you scrawled up is true, lady," Captain Lee Woonley said to Kadiya, "we're likely only a couple of leagues or so from the place where your magic talisman got dropped." Kadiya and Anigel, having just awoke, had hurried up onto the deck of the Liath when summoned by the vessel's master. They found that the ship was moving slowly southward along the ragged shore of Council Isle, keeping well away from the land. For the past 3 days, ever since Liath had begun to thread her way through the Windlorns, a lookout had been posted to watch for signs of the Raktumian pirates or hostile natives. but thus far there had been no other craft sighted on the waters, although smokes were visible from the many Alianza village sites, and a small group of aborigines was spied netting fish in the shallows. Anigel's talisman had proved to be of little use in tracking the pirate trireme through the maze of islands. The Queen could descry the big vessel well enough, but she found it impossible to pinpoint its position on the chart through simple observation. So many of the islands looked alike to her, and the chart was obviously none too accurate. Whether the pirates were ahead of them or behind them remained a mystery. The talisman did confirm that there were large numbers of Alianza natives watching the passage of Liath from places of concealment. Since the sea folk on the various islands communicated with each other via the speech without words, they doubtless knew exactly where the pirate ship was, but the Alianza refused to respond when Kadiya's Wavailo companions bespoke them. And while Queen Anigel could eavesdrop upon them through her talisman, she learned to her dismay that when the sea folk talked among themselves, they used their own incomprehensible language, not the universal trade dialect based upon human speech that they had spoken during the abortive conference with Kadiya. Deprived of any knowledge of their enemies' whereabouts, the two sisters could only urge Captain Lee Woonley to sail on as fast as possible in the fitful wind, while they prayed that they would reach the site of the talisman's loss before Portolenus did. "You did well to reach Council Isle so quickly, Captain," Anigel said to him warmly. "I am amazed that you were able to travel at night through the labyrinth of reefs and rocks that surround it." Throwing a glance over his shoulder at one of the Wavailo who was trimming a sail, Lee Woonley whispered, "We owe it to those forest otlings, Great Queen. The big-eyed boogers have some kind of special sense that helps 'em get around obstacles in water. Night and day are pretty much the same to 'em, and navigating in a shallow sea is no different than traveling their home rivers." "The bay where the High Chief Harchissa has his large village seems to be located just beyond that headland," Kadiya said, poring over the wrinkled chart. "I cannot understand why no native boats have come to intercept us. When last we came, large numbers of canoes carrying 20 or more paddlers swarmed out to meet and escort us to the anchorage when we were much farther away than this." "Mayhap the sea odlings have good reason for remaining ashore," Lee Woonley observed, his usually jovial face gone grim beneath his plumed hat. "Great Queen, give a peek through your far-seeing coronet again, to find out what might be going on around the other side of yon point." "Very well." Anigel closed her eyes and touched the silvery circlet braided into her fair hair. "Oh! The pirate trireme is there, with its sails taken down, and I can see that its anchors are in the water." "Thunder and blazes!" Lee Woonley exclaimed. "All hands on deck! Helm, ready to heave to!" He ran off shouting more orders, and in minutes the small ship slowed and stopped. "Quick," Kadiya said to her sister, "look more closely at the pirate ship. Are they putting out boats with grapples, or doing anything else that smacks of a try for my talisman?" Anigel was silent for a moment, her eyes unfocused. "No, I see nothing like that. Only sailors coiling ropes and tying down the furled sails, and the Raktumian admiral talking to one of his officers. He says that they have just arrived at Council Bay. They could not sail at night for fear of running aground. It seems Portolenus has a magical device that is supposed to show the depth of the water, but it has not worked properly, and this forced the trireme to lie at anchor each night." "By the flower! Portolenus himself and his acolytes are shortly expected to come on deck." "Show me," Kadiya demanded. Anigel asked her talisman to share the vision, and the scene dimmed somewhat and became bereft of its natural sounds. Nevertheless, Kadiya saw clearly 3 figures emerge from a stern companionway on the Raktumian ship. A man of medium stature, wearing a hooded robe of purple cloth, a stockier individual in similar yellow garb, and a third, quite short, clad all in black. Following them came the all-too-familiar blur that signaled the presence of Portolenus. Coming last of all were Queen Regent Ganondri, wearing sea-green silken robes and evidently fully recovered after the 3 days of calm weather, and the hunched young King of Raktum, glum-faced and pale. The enchanter's assistants ranged themselves close together along one of the ornamental side railings of the poop royal, seeming to look directly at Anigel and Kadiya. The concealed sorcerer came up behind the three, and abruptly became visible. His robe was pure white, and he was hatless, his tow-colored hair and beard stirring in the faint warm breeze. As the two sisters gasped, he waggled his fingers in an ironic gesture of greeting, evidently knowing full well that they descried him. The Queen Regent and her grandson moved as far away from the thaumaturgic quartet as they could get, but did not take their eyes from them. Portolenus's face lost its clownish grin. He seemed to straighten, becoming tall and wide of shoulder, and his face was somehow less grotesque. He uttered a short word of command, and the three acolytes fell to their knees. With startling force, the sorcerer tore back their hoods, revealing shaven heads, which he swept close together as a fruit merchant gathers melons. Then he spread his bony hands wide so that the fingers touched all three pates, and closed his eyes. "Great God," Kadiya whispered. "The minions. Do you see, sister?" Anigel only nodded, astounded. The eye sockets of the three kneeling men had turned into empty, dark pits, and they were as motionless as statues. Behind them, Portolenus slowly opened his own eyes, letting his hands fall to his sides. Beneath his tangled yellowish brows, two tiny white stars shone with dazzling brilliance. "Well met, Queen Anigel, Lady Kadiya," said he, and they heard him as clearly as if he had been standing beside them. "He sees us," Anigel said. "Of course I do," Portolenus replied, grinning. "With the help of my three powerful voices, I can descry to the uttermost ends of the world, and see virtually anything or anyone, and bespeak them as well. Isn't it a lovely morning? I confess that I prefer calm weather myself, and it was a great relief to me, and to my servants as well, to have done with conjuring tempests. Let me congratulate you and your captain upon the fine turn of speed your little vessel managed to achieve. Our Raktumian galley slaves are quite prostrate after laboring since dawn to bring us here ahead of you, via a shortcut." "You should have kept your magical gale blowing," Kadiya retorted. "Alas," Portolenus shrugged, "my power to command the storm is not subtle enough to influence the erratic light airs that prevail among the wind-lorn isles. Nevertheless, we have won the day through natural means, as you see. I must warn you now to come no closer. Do not attempt to enter this bay, or approach the site of the sunken talisman, or the consequences will be most grave." Portolenus snapped his fingers, and from out the companionway came two armored pirates, supporting a limp body between them. A third brute followed after, carrying a drawn sword. "Antar!" cried Anigel. The star-eyed sorcerer laughed. "A fine figure of a king, is he not? And lazy, too, napping away the days of our journey from Toloazin. But now it is time for him to wake up. Through my magic, you may speak to him." He touched the king of Laboruenda with a small rod. Immediately the unconscious man stirred in the arms of his captors and lifted his head, and when he recognized that he was held prisoner, he began to struggle violently and call down curses upon Portolenus. The sorcerer shook his head mockingly. "Tisk, tisk, the royal guest repays our gentle hospitality with harsh words. He must be taught better manners." One wizened finger thrust forward toward Antar's face, and at its tip there burst forth an orange flame. Portolenus spoke softly to the Raktumian warrior with the sword. Both Anigel and her distant husband cried out in unison as this man took hold of Antar's hair and pulled back his head, so that the king's blond beard met the enchanted fire. There was a sizzling sound and a puff of smoke, and Anigel burst into tears of horror. But when Portolenus drew his finger away, only the hair was burnt, and not the king's flesh. "You foul bastard!" Kadiya cried, taking weeping Anigel in her arms. Portolenus made an airy gesture. "I may well be, for I knew neither my father nor my mother, and there are no bathtubs on Raktumian ships, for all their trumpery ornamentation. But I advise you to hold your tongue, Lady of the Eyes,
lest my next demonstration be more painful to your brother-in-law." "Do not hurt him," Anigel pleaded. The twin stars in the enchanter's skull flared, and his voice boomed in the queen's mind. "I will set him free at once, and your 3 children as well, if you give me the talisman called the three-headed monster." "No, you are a foul liar. I do not believe that you will free them. You wish the death of all of us." Portolenus sighed. "Silly woman, who has told you this? Your sister, Haramis. She is naught but an incompetent dabbler in mysteries she will never comprehend. She knows nothing of my plans. Pay the ransom. Your coronet is of small use to you. A mere convenience for spying, and a symbol of heaven knows what." "Do not listen to him, beloved," King Antar cried. "Command your talisman to slay him." A sword was placed at his throat to compel silence, but the sorcerer made a commanding gesture, and the pirate knight reluctantly lowered his weapon. "Only think about it, Queen Anigel," Portolenus said earnestly. "Of what true use has the three-headed monster been to you during the past 12 years? Yes, it has let you communicate with your 2 sisters across the leagues, but I will give you 3 small machines of the vanished ones that will do the same service." Kadiya spoke hotly. "And what will you give me, trickster, to take the place of my 3-lobed burning eye? And will the Archimage Haramis also give you her talisman in exchange for a magical gimcrack?" Portolenus's amiable expression melted away, and he scowled. "I am addressing the Queen, lady, and not you. Anigel, if you do not pay my ransom, your husband and children will surely die. This is how you can save them. Place your coronet in a small boat, and let the boat be cast adrift. I will at the same time put Antar and the children into a boat here. The king can row around the headland, and reach you in less than 2 hours in these calm seas. I will draw the boat with a talisman in it to me through my magic. Then, if you set sail for home at once in the Liath, I swear by all the dark powers that I will not follow, or otherwise harm you." Anigel hesitated, her eyes brimming with tears as she beheld Antar, shaking his head, urging her refusal. The king was a woeful sight, with his eyes sunken deeply into his head, and his face gaunt from over 7 days without food. The talisman seemed a small price to pay for his safe return, and the return of the children. Still, he had told her not to give in, urged her to use the talisman to kill. But she had never deliberately given the magical device such an order, and even now, with her husband's life at stake, she hesitated. Kadiya seemed to be aware of the struggle going on in her sister's mind. "Do what you think best," she said, her speech laden with hidden meaning. Anigel closed her eyes. "Talisman, by the lords of the air, I command you to strike dead that evil man who holds my husband and children captive. I command it! I command it!" The queen opened her eyes again to the talisman's vision. Portolenus stood unharmed. Nothing at all had happened. Kadiya's eyes met hers, and Anigel shook her head imperceptibly. The muscles of Kadiya's jaw knotted as she swallowed a bitter exclamation, in her heart blaming Anigel as much as the talisman for the magic's failure. Speaking in a voice barely audible, striving to conceal her own misery and disappointment, the queen said to Portolenus, "I cannot give you my talisman." The sorcerer did not seem overly disappointed. "An unfortunate decision, my queen, but in time you may change your mind. For now, to show my good faith, I will forbear harming the king any further, if you will but keep your distance. Will you swear to me on the black Trillium that you and your sister Kadiya will not approach any closer?" "Do not swear!" shouted the king, struggling anew, but he was helpless in the grip of the burly pirate knights. "Yes!" cried Anigel at once. "I swear!" Kadiya's response was more reluctant. "Yes," she finally growled, "we swear to you by the flower that we too will not stir from this place. But if you do the least hurt to King Antar, this oath is void, and we will watch him unceasingly." "Do so, by all means." The sorcerer laughed,
and he said to the Ractumian knights, "Chain him again with the galley slaves, and feed him a small bowl of their swill. Take care, for his stomach cannot hold much after his long fast." When Antar had been hustled below, Portolenus gave a tremendous yawn and stretched. When he settled himself, Anigel and Kadiya saw that his eyes had resumed their normal human aspect. At the same moment, the three minions of the sorcerer moaned and seemed to suffer brief convulsions. Their faces then also became as before, with their eyeballs rolling whitely, and they slumped down onto the deck. Portolenus turned and bowed sweepingly to Ganondri and King Leodavardus, and then quit the royal poop deck. The Queen Regent spoke sharply to her grandson, who had been listening awestruck to the sorcerer's exchange with the invisible sisters. They too also went away, and a number of crewmen came up and carried off the unconscious acolytes. Anigel banished the vision. "Now what are we to do?" she wondered. She wiped her tear-stained face and went to sit on a water cask, for she was still very shaken. Kadiya remained at the rail for some minutes, silent, looking toward the shore of the large island. It was heavily wooded, with beaches of shining white sand broken by tumbled outcroppings of reddish-black rock. The sea was a brilliant azure, lightening to pale green nearer the land, with creamy breakers forming complex patterns as they marched shoreward through hidden reefs. On this side of the tall headland there were no signs of habitation. "Haramis's original plan called for you to summon my talisman through your own," Kadiya said, turning at last to face her sister. "Try it, even though we are still at a distance." "Why, I never thought to do that," Anigel said. "Of course I will try." But her expression was more dubious than hopeful as she closed her eyes and pressed both hands to the Trillium amber inset at the coronet's front. "Talisman," she whispered, "I command you to bring me the lost three-lobed burning eye." For half a dozen heartbeats nothing happened, and then Anigel's talisman spoke to her. "This I cannot do, unless you suspend me directly above the place where the eye lies." "Oh!" cried the Queen. "Did you hear it, Kadi?" "Yes." The face of the Lady of the Eyes had become both determined and ruthless. "You could do it by rendering yourself invisible and making your way somehow to the pirate ship. There is nothing else to do but break the oath." "Do not even think it!" Anigel rebuked her. Dressed in rough seaman's garb and with a smeared face, she still looked a queen. "I will not break my oath, nor will I allow you to break yours." "Don't be a fool, Annie." Kadia's brown eyes were battle-lighted. "If we do not retake my talisman before Portolenus gets his hands on it, we forfeit all chance of rescuing Antar and the children. Do you think he will simply turn them loose once he bonds my talisman to himself?" "I don't. Or do you plan to meekly hand over your own talisman as ransom for them after all?" "Of course not. But there must be an honorable way to save them." "Honor? You are as simple-minded as a volumnial calf. How can you prate of honor when the lives of your family are at stake? And my talisman?" Anigel sprang up from the cask. "Your talisman. That's all you really care about, isn't it? Without it you have no power. The swamp folk and the other aborigines will no longer revere you and follow you and call you their great advocate if you are without it. Will they, Lady of the Eyes? Well and good, say I. You will then no longer be able to stir up dissent among them." "There would be no dissent if human rulers like yourself were not blind to the injustices inflicted upon the folk. You and Antar have consistently ignored my petitions to give them full citizenship." "And for good reason," the Queen responded furiously. "It would destroy our economy if the oddlings were allowed to trade directly with other nations rather than through us. You know this full well, and yet you have persisted in encouraging seditious schemes among the Wavilo and Glismac, as well as urging the Nisimu and Wizgu to hold back their trade goods in order to force a price increase." "And why should they not get higher prices? They work hard, for a pitifully small return. You call them oddlings. I say they are persons, and as worthy as any humans. You have no inborn right to exploit them." "Who told them they were being exploited?" the Queen demanded. "Who filled their simple hearts with discontent?" "You, their so-called advocate." "Oh, I did not want to believe what Awanan and Elenus and the others said of you. that deep in your soul you regretted having given up the crown and envied me my queenly power, and so stirred up the aborigines to enhance your own self-importance. But they were right." "What a monstrous notion!" Kadiya cried. "It is you who have become self-righteous and arrogant, forgetting how the folk helped us to defeat King Voltric and Orogastus. You think only of the welfare of your human subjects, and merely use the poor inhuman peoples who also look to you for justice. You defer to your labor-knocky husband, who was brought up to believe that the folk are animals. He has poisoned your mind." "How dare you speak of my darling Antar so? Heartless one, you know nothing of true love. All you have ever had is the vain adulation of your pathetic throng of savages. They are like children, and you also have the mind of a child. You are filled to the bursting with a kind of reckless anger that drives naughty brats to troublemaking. With you, the simple-minded solution to a problem is always the only one. What do you know of the ruling and safeguarding of nations?" "I know what is just, and what is unjust," Kadiya said, in a voice suddenly gone quiet and dangerous. "And I know the difference between a true oath and an invalid one extracted under duress. You may do as you will, sister, and withhold your coronet's help from me if you must. But if you attempt to stop me from retrieving my talisman in my own way, then the lords of the air have mercy upon you, for I will not." She strode away, calling for Jagan and Lamamuko to attend her, and would not respond when Anigel called out apologies for her angry words, and begged her to return. Too defeated even to weep, Anigel stumbled up to the bow of Liath and sat amidst the coils of rope. For all the rest of the day she watched over King Antar and her children through her talisman, and spied also upon the sorcerer, even though his body was once again a blur. With leaden disinterest, Anigel saw Portolanus and his 3 acolytes within their cabin, chanting and uttering incantations and performing strange rituals she did not understand. Aside from this, they made no attempt to go after Kadiya's talisman, nor did Kadiya herself. After her conference with her aboriginal friends, which Anigel did not deign to spy upon, the Lady of the Eyes went below to her bunk, and slept all day. Toward the end of the afternoon, bored with the inaction on the pirate trireme and lulled by the warm sun and the gentle motion of the Noga, Anigel left off her vigil. Jagan brought her a cooling drink of Ledu juice, and she fell into a doze. She did not awaken until long after dark, when it was too late to prevent the calamity. 12. "There is something strange happening on deck," Prince Nicolon called down to his brother and sister. It was full night, and the chain locker was dark, except for filtered moonlight shining through the hawse holes. Nicky was hanging half in, half out of one of these large openings. "I hear chanting," he said. "It is in a language I cannot understand." "It must be the sorcerer," Prince Tolliver said, with unseemly delight, "casting a spell on the people chasing us. How I would love to see him toss thunderbolts or conjure up monsters." "Ninny Hammer," Princess Janelle said to him. Then to Nicky, "Can you see anything on the shore?" "A single flickering fire back among the trees. There are no boats of any kind in the water. 2 of the 3 moons are shining brightly, however, and we would very likely be seen if we attempted to escape now." "If we wait, this ship may sail away," Jan said. "Let us go while we can." "It is true," Nicky mused, "that the trireme has anchored closer to land this time than it ever did before. We would only have to swim about half a league." "How far is that?" Tolo asked apprehensively. 1,000 ells, Jan told him. "But you needn't be afraid, Sprague. Nicky and I can tow you whenever you get tired." "I don't want to go," the little boy wailed. "I hate swimming. The water always goes up my nose." "You'd hate being tied to a mast and used for knife-throwing practice by the pirates even more," Nicky said heartlessly. Tolo burst into tears, and Jan hastened to comfort him, glaring up at her older brother. "Now look what you've done, Nicky." "There, baby, Nicky was only teasing. No one's going to hurt you." "I hate it in here," the little prince sobbed. "Why doesn't somebody come and rescue us?" "I'm sure Mama is trying," she began, But at that moment there were noises outside the door, and she hissed to Nicolon, "Slide down quickly! Someone's coming!" The Crown Prince had barely managed to slither back to the top of the diminished chain piles when the door was unbarred. Boblin the quartermaster appeared, holding a lantern, and behind him was the goblin kinglet carrying another. Leodovardus pushed ahead of the seaman and came into the chain locker. He had with him a large sack that bulged oddly. "Wait outside and close the door, Boblin. I would speak privily with these unfortunate children."
"Now look here, young sire. It's bad enough that you take advantage of my good nature by sneaking down here."
"Silence, man. Do you truly believe these infants could do me hurt? Wait outside, I say." Grumbling, Boblin withdrew. When the door was closed, Leodovardus hung his lantern on a nail, then swiftly emptied the contents of the sack onto the rough boards underfoot. There was a cork life-ring, a knife in a sheath, a small hatchet, a flat canvas packet, an oilskin bag half filled with something lumpy, a water gourd, and a little crock with a cloth cover tied on. "By the flower!" Prince Nicky exclaimed softly. "What is this?" "You must try to escape tonight," Leodovardus said without preamble. "The wizard has spent the entire day working on some prodigious spell with which he intends to salvage a drowned magic sword from these waters. Everyone on the ship will be watching as he and his 3 flunkies do the final incantations a half-hour or so from now, when the third moon rises. This is when you must make your escape. Once the sword is retrieved, we will weigh anchor and head immediately for Raktum."
"I don't want to escape." Tolo had begun to blubber again. "I can hardly swim at all."
"The life-ring will assist you," King Leodovardus said. "All 3 of you could cling to it if need be, and by kicking your feet under water, make your way silently to shore. This waterproof bag has food, and will also serve to carry some of your clothes, so you will have dry things when you land. The canvas packet has fish line and hooks and a fire shell kit. With these and the knife and hatchet, you will have a chance of feeding and sheltering yourselves until your own people rescue you." "Mamma would surely find us quickly with her talisman," Jan said eagerly. "But is there no way we can rescue our father the king?" Nicky asked. "It is hopeless," Leodovardus said. "He is chained to a galley bench, surrounded by the slaves and the crewmen on watch. You must save yourselves. I overheard my grandmother arguing with Portolanus. Somehow she has forced him to agree that if he retrieves the talisman sunk in the water, then she will take the second talisman from Queen Anigel as ransom for you and King Antar." "Mamma will never give up her talisman," Nicky declared stoutly, "and she and her knights are doubtless in close pursuit of this vessel, and will soon rescue us all." "That is as may be," the king replied. "What I know to be true is that Ganondri intends to force your mother to hand over her talisman. Portolanus attempted without success to compel Queen Anigel by mild torture of your father."
"Oh!"
Jan cried in horror. Leodovardus continued. "But my grandmother is made of sterner stuff. She intends to secure the second talisman promptly, by torturing you, Nicolon, and you, Janil, before the very eyes of your father and mother."
"Not me?"
Tolliver inquired, his face bright with relief.
"Tolo!"
his sister cried indignantly.
"You should be ashamed."
"Enough, Jan," the Crown Prince said. "There is no time for childish folly." Nicolon then said to Leodovardus, "We will be forever in your debt, King, if we do manage to escape. Will you tell us why you are doing this?"
"I do not know myself," Leodovardus admitted wretchedly. "I only know that I must. I fear your royal father is doomed, and I can do nothing to help him. But I can help you."
He plucked the lantern from its nail. "Now I must go before I am missed. They will expect me to be present when the sorcerer performs. Begin your escape when the third moon rises. In that small jar is boot-blacking, which you should smear upon your exposed skin so that its paleness will not betray you as you swim away. And now, farewell." Leodovardus slipped out of the door, closing it softly, and a moment later the 3 royal children heard the bar being replaced. Nicky dropped to his knees and examined the contents of the waterproof sack. "There is ship's biscuit here, and nut candy, and sausages. If we can catch fish and find fruit, it should be enough. We will put our shoes and cloaks also in the bag. It should float a little, and we can tow it behind us by its strings. I will knot the knife inside my shirt, and Jan, you tie the small axe to the girdle of your gown. Now, let us make haste, so that we will be ready when the time comes." Tolo backed up against the damp wood of the hull. "I won't go." "You will," Nicolon said fiercely. "I am the crown prince as well as your brother, and I command it." "Pooh, to you and your stupid commands, Nicky. There are things in the water, dangerous things. Ralaban says—" Both Nicky and Jan groaned in unison. "Ralaban! He is full of tall tales and oddling superstitions," Nicky scoffed. "Ralaban says there are great fishes 3 times the length of a man," the little boy persisted, "with mouths as big as open doors, having 3 rows of teeth like butcher knives, and there are great blobs of swimming jelly that can sting you to death. And the sea monster Heldo lives here in the south, and his eyes are as big as dinner plates, and his arms are like strong cables with claws at the ends. They twine about you and squeeze you until the blood pours forth from your ears and mouth." "No, no," Jan said, going to Tolo and taking his hands. "There are no such things. The great danger is here on this ship, with the pirate queen and the evil sorcerer." "The goblin kinglet said that Queen Anigel was only going to torture you and Nicky," Tolo said. "Not me." His face was both sullen and calculating. "That kind of talk is wicked," Jan reproved him. "Now stop arguing and take off your shoes." "No, I won't go. The sea monsters will eat me." "Curse that Ralaban," Nicky muttered. He opened the jar of blacking and began to smear it on his face. "Look, Tolo, don't I look awful? Wouldn't you like to blacken your face, too? We'll all look so grisly that the sea creatures will flee from the sight of us." "No!" the 8-year-old shrieked. "No, no, no!" Jan cocked her head, listening. "Hark! The chanting on deck. Is it not becoming louder?" "It is," Nicky agreed. He caught her eye. "Come, Jan. Prepare yourself. If this stubborn baby insists upon playing the fathead, we shall simply leave him behind." "Very well," she said, pretending to agree. The 2 older children removed their shoes and stowed them in the bag. Jan drew her skirt forward through her legs and tied it to her girdle, along with the hatchet, and they darkened their faces and hands and bare feet. Fortunately, none of the torn and soiled finery they had worn to the Zenoran coronation was light in color. Then Nicky ascended one anchor chain, pulling the sack and the life ring after and perching them on the winch gears, while Jan again tried to coax Tolo, but he darted away from her behind the twin piles of chain. "The 3rd moon is about to rise," Nicky called softly. "Hurry!" "I can't catch him!" Jan was frantic. "I won't go with you!" Tolo cried. "Get away from me!" "I'll come down, and we will force him," Nicky decided. "If you do," Tolo warned, "I'll kick and scream and bite as you carry me off, and the pirates will catch you and torture you." "Crazy little devil!" Nicky was already very frightened, although he had been careful to hide it. His small brother's recalcitrance was now fast robbing him of what courage he had left. "It would serve you right if we did leave you here." "Yes, leave me. The pirates won't hurt me. The goblin kinglet said so. You 2 escape. Don't worry about me. I'm only a 2nd prince. You said I wasn't worth much ransom." "We cannot abandon him," Jan moaned. Nicky's response was somber. "And it seems that we cannot take him along. Shall we all stay, then, and sacrifice ourselves for his sake? Leodavardus did say that the Queen Regent would spare him, though heaven knows why. I may as well tell you, Jan, I have thought for some time that none of us would leave this ship alive, whether or not Mamma gave up her talisman as ransom. It would be a great boon for Raktum if both Papa and the true heirs to the 2 thrones of Laboruenda were slain." Do you think, then, that it is our duty to try to escape?" The princess was trembling now, her wide eyes making two little white-rimmed circles in her darkened face. "I do," Nicky said. "Me too," Tolo squeaked. "Go on. Go." Jan held out her hands to her little brother. "Kiss me goodbye, then, sweeting." "No," said he, "for you would only grab me." Jan's eyes filled with tears. "Farewell, then," she said, and began to climb the chain. Tolo watched until both of them had gone out the hawse-pipe. Then he scrambled up himself with some difficulty and peeped out. The third moon was just rising above the horizon, and there was a good deal of noise coming from the afterdeck, loud chanting and a peculiar loud sizzling noise that sounded like fireworks, and the creak of a winch or some other nautical apparatus. The boy looked down the curve of the right anchor chain and saw two indistinct masses gliding lower and lower along the huge metal links. Finally they reached the water. Triple moonlight sparkled on the gentle waves, and this made it hard to see the blobs that were Nicky and Jan's heads. They moved off slowly in the direction of the island shore, and soon they were completely lost to view. "Good," Prince Tolliver said to himself, well satisfied. "Good riddance. I know what they think of me, that I am only a brat and a pest and useless. But one day I'll show them." Cautiously he went back down the chain. At the bottom of the locker he piled all 3 pallets into a thicker, more comfortable bed. Jan had left some of the food for him, and he lay down and chewed on a sausage and listened to the eerie music reverberating through the ship's hull. "I thought I would be a pirate," the little boy said to himself, "but I have changed my mind. Pirates are rich and powerful, but they must be at sea all the time, puking up their dinners when there are storms and fighting battles with other ships. I would like to be something even better than a pirate when I grow up." He smiled in the darkness. "When the guard comes, I will tell him to give a message to the sorcerer. Surely Portolanus would be eager to have a real prince for an apprentice." Holding tight to the life ring, Jan and Nicky kicked and kicked, but it seemed that the shore never came any nearer, even though the trireme dwindled in size behind them. After a time they were completely exhausted and could only cling to the ring, listening to the noise of the ritual echoing over the water. The monotonous chanting went on without let-up. It was impossible to see what was happening on the pirate ship, but occasionally red or blue flares arced into the sky and then fell back into the water. "Have you rested enough?" Nicky asked his sister. "Yes," she said. "Let us go on." They began to kick again, always being careful not to let their feet break water and cause a splash. As time went by, the muscles in their thighs turned to fire, and their fingers grew numb with clinging to the ropes bound about the life ring. But they kept going, ever more slowly. Kick, kick, kick. They could hear their own raspy breathing now, and the thudding of their overworked hearts. No longer did they even bother to look where they were going. They lay their cheeks against the scratchy canvas cover of the life ring, and moved their legs now only with the utmost difficulty. Jan lost her grip, went under, took in a noseful of water, and began to choke. She could not help but splash and struggle and gasp for breath. When she had recovered, Nicky comforted her, saying that they were too far now from the pirate ship for anyone to have heard. But she was sobbing with exhaustion. "I can swim no longer. I am going to die, Nicky. Go on without me." Carefully he drew himself up, took a firm hold on the ring with one hand, and slapped her face with the other. "Ah, you horrid Q-bar!" she shrieked. "Kick!" he shouted at her. "Kick, Jan, and hold tight to the ring. If you do not, I will strike you again." Still sobbing, she did as she was told. And suddenly the water was no longer flat, crinkled with small wavelets, but rising. Up and down they went, and finally they soared, carried higher and higher on a great wave. Jan began to shriek again, but Nicky cried, "Hold on to the ring! Only hold on!" The breaker was rushing toward the shore, and they were drawn to its crest. Ahead was a periodic roaring sound, and all around them a hiss that became deafening as the wave gained speed and height. Jan felt her fingers torn from the life ring. She tried to cry out, but was overwhelmed by the flood. Her mouth filled with salt water, and she felt herself tossed head over heels in the loud darkness. She managed to hold her breath, to paddle with both her arms and legs, even though they had been useless things a scant moment before. Up, back up to the surface. She swept her arms strongly to her sides and kicked. Glowing bubbles. Her head breaking the surface, foaming surf all around her, the slow rhythmic pounding of waves breaking on the shore. Her feet touched bottom. A great wave broke over her, slamming her underwater again, but it also thrust her ahead. Her knees scraped in the sand. She forced her head up and took a deep breath, then crawled. The sea was very warm, and now only small waves lapped about her in the shallows, encouraging her as she struggled up out of the water at last and collapsed on the sand. It was a long time before she thought of Nicky. Then a stab of guilt energized her. He had saved her life by slapping her. She had been a coward, willing to give up, and he had forced her to survive. Jan sat up with her feet still washed by the sea, scanning the shore first in one direction, then in another. The triple moonlight was deceptive, and there were dark rocks as well as mounds of seaweed lying on the strand above the thundering surf that she mistook for her brother's body. But finally she saw the distinctive white shape of the life ring lying a dozen ells away, and she crawled to it. Nicky lay just beyond. He was breathing, but did not open his eyes when she shook his shoulder. The life ring had the oilskin sack still tied to it, and she fumbled inside Nicky's shirt for his knife, cut the sack open, and took out a dry cloak. Then she lay close beside him and covered the two of them, and surrendered to overwhelming blackness. Until the pain woke her. "Stop hurting my sister!" It was Nicky's voice. Jan groaned, then cried out more strongly as a second blow smote her aching ribs. Nicky was shouting furiously, and she heard harsh laughter. Numbly she opened her eyes, only to close them tightly again to shut out the terrible vision. Nightmare. She had to be dreaming. But when the third blow struck, she knew what she saw was terrible reality. A flaming torch, its light revealing 3 tall beings with glowing yellow eyes and hideous muzzled faces, grinning at her through discolored tusks. Aborigines. They had something of the appearance of the savage Glismac, but were even uglier and more ferocious-looking. 2 of them wore short kilts with gleaming pearls sewn on them, and were decked out with many strings of shells. They held stout wooden clubs studded with some kind of triangular animal teeth, and one of them carried a torch. The third, who was much taller and more grandly attired, had a finely made sword of human style at his side, and a huge pearl suspended around his neck. He stood looking down at the 2 bedraggled children, with folded arms. The warrior who had kicked Jan awake with his stubby clawed webbed feet pointed to her and Nicky, uttering a satisfied phrase in his native tongue. He pointed out to sea, where the Ractumian trireme was anchored, lit up like a festival float, with skyrockets soaring up from it. The impressive aborigine glowered and barked a question. "I do not understand you," Nicky said. "Calm now." "Do you speak the human language?" "Yes," the being croaked. "I am the High Chief Harchissa of the Alianza." "Who are you, and what are you doing here? Humans have been forbidden to come to these islands, and yet 2 of your ships have dared to anchor just off our sacred Council Isle, while numbers of others are slowly approaching. Did you come from that ship?" "Yes." Nicky brushed some of the sand from his face and tried to speak in a way befitting his station. "I am Crown Prince Nicolon of Laboruenda, and this is my sister, Princess Janelle. We were held prisoner by our enemies, and we escaped." "Whose great ship is that?" Harchissa demanded. "It belongs to the Ractumian pirate nation. It is heavily armed, and also carries a powerful sorcerer on board." The chief spoke urgently to the warriors in the native tongue, then turned again to Nicky. "And the second ship, the smaller one anchored beyond that point of land, who does it belong to?" A tingling sensation made Jan's scalp stir. Who, indeed? Could it be the long-awaited rescuers? Could it be their mother?
"I do not know what ship that is," Nicky said. "It may belong to our own people, come to save us from the pirates. If the ship is from Laboruenda, you will gain a rich reward by taking my sister and me to it." The High Chief roared with laughter, spoke to his followers, and they laughed with him. Then Harchissa reached down with one monstrous three-clawed hand, seized the prince by his wet hair, and pulled him painfully upright. The children saw the sea-odling's slavering teeth gleaming in the moonlight. "Take you to them, insolent cub! Before morning, both ships will be sunk by our warriors, and their crews will be dinner guests of the fishes. Thus do the Alianza deal with saucy invaders. As for you two, we have a special treat." "And what is that?" Nicky inquired, still trying to maintain his dignity. "We have a custom," Chief Harchissa said. "Those who dare to set foot on our islands unbidden must join the drums." The drums?" Jan faltered. Harchissa let go of Nicky so that he almost fell on top of Jan. Then the chief gave an order, and the two warriors began binding the prince and princess with shaggy ropes. "What do you mean, join the drums?" Nicky cried. "What are you going to do with us?" "Relieve you of your skins," the Alianza leader said. "You two will make rather small drums, but perhaps their tone will be interesting." 13. Queen Anigel woke late in the evening with a throbbing headache. The 3 moons were up, and the Liath was very quiet. She went below to find something to eat and seek out her sister, but Kadiya was not in the Noga's tiny saloon, nor did she answer when Anigel called out. With a chill knot forming in the pit of her stomach, Anigel went to the forecastle and questioned Jagan. Her worst suspicions were confirmed when the little Nisimu reluctantly admitted that Kadiya had gone off over an hour ago, leaving the ship in the company of Lamamuko and 2 other Wavailo, Makla and Hurikamo. Anigel raced up on deck, crying out frantically to her talisman, "Show me Kadiya!" Her mind saw threefold moonlight dappling the surface of the now calmed sea. One of Liath's rescue rafts floated there, little more than a platform of thick bamboo, 2 ells square, covered all over with heaped and trailing fronds of wet seaweed, so that it looked a mere mass of flotsam. At first it seemed as if there were no living thing about the raft, but then amidst the weed Anigel spied a gleam of yellow eyes, and she realized that the 3 Wavailo were clinging to the raft's edge with only the tops of their heads above water, and these disguised with the trailing plants. The raft seemed to be drifting briskly, in spite of the lack of wind. Doubtless the Wavailo were propelling it with their partially webbed feet. Kadiya was not visible, but she was surely among them. "But what can she hope to accomplish?" Anigel exclaimed furiously. "Great Queen, the Lady Farseer hopes to sink the pirate flagship," Jagan said, "and by marooning Portolanus on this hostile shore, gain time to retrieve her talisman." The voice of the Nisimu distracted Anigel, and her vision dissolved. "Lords of the air, doesn't Kadiya realize that the sorcerer must be safeguarding himself with his damned magical machines? She and the Wavailo will be discovered and killed." "My Lady Farseer and her warriors intend to approach the Raktumian ship with the disguised raft, and then swim underwater. I begged her not to go, but she was adamant. If I had only wakened in time!" Jagan hung his head. "Great Queen, it pains me to tell you this, but the fruit drink I gave you in the afternoon contained a few drops of Tylo extract, sufficient to bring about a brief, deep sleep. My lady ordered this, and knowing that it would not harm you, I obeyed." "You may have thereby brought about Kadiya's death," said the Queen starkly. "Yes," said the little man, his voice breaking, "but she bade me to do it if I loved her, saying it was her only chance to recover her talisman, and without it she would rather be dead." "The fool!" cried Anigel. "If she sinks the pirate ship, what will happen to Antar and the children, confined below? They could be forgotten in the confusion." Jagan's great eyes bulged in distress. "I fear the Lady Farseer did not think—" "No," the Queen retorted grimly, "she wouldn't. Her talisman is all that matters to her." Anigel considered for a moment. "Jagan, bespeak my sister's Wavailo companions, and tell them to remind Kadiya of the danger to my loved ones. Say also that if she does not call off this rash scheme, I will be forced to warn Portolenus of her coming." "Oh, great Queen, you could not do that!" "I do not know whether I could or not. Let us pray that the mere threat will be enough to bring that idiotic Katie to her senses. Now bespeak her, while I descry what is happening on the Rectumian ship." Anigel asked her talisman to show her the four-peak locker where the children were confined. The vision vouchsafed was very dim, and she saw little Tolliver clinging to a chain, looking out of the wide-open hawse-hole. On the floor was an indistinct lump of bedding, and she thought that Nicky and Jan must have gone to sleep. She then called up a sight of Antar, and found him in a cramped chamber below decks, lit by a single guttering candle-lantern, conversing amiably with a group of galley slaves about the possibility that he would have to join them in rowing the trireme back to Raktum. One of the king's ankles was chained, and he had been stripped of his royal garments, so that he now looked much like the other oarsmen, except that his body was clean and not yet scarred from the lash. Satisfied that her family was still safe, Anigel asked the talisman to show her Portolenus. He was at the very stern of the trireme, in the after part of the high deck called the poop royal, and perfectly visible to Anigel's far-seeing eye. Either he did not care whether she watched him, or else the incantations he was performing left him with no occult energy to spare in masking his form. His eyes were once again starry and blazing as he chanted in a strange language. The three acolytes were in their repulsive trance, kneeling frozen side by side, like man-sized dolls dressed in yellow, purple, and black. Resting atop a cloth of platinum cushion at the sorcerer's feet was the star-box. Two sailors, seeming nearly frightened out of their wits, stood by a small derrick crane, grotesquely out of place on the gilded and bedizened royal lounge deck. The crane's long arm was thrust over the stern, and from it hung a rope with a hook at the end. From this, only an ell or two above the water, dangled an even more prosaic object, a wide-bladed shovel. Most of the ship's crew and officers, as well as Queen Regent Ganondri, the boy-king Leodavardus, and their mob of courtiers, were gathered on the main deck below, watching the magical proceedings as well as they could. Jagan diffidently tapped Anigel's arm. She emerged from her vision and asked him, "Does my sister agree to forbear?" "Great Queen, she was full of remorse when reminded of the great peril attending the king and the children. She now swears by the flower that she will do nothing to endanger them. She has given up her plan to sink the pirate ship." "Thank God! And is she on her way back here, then?" Jagan hesitated, then shook his head. "She says she will watch, and if there is any way to frustrate the sorcerer's theft of her talisman without causing hurt to your royal family, then she must try it. I had the Wavilo remonstrate with her, but she would yield no further." Anigel bit her lip. That would have to suffice. But damn Katie's stubbornness! Jagan flinched at the anger in her eyes, and she felt pity for him, torn between loyalty to his mistress and a sure knowledge that what she had done was not only futile, but possibly even disastrous. It was not his fault, poor old soul, that Kadiya was a self-centered firebrand. "Jagan, would you like to share my vision of the pirate ship?" "Oh, yes, great Queen." "Then take my hand," Anigel said, "and we will watch what happens." The trireme in its deep-water anchorage loomed up against the night sky like a floating castle adorned for a gala ball. Lamplight shone from many of the portholes, and there were innumerable lights on the many-leveled decks, and even up in the rigging of the three masts. The gold leaf and the bright enamels on the flagship's woodwork glimmered splendidly, and the gaudily dressed Raktumians gathered on deck were clearly visible to those watching secretly from the water. "They will be dazzled by all that light," Lamamuko whispered to Kadiya, "and will not see us if we are cautious in venturing closer." Slowly, the three big aborigines and the human woman paddled with their feet, clinging to the raft with only their hands and heads out of the water, and those well camouflaged with seaweed strands. They were approaching the trireme from the bow, and the attention of those on board was fixed on the stern, where Portolenus's chanting had reached a frenzied pitch. He was shrieking a single word over and over, but his voice was by now so overused and ragged that the infiltrators could not tell what he was saying. "The children are in the forepeak, in the chain locker," Kadiya said softly. "With all that ruckus at the stern,
It should be an easy matter to creep up the anchor chains and rescue them. King Antar poses a knottier problem. If the pirates did not move him, then he is still confined in the lowest of the 3 oarsmen's compartments on the shoreward side of the ship. But I do not see how we can get to him. The holes in the hull for the oars are too small to admit us. There must be accommodation doors in the side of this ship for the unloading of supplies and the offloading of refuse and ordure, Lamamu said. Surely such things would not be trucked through the body of a grand vessel like this. Any doors in the hull would be tightly fastened and too high above the water for us to reach, said Makla. He was a shrewd Wavailo logger who was nearly the equal of Lamamu in strength. But we could probably gain access to the galley compartments by entering through the anchor hawse holes and breaking out of the chain locker into the forward holds. The battle axes we brought will likely enable us to do the job, if we are careful, said Hurikamo, the 3rd Wavailo, who was known for his ingenuity and mechanical acumen. It was he whom Kadiya had consulted as to the practicality of sinking the pirate ship, and he had speedily come up with a good plan, which now was perforce abandoned. Makla said, Most of the crew will be up on deck, watching the sorcerer raise the sunken talisman. With luck, we can break into the compartment where the king is held without too much commotion, subdue whatever guards are about, and free him. It could work, Lamamu said. Shall we take a chance, Lady of the Eyes? Kadiya's words were almost inaudible. I was unforgivably selfish not to think of the danger to Anigel's family when we set forth on this mission. The only way I can atone is to attempt to rescue them. If I succeed with your help, my friends, my sister's heart will be eased and her talisman saved from the foul sorcerer. If we fail, we may lose our lives, but Anigel will be no worse off than before. We are at your service, lady, even if it should lead us to pass beyond, the leader of the Wavailo tribe said. The other 2 warriors also grunted their assent. Very well, she said. This is what we will do. We will take the raft apart. Its ropes will be useful for those who must escape with the king, and we can all easily swim to shore from here. After we ascend the chain, Lamamu and Huri will take the ropes and attempt to find and free King Antar. Let us hope that they can leave the ship through one of the accommodation doors, sliding down a rope. Meanwhile, I will carry little Tolo down one anchor chain, while Mok brings Nikki and Jan down the other. We will swim as quickly as we can with the children to the shore of Council Isle. If Lamamu and Huri succeed in liberating Antar, they will swim ashore with him. If the king cannot be found, or if the worst happens, those of us on the island will hide until daybreak, then try to make our way through the forest to the place where Liath lies at anchor. We can attract Anigel's attention there, and with luck, be off and away before the Raktumian trireme can catch us. Is this agreed? The Wavailo grunted. And so they brought the raft cautiously up under the stem of the gigantic ship, where it would no longer be visible from above. The lashings of the bamboo raft were carefully undone, and the many small ropes knotted into one long one. After this, the rescuers swam to the chains and began to swarm stealthily up the huge links. From the deck above came a tremendous shout. Kadiya and the Wavailo feared for a moment that they were discovered. But then there was a great splash astern, and more screaming and yelling, and they realized that the tumult was a reaction to whatever wizardry Portolanus was engaged in. The rescuers abandoned all wariness at that point and climbed as fast as they could. In a few minutes more, Kadiya reached the hawse hole on her side and found herself face to face with little Prince Tolliver. "Aunt Kadiya!" the child squeaked, but his face wore an aspect of consternation, not delight. "We have come to rescue you," said she. "This will be easiest if you go back down inside and wait with Nikki and Jan. Hurry!" "But I don't want to go." "Don't be ridiculous," Kadiya snapped. "Be quick now. There is no time to waste. My Wavailo friends here must find King Antar and save him before the sorcerer discovers what we are about." With a panicked expression, Tolo disappeared from the opening. Kadiya climbed easily inside, and Makla followed at her heels, cursing under his breath at the tightness of the hole's fit about his powerful body. Lamamu and Huri were already inside the other hawse hole and sliding down. "By the holy moons!" Lamamu's voice boomed up from below. "The other 2 younglings are gone." Kadiya tumbled to the planks, then made a dash to take hold of Tolo, who was trying to hide behind a great pile of chain. "Where are your sister and brother?" she demanded. Tolo burst into terrified wails. "They escaped and swam ashore. I didn't go, but because I wanted to be the sorcerer's apprentice instead of a rotten old second prince." For a moment Kadiya was rendered speechless. Then she said to the Wavailo, "All 3 of you go to seek out the king. I will take care of this silly little Vartscat. May the lords of the air go with you." And she said to Tolliver, "No more nonsense. Climb on my back and hold tight to my neck. We are going to swim ashore." The weeping little prince cried, "I won't!" Hurikamo had already broken through the locker door with the broadaxe that was the traditional Wavailo weapon. The hold beyond was black and untenanted. The other 2 aborigines, their luminous eyes aglow, drew their own axes from the back sheaths and slipped away. Kadiya untied the sodden seaman's neckerchief she wore and brandished it at the bulky child. "If need be, I shall stuff this into your mouth and tie you to my back with my belt. But first, I shall wallop your royal bottom so that you will eat your meals standing for a month. Now, are you ready to come quietly?" "Yes," said Tolo forlornly, rubbing the tears from his eyes with his grubby fists. Then a malefic little smile touched his lips. "But it will be your fault if the sea oddlings get us, as well as the others." "The what?" "Sea oddlings. I saw their torches on the beach." It was only when she had swum well away from the trireme that Kadiya saw how Portolenus planned to retrieve her talisman from the depths. She had traveled 100 or so ells shoreward with Prince Tolliver, finally gaining a clear view of the area around the stern, and from there she saw that the water aft of the ship was fearfully roiled, all full of white foam and an uproar of choppy waves. The sorcerer was leaning over the rail, shaking his fist and shouting. His eyes shone like white beacons, and the shovels suspended at the end of the crane hook swung wildly in their light. The people on the main deck had fled as far forward as they could get, howling and cursing. As Kadiya and the child clinging to her neck watched, astounded, the great trireme began to rock and shudder. Portolenus went into a paroxysm of rage. He pulled some small thing from his robe and tossed it into the air, and there was a great explosion, accompanied by an eye-searing white flash. Immediately the sea calmed, and the ship steadied. The frightened people on board were also stunned to silence, so that Kadiya could finally hear what the sorcerer was saying. "Heldo! Damn you, Heldo! Come up, I say! Cease this rebellious thrashing! You are bound by my spell, and you must obey me. I will not release you until you do as I command. Heldo, Lord of the watery abyss, attend me!" About a dozen ells off the stern, the dark sea seemed to hump up. Then Kadiya and Tolo saw the water broken by a formless, gigantic shape that gleamed in the light of the 3 moons. Higher and higher it rose, taking on a smooth, elongate form with a rounded top, until it towered far above the poop deck, being nearly half as high as the trireme's mizzenmast and more than 7 ells wide. At first, Kadiya thought it must be some undersea eruption of volcanic rock thrust skyward. But then she saw 2 scarlet glowing orbs down near the water's broken surface, and realized that they were eyes. "It's the sea monster," Tolo said with sour satisfaction. "Just like Ralabun said. He'll probably eat everybody on the pirate ship, then come and eat us." "Be silent, little squit," Kadiya said. "The sorcerer has summoned this thing to retrieve my talisman. O lords of the air, forfend!" "Great Heldo," Portolenus intoned, "take this instrument." He pointed to the shovel dangling from the crane. "And prepare to do my bidding." The creature called Heldo tipped back, and from out of the water emerged 4 enormous tentacles that coiled and stretched. Tusk-like appendages glistened at their tips, and their undersides were strangely fringed, dripping myriad sparkling droplets. Heldo then uttered an eerie, trumpeting cry, unlike anything Kadiya had ever heard. The awful sound seemed to paralyze her, and she even forgot to tread water until Tolo cried out that they were sinking.
"Take the instrument,"
Portolenus ordered once more, and finally, with great delicacy, one of the writhing tentacles gripped the wide shovel and removed it from the hook. Another tentacle hovered above Portolenus, and still another menaced the two pirates at the crane, who screeched at the sight of it and fled down the steps and onto the main deck, leaving the sorcerer and his three immobile voices alone. "Now attend me, Heldo. You will be freed from the spell that binds you as soon as you do me one small service. Directly beneath this ship is a magical device that looks like a dark, pointless sword with a three-lobed pommel. It glows green in the depths. Find this thing and lift it carefully to the surface with the instrument I have furnished you. Do not touch the magical sword with your own flesh, or it will kill you. Do you understand?" Heldo trumpeted. Portolenus now knelt and opened the star box.
"When you have secured the sword, put it into this box. After you have done this, I will release you. Now go."
There was a tremendous splash that set the trireme lurching, and the monster disappeared. Kadiya groaned. "Oh, God, let it not happen! Haramis, Anigel, hear me and help me. Beseech the Triune to return my three-lobed burning eye to me. Let it not fall into the sorcerer's hands." The sea surged again, and luminescent foam was thrown in all directions as Heldo shot up again to the surface, one tentacle high against the sky. At its tip, balanced on the shovel's wide blade, something shone like a long and luminous emerald. The tentacle holding it swooped toward the ship, and Kadiya wailed, "No, no! Come to me, talisman! You belong to me!" The star-eyed figure of the sorcerer stood waiting. A great stillness now filled the night as the waves subsided about the monster, and Kadiya's anguished cry faded away. The green-glowing talisman seemed to detach itself from the tentacle tip and fall as slowly as a feather drifting. "Come to me," Kadiya whispered, tears streaming down her face. She lifted one hand out of the water in supplication. At the stern of the pirate ship, a brief golden spark flared. Kadiya heard the voice of Portolenus utter a surprised oath, and then there was a sharp clang, signaling the fall of the three-lobed burning eye into the unbonding box of the vanished ones. Portolenus's voice changed to a crow of triumph. But Kadiya held in her hand a piece of glowing amber, and in her mind she seemed to hear a familiar voice, an almost forgotten memory drawn from the remote past. Years come and go with speed. That which is lofty may fall. That which is cherished may be lost. That which is hidden must in time be revealed. And yet I tell you that all will be well. But now you must flee, petal of the living Trillium, and gain the land before the sorcerer realizes what has happened and wreaks his vengeance upon you. Make haste, swim for your life, and beseech your amulet's aid." Her amulet! She had worn it all her life until it had flown away from her to embed itself in her talisman. And now it had come back to her. But its magic was a puny thing compared with that of the three-lobed burning eye. "Swim!" The command in her mind jolted her back to the clear and present danger. Gripping the warm amber tightly, Kadiya struck out for the island shore. "Hang on, Tolo!" she cried. Behind her, a tall form wavered behind the trireme. Kadiya thought at first that it was Heldo, but then she realized that the sea monster had submerged, and this thing was much taller and thinner, a black silhouette outlined against the sky like a titanic swaying snake. Clouds came racing from nowhere to shroud the moons and the stars. A deep crimson bolt of lightning flashed briefly, followed by a mutter of thunder. Portolenus was once again commanding the storm, probably to drive Heldo away, and the trireme tossed like a toy on the suddenly troubled waters. She felt a gust of strong wind. Tolo began crying, and there was now also a keen buzzing sound in the air that grew rapidly in intensity. Kadiya finally realized what the sorcerer had done. He had created another great waterspout, and, by chance, it was rushing directly toward them. "Black Trillium, be thou my rescuer!" she cried, closing her eyes. She clutched one of Tolo's spindly wrists in one hand and the amulet in the other. In an instant, she and the child were engulfed and flung helter-skelter, but the flood that enveloped them had no wetness, and the dark did not snatch their life's breath. Over and over they tumbled, helpless as leaves in a torrent, until they came to rest, with shocking suddenness. Tolo's arms loosed from Kadiya's neck, and he fell away, softly moaning. They sat on wet sand, in the midst of a deluge, on Council Isle. Rain mixed with salt water poured down on them as if the sluice gates of heaven had been opened. There were even a few unfortunate fishes falling from the sky in the aftermath of the watery tornado. It was impossible to see anything out to sea, where giant waves were leaping skyward and newborn surf crashed on the shore. Almost continuous lightning and thunder smote Kadiya's senses. She had wit enough left only to hold tight to the shivering little boy as they huddled together in the roaring downpour. A sturdy dwarfish figure came hurrying toward them from a madly tossing grove of loun trees. At first she thought that, by some miracle of the flower, Jagan had been sent to help her. But when the aborigine approached, she saw that he belonged to a race of folk unknown to her, with more humanoid features than the broad-faced, wide-mouthed Nisamu possessed, and a more powerful body, clad in the heavy garb of a northerner. "Come quickly with me," the little man shouted above the tempest. "There are cruel natives hereabouts who will surely capture you if you stay on the open beach." Kadiya struggled to her feet, fighting against the muddle of fatigue and confusion clogging her brain. The aborigine swept up Tolo in strong arms, and they all dashed for the shelter of the grove. Moments later, the three of them plunged into the heavy undergrowth and fell gasping beneath the huge leaves of a sprawling island shrub. "There are 2 other human children in dire jeopardy near this place," the aborigine said when he had caught his breath. "I saw them only a short time ago, staked out on the ground in preparation for some terrible torture. Being alone, and the natives many, I did not know how to save the poor young things. I hid away in here, but now that you have come, perhaps we can work out something together." "Nicky and Jan," Kadiya exclaimed, "in the hands of the Alianza. Merciful God, what are we to do?" And for some time she could only sit motionless, trying to marshal her body's flagging resources. Finally she said, "My friend, the captives are my niece and nephew, of the royal family of Leberuenda. I bless you for offering to help save them. But how is it that you are here? I see from your dress that you are not native to the Windlorn Isles." The little man's inhuman eyes shone faintly, and Kadiya's amber amulet also gave off a discreet golden light. Prince Tolliver was silent, his head resting on Kadiya's breast, and his eyes wide open. "So, these are the Windlorn Isles, are they?" The aborigine shook his head. "And where might they be?" "In the far southern sea, below Zenora," Kadiya said. "Ah, that still tells me little, for I have heard neither of the sea, nor of this Zenora. I was whisked here in the blink of an eye through a magical viaduct. A strange voice said I would go where I was needed, and thus I came here." "Who are you, and what folk are your kin?" "My name is Shiki. I was once a simple mountain guide and hunter of the Dorok tribe of Tuzaman, but recently I entered the service of the Archmage Haramis." "She is my sister! I am Kadiya, called by some the Lady of the Eyes." "The Archmage has truly sent you where you were needed, Shiki." She looked down at little Tolliver, whose frail body was shivering from shock and the sudden chill caused by the magical storm. Without a word, Shiki took off his heavy fur-trimmed jacket and wrapped the boy in it. The rain was still pelting down, but not much of it penetrated the shelter of the overhanging leaves. "Tolo, will you remain here and behave yourself while we go after your sister and brother?" Kadiya was stern. "There must be no more silliness, or you may endanger our lives."
Do you understand?"
"Yes, Aunt," the boy whispered meekly.
"Good."
Kadiya felt her strength returning. There was no time to waste. She plucked a wiry vine and began to strip off its foliage, and then she strung the amulet of Trillium amber upon it and tied it around her neck. She drew her small dagger and honed it briefly against the back of its sheath, and used her kerchief to tie back her dripping hair.
"Now I am ready," she said to Shiki. "Lead me to where the children are being held, and we will do our best to rescue them."
The aborigine beckoned, and the two of them crept off into the rain. 14. The waterspouts disappeared, and the trireme rode steadily again, even though the storm continued unabated. The magical tempests of Portolanus were quick in the summoning, but took rather longer to dissipate. The jubilant sorcerer revived his three voices and led them to his large stateroom, taking along the star box with a three-lobed burning eye, safely enclosed. After speaking a suitable incantation, the sorcerer opened the box and permitted the awestruck acolytes to gaze upon the great treasure, which still sparkled with drops of salt water and had a strand of seaweed draped over it.
"Is it safe to touch, Master?" the yellow voice asked.
"Not yet. I must perform a certain ritual, using those colored things inside the starbox's corner. Then the talisman will be bonded to me, and I can safely wield it." Even as he spoke, his fingers danced over the gem-like appurtenances. A series of gentle musical notes sounded, and the jewels within the box gleamed brightly. Then all of the little gems darkened, and Portolanus lifted the talisman.
"Ah!"
cried the voices.
"Now the three-lobed burning eye is cleaved to my body and soul," the sorcerer proclaimed. "No other beings may touch it without my permission, lest they perish in flame." "What magical deeds will the talisman do, Master?" inquired the purple voice eagerly. "It will smite mine enemies, grant me sight and clairaudience without my having to drain your long-suffering brains, and share with me arcane knowledge that will help me become ruler of the world, once I fully understand its secret operation." The voices once again exclaimed in wonderment. "I grant you three voices of mine permission to touch the talisman, without harm to yourselves," Portolanus went on. "This permission lasts until I revoke it, or until you renounce your loyalty to me."
"We never will do that," the black voice asserted, and the others were quick to concur.
"You understand, my voices, that by yourselves you will be unable to command the talisman, but I, working through you, will be able to do so, just as I can speak and hear through you from afar."
The black voice, now bending over to study the talisman more closely, pointed to a depression where the three dark lobes of the sword's pommel met.
"Master, it seems that some object might have once been inset there. A jewel, perhaps."
Portolanus cried out like a man stabbed.
"The Trillium amulet! It's gone!"
"Now I know what caused the golden spark to soar away whilst Heldo still carried it.
The amulet has returned to its owner."
And he cursed Kadiya most foully, and also cursed the dark powers, while the three acolytes fell back in confusion. Then, regaining his composure somewhat, he murmured, "Perhaps the loss of the Trillium amber will make no difference to the talisman's operation. Or perhaps—" His face changed abruptly, and now bore a look of great excitement. He lifted from out of his robes the battered and blackened star that always hung about his neck on a platinum chain. "Perhaps," he repeated softly, and brought the talisman's pommel close to the pendant. Each of the three dark lobes seemed to split open, revealing large and gleaming eyes. One was the golden-yellow eye of the folk, one was brown and quite human, and the third was a peculiar silvery blue, with a golden spark in its depths, like unto Portolanus's own eyes. The talisman seemed to glare at the dangling, dingy, many-rayed star. Then there was a bright burst of light, and an instant later the pendant was nestled securely among the three lobes of the pommel, now as shiny and perfect as when it had been first given to its owner, long years ago by an aged sorcerer named Bondanus of Tuzaman.
"Glory be to the dark powers!" Portolanus exulted. "Now, talisman, you are truly mine own."
"I am truly your own." The sorcerer was laughing with full-throated glee as he gripped the talisman by its hilt and waved it about his head. His guise of age and decrepitude fell away completely, and he stood tall and vigorous, with a face that was seamed by hardship, but comely withal, and hair and beard shining white. He cried out, "Did you hear? Did you hear the talisman speak?"
"No, master," the voices admitted.
"It says that it belongs to me. To me. Talisman, show me that arrogant bitch, Kadiya." Obediently, a vision filled his mind, showing the Lady of the Eyes and an unknown aborigine creeping through a rain-lashed forest. "Ha! She has gone ashore, and now doubtless seeks to incite the local savages against us. Yellow Voice, hasten to Admiral Gerot and command him in my name to up anchor and rouse the oarsmen. We must be away from this hostile island immediately. Tell him that I will send later what course to follow in order to rendezvous with our other ships." When the Yellow Voice had gone, Portolanus bade the talisman, "Now, show me exactly where on the island Kadiya is." He beheld a bird's-eye view of Council Isle, and upon it was a shining white dot near the main village of the Alianza. "It is as I thought. Now, show me where Queen Anigel is, and then permit me to view her." He saw again the site of the island, and this time the glowing dot was out in the small inlet just north of the larger bay where the Ractumian trireme lay at anchor. Then the vision changed to one of Anigel standing calmly in the bows of her little ship, her own talisman on her head, and her eyes seeming to be fixed upon his own. "Yes, I know you are watching me, Portolanus," said she, "for all that you cloud your form from my sight. I saw how you stole Kadiya's talisman with the help of the sea creature, and how you bonded the three-lobed burning eye to yourself. But even in spite of this, you will not prevail. Ho! We will see how bravely you talk when your husband and your children are put to the torture before your eyes. Your own talisman is now forfeit, proud queen, and if you do not set it adrift in a small boat at once, I will have the pirates begin their dainty work on your loved ones." Anigel wore a peculiar smile. "Will you indeed?" And she vanished. Puzzled by her seeming callousness, Portolanus tried to resummon the vision of her, but the bow of her small ship now appeared to be empty. No doubt her talisman was concealing her from his sight, just as he was hidden from hers. Well, it did not matter what games she was playing. "Purple Voice, go to the pirate quartermaster and have him bring the royal urchins to the grand saloon. Under guard. We will see how firm the queen's resolution remains when her son's fingers are severed, one by one, and the tender toes of her daughter are dipped into a brazier of hot coals." But before the Purple Voice could reach the cabin door, a loud banging upon it commenced. The voice yanked the door open, and there stood the first mate, a tall, saturnine pirate named Collardus. "Your prisoners have escaped," he said brusquely. "While you were frolicking with the sea monster, 3 Waviolo aborigines invaded the quarters of the galley slaves, freed King Antar, and took him away through one of the slop doors. Nearly 50 oarsmen of the third bank also absconded, and this cursed storm of your concoction has very likely drowned the lot of them." "The royal children are gone too?" croaked Portolanus. He had immediately reassumed the cloak of old age as the mate appeared. "Aye," said Collardus. "My men checked the chain locker immediately. Its doors were smashed from the inside, as were those of the locked holds hard by, and those in the corridors leading to the slave compartments. The rascals must have come up the anchor chains." The sorcerer spoke low, with an anxious urgency. "Have we enough oarsmen left to move the ship? We must get away from this place before hostile sea oddlings attack us. I do not think my storm will hold them off for long. There is also the possibility of Queen Anigel doing us some great mischief with her own talisman, now that her family has escaped the ship."
I met your minion on my way here, and he told me of your orders to get underway. The other 2 banks of oars are still manned. We will move, although not as swiftly as before. We would not be able to make any turn of speed under the best of circumstances, however. Your storm will hinder the lookouts, as does the darkness, and we will have to take constant soundings to keep from running aground or piling up on a reef. The storm will soon cease, and I will see us safe with my magical talisman. Portalena started to say, but the mate broke in. Not until you wait upon the Queen Regent's pleasure. Calardus grinned, revealing stained and broken teeth. Or, rather, her displeasure. She expects you at once in the royal saloon, and I would not be in your boots for all the plunder in Taloasan. Queen Ganondri, attended by 6 heavily armed pirate knights, sat at a gilded table with a chart of the island spread upon it. No sooner had Portalena stepped into the saloon than 2 of the big Raktumians seized his arms and held him fast. He had not had time to pull the 3-lobed burning eye from his belt. "Give me a reason," Ganondri said with venomous sweetness, "why I should not command my men to cut your scrawny throat, since you allowed the royal prisoners to escape." The sorcerer took a deep breath. "Talisman, I command you to strike my captors dead." The 2 pirates uttered gasping curses. At once they unhanded Portalenus and drew their swords. The Queen Regent started up from her seat, her face livid. Nothing happened. Desperately, the sorcerer took hold of the talisman and waved it in a sweeping arc. "Talisman, smite all mine enemies in this room with your vengeful fire." Again nothing happened. Ganondri fell back, laughing in relief. All 6 of the enraged knights converged upon Portalenus. One of them ripped the talisman from the sorcerer's fingers, taking hold of it by the dull-edged blade. At once the 3 orbs of the pommel opened, and the living eye stared for a moment at the hapless Raktumian. Then from the human eye shot a golden beam, and from the folk eye a green, and from the strange silver-blue eye a ray of searing white. The armored pirate was instantly bathed from helmet to heel in pulsating radiance. His gauntleted fingers let the talisman fall, but the magical flames only waxed brighter, wrapping him in a tricolored shroud of light. He uttered no sound, but those around him cried out in horror and revulsion, for his face had gone black and charred below its uplifted visor, and thick smoke leaked from every joint in his armor. There was a dreadful crackling sound, and a subdued roar, like a fire up a flue. The burning knight crashed to the carpet. 2 of the other pirates hauled down a tapestry and flung it over their doomed comrade, but none dared touch him. Portalenus, who had backed against one wall, regarded the scene with as much amazement and fear as did the queen and her men. Abruptly, the awful muffled sounds beneath the tapestry ceased. The smoke and stench vanished, leaving the air in the saloon clear and sweet. Portalena squared his shoulders, assumed a solemn mien, and marched forward to lift the heavy cloth. The leather straps joining the victim's armor had burnt away, and scorched plates lay helter-skelter. There was no sign of a body, or even bones. In the midst of the heat-warped pieces of armor was the talisman, quite unharmed, once again seeming to be nothing more than a sort of mercy made of dark metal, lacking a point and having unsharpened edges. Portalenus picked it up and thrust it into his belt, then let the tapestry fall again. He said to the knights, "You men, leave us." "No!" Ganondri cried. "Wizard, take care! Have you forgotten my warning? Even if all on this ship should perish, in the end you would find your ambitions confounded without the aid of great Raktum. Only with my help can you achieve your goal." The sorcerer came forward and leaned upon the table with both palms flat. His face was now drawn and tired, and his voice harsh. "You are quite right. I need your help more than ever now that Anigel's talisman is out of reach. But unless you would have these louts witness talk that should remain privy between us, dismiss them." He pulled up a gilded chair, dropped down into it,
and smiled wryly. "You are safe enough with me, great queen. You have seen that my mastery of the talisman is imperfect. It kills only the person who tries to take it from me. Worst luck. I swear by the dark powers I serve, and by the talisman itself, that I will not harm you." The queen's hand was shaking as she finally gestured for the knights to gather up the blackened armor of their incinerated companion and leave. She then took a decanter, poured brandy into a large goblet, and was barely able to lift it to her lips. After she had gulped the whole thing, she seemed steadied, although her eyes still smoldered with hate, together with a profound terror barely suppressed by her great power of will. She said, "This situation is unacceptable, wizard. We must renegotiate our alliance once again. You have your talisman, but mine is now beyond reach." "Not necessarily. Let us see if this balky magical sword can do more than roast the unwary pilferer." Before the queen could protest, he drew it and held it upright by the blade. "Talisman, show the two of us, King Antar." Ganandri gave an exclamation as the vision formed. She saw a dark and choppy sea, pocked with a few raindrops. Appearing and disappearing amidst the waves were the silhouettes of 3 grotesque, muzzled heads clustered about a smaller human one. Antar and the Wavilo were paddling slowly toward the luminous surf-line of the island's shore. "Ah," said Portolanus, "so they did make their escape in spite of the storm and Heldo. It should not be too difficult to re-snare our regal guest. Now, Talisman, show us Prince Nicolon, Princess Janelle, and Prince Tolliver." In their mind's eye, the sorcerer and the Queen Regent saw Nicky and Jan lying supine in the wet mud of a native village compound. Their limbs were tied to stakes, and they seemed to be unconscious. With the rain dwindling to occasional drops, a few Alianza were peering from the doors of their huts and calling out to each other. "Well, well, it seems the 2 elder waifs are being honored with some local demonstration of hospitality. I don't think their fate need concern us. Now what about the 3rd royal child?" Obediently, the vision shifted to Tolliver. He was moving purposefully through the jungle undergrowth, muttering to himself. Portolanus and the queen could distinguish only a few phrases. "Aunt Kadiya can't make me. Don't care if the pirates find me. Rather be a wizard than a rotten 2nd prince. I'll miss Ralabun, but none of them." Portolanus banished the vision and sat frowning thoughtfully. Finally he commanded, "Talisman, show me precisely where King Antar and his 3 children are situated now. And also Kadiya." In his mind, a picture of Council Isle materialized, together with glowing points of white light. He knew immediately what each light signified. King Antar was still nearly half a league offshore, swept some distance to the south by the storm winds. Little Tolliver was at the forest edge, approaching the open beach, opposite the anchorage of the Ractumian flagship. The 2 captive children were at the large Alianza village, a league or so inland and further north. Kadiya was near them, apparently not having moved from her previous position. "Now show me Prince Tolliver again," Portolanus commanded. Through the open ports of the saloon came a sound of shouted commands and running feet. A vibration spread through the trireme as the twin capstans in the bow were manned, and the 2 great anchors were raised. The queen surged to her feet. "Who ordered that we get under way? We must send armed parties ashore at once. If we regain even one of the escaped prisoners, we will have sufficient leverage to force Anigel to give up her talisman to me." She rushed toward the door, flung it open, and began to shout for Admiral Jarot. Portolanus was still engrossed in his vision of Prince Tolliver, speaking to himself. The little devil! So he would he? The audacity! But he did seem quite taken with me, did he not? And I thought I detected about him the faintest aura of magical potential. I suppose that's why I hadn't the heart to consider torturing him. One very well might be able to make a sorcerer of him. I wonder if he is old enough yet to understand matters of state. Might he be of direct assistance to us in the overthrow of the two thrones? Ganondri re-entered the stateroom. I have ordered that the flagship remain hove to with the anchors up, while 6 boats full of armed men go after King Antar and the little prince. We can forget about the 2 children held captive by the sea oddlings. No doubt Queen Anigel has already spied them out. She will pay scant attention to us, while her precious brats are menaced by savages. Now, you must—
I will not go ashore, the sorcerer declared.
Surely the sea oddlings would not endanger a mighty enchanter such as yourself, the queen said archly, and then her tone sharpened. You must guide the landing party directly to Antar and Prince Tolliver through your talisman. There is no time to waste. My black voice will accompany the party going after the king, and my purple voice will guide those who seek Prince Tolliver. I will communicate to the voices the exact places where the king and the little prince are to be found. There is no reason for me to leave the flagship. You will go because I command it.
No, it is unnecessary.
Portolanus and Queen Regent Ganondri glared at one another in silence for a moment. Then he said softly, You will not maroon me on this oddling island, Pirate Queen. Get that notion out of your head. We will remain allies, for better or worse, and I will see that at least one royal hostage is retaken, so that you may barter with Queen Anigel for her talisman. However, I strongly suggest that you do not attempt the exchange here. Anigel will be in no mood to be reasonable once the Alianza have tormented and slain 2 of her children. We should set sail just as soon as we have either Antar or the little prince.
And then,
the queen snapped,
you will deliver me and my people safely to my Tuzemeni vessel. Through my talisman sight, I can ensure a speedy rendezvous with it, and with the 3 other ships of your flotilla. They cannot be more than a few days' sail away from us.
After that, if you wish our alliance to continue, we can undertake our journey home in convoy.
You may carry the royal prisoners as before.
And the star box, Ganondri said firmly. You will give it to me now, or your alliance with Great Raktum is at an end,
and so are your ambitions to conquer Laberuenda.
Portolanus drew the talisman from his belt and slowly brought the pointless dark blade toward the Queen Regent's throat. She stiffened, but neither flinched nor cried out as the metal touched her flesh harmlessly. If the sorcerer was commanding her destruction in his mind, the talisman declined to obey. Ganondri's mouth curved in a small wintry smile. "The star box," she repeated. "Now. And you will show me how to use it." Portolanus withdrew the talisman, stood up from the table, and bowed. "It seems we have reached a stalemate, Great Queen. Let us both attempt to dismiss the rancor that divides us at this moment. Let us try to think, instead, upon the considerations that originally brought us together. We need not love one another to work toward a common goal. You know very well that my ambition is not so petty as the conquest of Laberuenda. That proud land of the 2 thrones shall be yours, and so will Queen Anigel's talisman." The queen's smile tightened to the ferocity of a low-fox grimace, and she tapped the fingers of one hand upon the table before her, so that her many rings flashed in the lamplight. "Let me tell you what the new terms of our agreement are to be, magician. Great Raktum will be your loyal ally for as long as you forswear treachery against her and her Queen Regent. But I will retain Anigel's talisman until the day I die, and you will instruct me in its operation." Portolanus flung up his hands in frustration. "I do not yet know how to use my own talisman properly." "I have no doubt that you will learn." The sorcerer sighed. "Very well. I swear by the dark powers and by this talisman, may it destroy me if I violate this oath, that I will faithfully adhere to the conditions you have set. I will send my yellow voice to you with the star box immediately, and then undertake the recovery of the royal prisoners." Ganandri nodded imperiously. Portolanus then went out of the royal stateroom, closing the door softly behind him. When he had gone, the Queen Regent began to laugh, and her mirth and exultant triumph so overwhelmed her that she could not stop until she drank another full goblet of brandy. When the yellow voice came anon with the star-box, she snatched it rudely from him and pushed him out the door. Then she began to laugh again. 15. Haramis did not hurry along the way of light. She walked over the cold, deep waters of the sea deliberately, as though the sparkling insubstantiality beneath her feet were a stone pavement. The Arctic breeze bore the peculiar scent of sea ice, and the aurora flamed over the entire sky, veiling the stars and the 3 moons, and illuminating the gigantic drifting icebergs with pale rays of blue and red. The largest of the floating ice mountains, toward which the way of light led, shone also with an interior glow of its own. This had not been evident to Haramis when she started out from the shore, but as she drew closer, the iceberg seemed to become more and more luminous, until it finally took on the appearance of a titanic beryl gemstone, blue-green in 100 different tints, embedded in the black glass of the northern ocean. Its radiance continued underwater, dimming with depth, and Haramis realized that the great mass of ice towering above the water was only a small portion of the incredible bulk that lay hidden beneath. She walked for over 2 leagues before she reached it. The way of light took her into an overarching grotto that pierced one side of the iceberg, a corridor having a floor of water that was no longer black, but midnight blue, still skinned with a stardust sparkle that rendered it firm for her feet. The walls had a gleaming, irregular surface and were cupped and faceted and carved so that the light within seemed to shine through fantastic shapes of pale emerald and aquamarine, shadowed with sapphire blue. Without thinking, she reached out and touched the nearest wall. By the flower, it is not ice after all. The surface was smooth and wet, but only moderately cold to the touch, and certainly warmer than the sea. Could it be glass? She rapped it with her fingernails. It seemed more yielding than crystal, unlike any substance she had ever known. It was magical stuff, undoubtedly made by the archimage of the sea. A simulation of an iceberg. And then Haramis realized that inside the transparent walls, fishes and other marine animals were swimming toward her. They rushed in countless numbers to swarm in on both sides of the cleft, as high as her eye could see, into blue dimness. The artificial iceberg was hollow and crowded with life. She stared, and the creatures looked her over as well, their eyes seeming to be wide with astonishment. They were mostly colored silver, grayish-blue, or white, and some were transparent save for the pulsing organs within. There were huge fish with glittering mirror scales and mouths full of jagged teeth, resembling the deadly milingles of the rivers in the mazy mire. Schools of smaller fish with electric blue eyes whisked about with a unified precision that made them seem directed by a single brain. There were languidly flowing fish like wide white ribbons stitched with silver foil, and fish shaped like swords, and fish so grotesque that they were scarcely recognizable as such, all studded with knobs and spikes and appendages like flexible lances with silver banners waving at the tips. There were great passive hydrozoans like fringed ovoids of rainbow-tinted jelly, and smaller ones that resembled lovely floating blossoms with questing pastel petals. Snowy tentacled creatures with droll faces zipped about among the slower swimmers, and shoals of translucent shellfish traveled in stately splendor, harried by some kind of shapeless silver predator that occasionally engulfed a heedless victim, and then dropped out of sight. Glassy, angular little crustaceans were everywhere, hovering like crystal bees about the flower animals, moving fearlessly in and out of the gaping maws of the silvery milingles, and even hitching rides on the less fierce-looking creatures. Haramis could not help uttering an exclamation of delight. "I am glad that you enjoy my pets." Startled, she looked about her, but the aquarium-like cleft was empty of other humans. "Is it the archimage of the sea?" she whispered. "Of course! Do hurry along, child. I'm so impatient to meet you. You may study the denizens of my home later if you wish, but our supper is getting cold, and I'm so very hungry." Haramis suppressed a smile. Evidently this archimage was not one to stand upon ceremony, nor did her mental voice sound in the least pompous or condescending. Haramis had tried to avoid speculating about what kind of personage she was about to meet. Officially, they were equals. Actually, they would be student and tutor. She prayed only that this fellow archimage would be straightforward and not as feeble and enigmatic as Bina had been. She needed help of a practical sort, not exposure to more mystery. Kadiya's talisman was almost surely lost to Portolanus, and Anigel's would very likely be given to the sorcerer in ransom before long. If she herself did not master her own talisman soon, there was no doubt in her mind that Portolanus would achieve his goal of mastering the world. Denby thinks that is a foregone conclusion, but you and I will show him a thing or two. As to being practical, that, my dear, is entirely your affair. I'm certainly not one to let myself be starstruck by a charming enchanter, but I'm not at all sure about you." Haramis uttered a low cry of outrage, then drew herself up and grimly resumed her journey into the heart of the Shem iceberg. She spoke to thin air. "It is evident, Lady of the Sea, that you can perceive my thoughts, but I doubt very much if you can read my conscience. I come to you as a supplicant, it's true, and if your teaching can only be done through the shattering of my dignity, then so be it. But I had hoped for a warmer and more friendly relationship. I know I am young in comparison to you, but I am not a child, nor am I a fool. I have ever carried out my duties as archimage to the best of my ability, not letting myself be distracted by any person or thing, yet. But you will be, proud one, just as you once were 12 years ago, before you assumed your cloak of office, not only distracted from duty, but strongly tempted to evil. Admit it." Haramis stopped short. "I will not try to justify myself. It is true that I once loved the sorcerer Orogastus, and was briefly led astray by his vision of power. But I repudiated him. If he is still alive, as I suspect, I will try with all my heart and soul to reject him again and foil his evil design. But I need your help desperately. Will you give it? I would not have summoned you through the viaduct otherwise, but you proved your resolution by going to the Kimelon, so I decided you were a fit subject for special treatment. Never mind what Denby thinks. Not only the balance of the world, but even its very existence is endangered by the resurgence of the abominable star. Drastic measures are called for in desperate situations. Denby thought Bina was a lunatic to risk setting the threefold scepter of power free to countermand the threat, and he got all in a swivet when she arranged for you three to be born. Nevertheless, even he admitted that the Starman would have got hold of the scepter sooner or later, even without the mistakes you three Trillium petals have made. Bina gambled that, given time, you'd be able to resolve the menace once and for all, in spite of your silly fumbling. Fresh young blood, fresh young minds tackling the ancient problem. You see? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Haramis suddenly felt freezing cold, even though the air within the artificial iceberg was quite warm. She drew her white furs more closely around her and spoke sharply. Explain yourself, Archimage. Tell me just what kind of danger threatens the world, and what role my sisters and I are to play in thwarting it. I warn you that I have no intention of being fobbed off with mystical flummery or evasions any longer. Ha-ha! Full of spirit! I like that. Come ahead, Haramis, who will brook no nonsense. We are going to get along splendidly. The way of light ended when the tiny arm of the sea pinched off in the narrowing corridor, leaving Haramis standing upon a glowing platform. 3 tunnels branched out from it, but only one was illuminated. She followed it for a considerable distance more, growing lightheaded from the illusion of being suspended in ice-choked bright water. The hordes of creatures had deserted her, evidently having seen enough, and now the water behind the transparent walls showed only an occasional indistinct shape finning by. As she continued on, the illumination slowly dimmed, as if she were getting farther and farther from its source. The aqueous colors shifted to deeper hues, ultramarine blue and jade green, shadowed with violet. And then there was a door, opaque white, with a great ring latch of silver that resisted her pull. She touched it with her talisman, and once again the bell chime sounded that had signaled the mysterious viaduct. The door swung open to darkness. Resolutely, Haramis went in. She stood frozen as the door closed, leaving her with only the pale yellow glow of the Trillium amber embedded in the talisman to reassure her that she had not gone blind. A low chuckle sounded. "Give yourself a moment to adjust. Then you'll see well enough. My old eyes aren't what they used to be, and this situation is most comfortable for me. Give me your hand." Tentatively, Haramis lifted her arm. She felt her hand grasped by fingers that were damp, but not unpleasant, and she was drawn forward for a dozen steps. There was a salty tang in the air, and a lingering reverberation from the chime that seemed to call forth other subdued musical notes from somewhere in the darkness. "Here we are. Do you feel the chair? Be seated while I fetch our supper." Groping about, Haramis managed to slide onto an oddly shaped wide stool without a back. Its sides and legs seemed to be studded all over with irregular smooth knobs, and the seat cushion was warm and yielding, beyond doubt filled with liquid. It was very comfortable. Sitting in the dark, waiting, she discovered that her vision was returning. She was in a large chamber filled with faintly luminescent furnishings. The table with its 2 chairs was made of cemented shells, each one of which was pricked out in a spiral of tiny green dots. On the table were dishes and goblets, also fashioned from shells, that glowed dimly rose and topaz. Flecks of azure and crimson formed flowing patterns on the floor. Here and there about the room were great urns, also made of the green-dotted shells, in which feathery plants like giant ferns grew, having a dim orange luster beneath their leaves. Arrayed along one wall were cupboards, outlined in blue sparks and having knobs that glowed dull red. On another wall was a huge mural of deep-sea life, where abyssal creatures with luminous eyes and fins and fiery body markings seemed to hang in dark water or rest on coral formations dusted with tiny white stars. One of the daintily poised creatures moved, and Haramis realized that the mural was alive, not a picture at all, but a huge window looking out into the depths of the night sea. All around her, as her eyes became accustomed to the dimness, subtly glowing objects seemed to materialize. In one corner of the room stood a wide workbench, and on it were numbers of peculiar metallic objects that gleamed in the reflected light of the shelly surface on which they stood. In another corner was a globe, nearly as tall as she was, and she realized with a start that it was a model of the world, with the seas glowing a rich indigo and the land areas faintly greenish gold or white. Ranks of shelves held books bound in ordinary cloth and leather, each one having luminous characters on the spine. More books were carelessly stacked here and there on the floor, and one lay open on a shell reading stand beside an easy chair. Haramis was not surprised to note that the lettering inside the book was luminous. A tufted footstool stood in front of the chair, and lying beside it on the floor was a whitish, segmented, many-legged creature with 2 baleful, red-glowing eyes. When it sensed Haramis studying it, it opened its mouth, revealing a luminous yellow interior with several rows of fangs, and hissed, "Now, Gree-Gree, be polite to our guest." A pair of dull purple draperies that Haramis had failed to notice was flung open. The Archimage of the Sea entered, bearing a platter with a great steaming tureen and several covered dishes. She put this down on the table and stood there smiling. "Can you see well enough now?" "Yes, thank you. My name is Iriani. Some call me the Blue Lady. Welcome to my home, Archimage of the land." She was human in form, not fishy, which was a relief to Haramis. Her stature was medium, but she was extremely stout, with a face as round as a melon and gleaming faintly blue. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and her eyes especially so, being enormous and black, and fringed with thick lashes. Her hair was also black, or perhaps very dark blue, dressed in elaborate rolls and coils that were held by shell combs and pins with enormous pearls on them. She wore a sleeveless gown of indigo blue that flowed ungathered to the floor. Tiny spangles on it formed stylized designs of marine growth. At her shoulders were two pearl brooches, clasping a filmy midnight blue cloak that floated behind her, glowing dimly. Iriani held out a hand to Haramis, who rose and took it with a calm inclination of her head. Then, with surprising grace, the stout archimage seated herself. She prayed a brief blessing of the Triune and the Lords of the Air, then helped herself lavishly from the tureen. "Eat, child, eat! You must be starving after your journey from the Kimelon. You've been 3 hours traveling, you know." It did not seem so long. "Tell me, how far is it from the Kimelon to the shore of the Aurora Sea where the viaduct took me?" "Over 3,000 of your leagues." "Amazing, and I was transported in the blink of an eye." "Your magic is very powerful, lady." "Yes," Iriani agreed, "but the viaduct is not part of it. You traveled by means of an ancient machine having no true magic about it." "Ah, a device of the Vanished Ones?" "Yes. There were once viaducts scattered all over the world. In the ancient days they were commonly used for transporting unadept members of the populace here and there. Now only a handful of them remain usable." Haramis took modest portions of food. Its nature was utterly strange, but it smelled appetizing enough. A golden ewer held some liquid that had a sweet and spicy fragrance, and she filled her shell cup and drank deep before speaking again. "Lady Iriani, you know why I am here. I need to know how to use this talisman, this three-winged circle, properly. I must also have your advice on how to overcome the sorcerer Portolanus, who has already stolen one talisman from my sister Kadiya, and who threatens to take the second from my sister Anigel. I would also like you to tell me whatever you know of the Vanished Ones and their scepter of power that the 3 talismans compose. I also hope that you will explain to me the difference between true magic and the high science that activates certain of the marvelous ancient contrivances, and how magic and science intermingle in the conflict between Portolanus and the 3 petals of the living Trillium." Iriani sighed and set down her spoon. She sipped some of her own drink, then said, "Some of your questions I cannot answer, Haramis. Others demand lengthy responses, and I must postpone them until later. Let me answer your easiest question first, by telling you the story of the Vanished Ones. 12 times 10 hundreds ago, Iriani said, the world of the 3 moons was home to a large population of human beings. They came here from elsewhere, from another place far beyond the firmament, and used their great knowledge to transform certain aspects of this world so that it would be more suited to their life needs. In the course of time, a faction of selfish power-seekers arose, calling itself the Guild of the Star. They were skilled in science, and also skilled in the magical arts that have their source in the human mind and the inmost nature of the universe. The Starmen and their adherents brought about a devastating war that lasted for over 200. In the course of it, their weapons and evil magic not only killed nearly half the populace, but also changed the very climate of the world, bringing about an age of conquering ice. As you know, the world continent even today is sheathed with a vast sempiternal ice cap. Only at its fringes, and in the south, is there glacier-free land. But in the time before the Ice Age, only the highest mountains had glaciers upon them. The world continent then had a gentle climate overall, and there were many huge lakes dotted with beautiful islands where the most elaborate cities were built. When the endless snowstorms began, all of these inland cities were perforce abandoned, and only those along the shore or under the sea or in the lower firmament remained inhabited. The Guild of the Star fought more fiercely than ever when it lost the support of the common people. and even the most sanguine members realized that the cause was lost. When it seemed that the Starmen would destroy the world utterly rather than capitulate, the magical device called the Scepter of Power was created by the Archimagical College to turn the Starmen's own terrible sorcery against them. But there was a tremendous danger involved in utilizing the scepter, and in the end, those who had made it were afraid to use it. The headquarters of the Starmen was finally destroyed by one of the world's greatest heroes, the Archimage Varkur, and those villains who remained alive scattered to the four winds, ending the war. But the world of the Three Moons was ruined. No amount of science or benevolent magic exerted by the Archimages could restore the temperate climate of what had once been a beautiful and happy land. The world continent could no longer support large numbers of human beings, and neither could the ice-choked sea or the more precarious habitations of the inner firmament. Most of the survivors made preparations to go away to another home, far beyond the outer firmament. But a group of 30 brilliant and altruistic souls of the Archimagical College, including the great Varkur, decided to remain and do what they could to repair the terrible damage that humanity had caused. One of their principal good works was the engendering of a new race, more hardy than humanity, that might multiply and repopulate the devastated world of the Three Moons after thousands of years had passed and the ice finally began to melt. When human beings first came to this world, the most highly developed aborigines they found were the primitive and unrelentingly savage Skritek. These warm-blooded, scaly monsters were minimally self-aware and of low intellect, but they did possess the power to communicate both with and without words. They knew nothing of love, had no art or culture, and lived a predatory existence. In their revolting manner of reproduction, the mother was more often than not devoured by her ravenous young at their birth. Using both science and magic, the savants of the Archimagical College merged the blood of these unpromising creatures with that of humankind, creating the handsome and intelligent people that you know as the Vispi. At the same time, a companionate race of telepathic giant birds called Lammergeiers was also created to assist the Vispi in their survival. Colonies of newly engendered Vispi and Lammergeiers were planted all around the diminished margin of the world continent before the bulk of the human population went away, becoming the vanished ones. At the last minute, before departure, a few thousand ordinary people elected to remain behind also, to assist the Archimages and eke out whatever life they could amidst the conquering ice. These formed the nucleus of the human population living on the world of the Three Moons today. As hundred after hundred passed by, the raging snowstorms came to an end, and the climate slowly warmed again, melting the inland glacial cap little by little, and freeing dry land for habitation once more. Guided with subtle discretion by the Archimages, the Vispi multiplied, but so did the surviving Skritek. From time to time, miscegenation occurred, and many other aboriginal races came into being, more or less human in appearance. Humans also occasionally mated with the Vispi, so that traces of aboriginal blood now exist in virtually all of us. Since human beings are inherently more fertile than the Aborigines, our race increased at a more rapid pace. After thousands and thousands of years, the most fertile and salubrious lands were entirely occupied by humanity, while the Aborigines lived in the marginal areas, the high mountains, the swamps, the deep forest, and the remote islands. The members of the Archimagical College retired from the secret place of knowledge built by Varkur to individual retreats, where we continue to foster and guide both humans and Aborigines. Using our ancient science, we are able to live to a great age. Often, a dying Archimage is able to train a replacement, but this did not always prove possible, and over the succeeding tens of hundreds, our numbers slowly diminished, as did the need for our services to humans. And now, my dear, we Archimages are only 3. You, I myself, and Denby. As Archimage of the land, your work is the most urgent and strenuous. My own is much less so. And Denby has the least of all to do, and so he has grown crotchety and self-indulgent and reclusive, largely ignoring both humanity and folk, and spending his time in the study of arcane celestial trivia. Much good may it do him. Your predecessor, Bina, elected to live in the peninsula, since the greatest concentration of intelligent aborigines now resides there. The other enclaves of folk, scattered about the world continent, either fended adequately enough for themselves without an archimagical guardian, or were superintended by me. Most of my own clients live on the myriad scattered islands in the far northwest of the world, where few humans go. In the immediate past, the principal tasks of the Archimages have included shielding aborigines who were in danger of being exterminated by hostile humans, and collecting and disposing of dangerous or inappropriate artifacts of the vanished ones that turned up in the ancient ruined cities. It is only in the most recent times that an entirely new problem manifested itself, once again endangering the balance of the world of the three moons. I refer to the reappearance of the Starmen. Unknown to the Archimagical College, the evil guild did not die out when its last members fled. Somehow they lived on and passed their knowledge of the dark powers from generation to generation. There were never very many of them, for they are jealous and secretive. Their strongholds tended to be in places where the human strain was least diluted by the blood of the folk, and numbers of them possessed the robust physique, platinum hair, and silvery blue eyes of the original criminal elite faction of the Vanished Ones. Ah, I see that strikes a chord in you. Yes, child, the remote and inhospitable land of Tuzaman was one such outpost of the Starmen, and the sorcerer you know as both Orogastus and Portalanus is the first of his kind to attempt to reclaim the ancient heritage of the guild, the domination of the world. Yes, Orogastus is alive. It was Denby, the Archimage of the Sky, who long ago foresaw his coming, but he elected to do nothing beyond calling the dire future event to the attention of Bina and me. She and I worked together for nearly 900s to nurture the human bloodline that culminated in you and your triplet sisters, the three petals of the living Trillium, hoping that you would have the vigor to counteract this most dangerous of starmen. The flower emblem, which is symbolic of the triune god, and also of the physical, mental, and magical nature of the universe, dates back to the Vanished Ones, as does the many-rayed star of their wicked antagonists. The black Trillium, however, is a living thing, for all that it nearly became extinct, while the star is as lifeless and consuming as death, even though it is beautiful. You three sisters, empowered by the magical amulets Bina fashioned for you, were permitted to reclaim the talismans that make up the dread ancient threefold scepter. Once again, it was the ineffable Denby who determined that this magical implement offered the only way to save the world from the star, even though its use posed great peril. Then, contradicting his own discovery, Denby counseled against letting you girls reassemble the three talismans. He judged that the world was better off ruled by the wicked Star Guild, rather than possibly destroyed by the threefold scepter of power. Bina and I did not agree, and so you young princesses went on your quests, and were successful in retrieving the three talismans. And at your great moment of testing, the Lords of the Air guided you in the right way to utilize the scepter of power. Orogastus was taken from you, banished to a place where a certain occult device called the Cynosure of the Star Guild had been placed for safekeeping by an archimage long forgotten. The star pendant hanging around his neck was the sorcerer's salvation, for without it he would have been consumed as a feather is consumed in an inferno once the scepter turned his own magic upon him. As it was, the protective Cynosure drew him and the pendant to it, saving his life. This was a terrible surprise to me, for I had never suspected that the Starmen had managed to fashion any sort of countermeasure against the scepter. While Orogastus still lay senseless, I hastened to the Kimelon through the viaduct and took away the Cynosure. I fear that it might have other unknown functions that might allow the exiled sorcerer to escape. The cynosure lies on my work table in the corner at this minute. I have studied it for years and found no other use for it than the one it first demonstrated." Orogastus did not understand how or why he had survived. He still does not. During the 12 years of his exile in the inaccessible Kimelon, he pored over the ancient repositories of forbidden knowledge that had been hidden away there, seeking a way to escape the land of fire and ice and resume his interrupted mission of conquest. By a continual exertion of magic, I was able to conceal the viaduct from him, but I could not prevent him from learning how to use a certain other machine, a mechanical communicator of the speech without words, to summon rescuers. The decrepit bespeaker device worked only once, but that was sufficient to bring the sorcerer's minions to the land of the Dorok, where the one called Shiki was compelled to help Orogastus escape. The sorcerer took with him from the Kimelon many ancient weapons and other devices that later helped him to subdue Tuzaman. After further study, he also obtained the Star Box, another countermeasure of the star men that Bina and I never knew existed. Denby may have known of it, but he never said a word to us. I do not know whether we two archimages would have dared to resurrect the scepter had we known that its parts might be taken away from the 3 petals and bonded to Orogastus. But what was done is done. Now the sorcerer has already made one part of the scepter of power his own. He does not yet know how to use it, but he will learn, through happenstance and experimentation, and the talisman's own subtle teaching, just as you 3 sisters have. Full knowledge of the threefold scepter's use, and the use of the talismans that are its parts, comes only from the assembled scepter itself. No one now living knows its entire potential. You 3 young princesses were not permitted to obtain this dangerous knowledge. Denby and I impelled you to break the scepter apart immediately after Orogastus was banished, so that the peril to the world would be minimized. You girls were very immature then, and your wills were susceptible to our coercion. This is no longer true. For better or worse, you now control your own destinies, and the fate of the world is in your hands. If Orogastus should obtain all 3 talismans, or perhaps even 2 of them, you and I would probably be unable to prevent him from discovering most of their secrets. He is a mature sorcerer, hardened by long years of deprivation, and his will is extremely strong. Even the merged magic of all 3 archimages would be hard-pressed to break the Starman's volition, so powerfully attuned has he become to his abominable goal. The Archimage of the Sky is quite afraid of Orogastus. I fear that Denby would not have the courage to stand up to him. It matters little to the Dark Man of the Sky, after all, that the world falls out of balance, and its human population and folk become subjected to the malign rule of the star. His own comfortable circumstances would be little affected. But let us not dwell upon such horrid contingencies. You are here at last, and while I cannot advise you on the working of the entire scepter, I can and will help you learn to use your own talisman as best I can. Yours is the key talisman, after all. The Triune willing, you will use it to find a way to defeat Orogastus once and for all. 3 10 nights should see the task of education accomplished. The lessons will be difficult, for they involve self-discipline even more than the accumulation of knowledge. But I have confidence in you, Haramis, who will brook no nonsense. You will win through. Now, let me bring in the special dessert I prepared in your honor, a delicious fish egg custard.